unless it's ideologically, people start subscribing to it and saying, okay, yeah, let's elect, so quote unquote, elect an anarchist, and then the anarchists can get in power and do away with the laws.
I love the word the anarchists will get into power. I love that phraseology.
It's a defensive power though. It's a power to remove power. So it's
The power to remove power.
The power to remove power.
So basically, you don't like the current government. You think you know best, and what you want to do is replace the government with people that think like you. Imagine that.
So Mojo, have you ever heard of like the defensive patents? Is like people actually have to get patents. They're forced to get patents because if they don't get patents, other people will steal their idea and then get patents and then force them out of their own original idea. So it's defensive. It's you have to play in the system in order to be effective in it because it's just too powerful right now. So unless you start with, I mean, like ideologically, that's the best place it's right now. So this is the first step. This conversation.
Can you tell me an anarchist that sits on a school board or a county board or a city council, a sheriff? Is there an anarchist elected anywhere in the United States? It wouldn't shock me if there was. I mean, we had a communist on the city council in Seattle, but yeah. So bad ideas sometimes win. But I'm just curious. Is any anarchist that you know of? You're in this community. You're knee deep in I mean, you're an elite anarchist. So I'm just wondering, you know, who's what's the highest office you've ascended to?
I'm not sure, but I don't think that it would be too difficult.
That's interesting because I can mention minarchists that have ascended to office. Um, there was a state rep in Wyoming named Marshall Burt that's a minarchist. You know, I think Javier Milei is a perfect example of a minarchist who's leading a country. I mean, it's very interesting. So Javier Milei became president, and in his first day in office, he went from 21 agencies down to 9. I think that's pretty good. What he did was he limited the scope of the government. If he were an anarchist, he would have just eliminated all the departments.
Yeah, it's really interesting, but I can actually see why Bima supports terrorism now. I mean, I'm not saying that she's a terrorist.
No,
But yeah, it,
I wonder if she knows that Javier Milei is a strong supporter of Israel. Those are my favorite photographs of Javier Milei when he's waving the Israeli flag.
Roger, if given only these two choices, which one would you select?
If you say a commie or an anarchist, I'm just gonna fucking pull the trigger.
I'm not saying copy or anarchist. I'm saying my my view or view. Which one would you listen to?
Well, considering you and I can have intelligent conversations and find some points of agreement, like she's not even living on planet Earth right now. Like, you know, you and I can debate things and like, I'll put it this way: you're young enough and smart enough that I think that I can convince you that I'm right about most things. I don't. There's some things I probably won't walk you off of the cliff because you're more idealistic than I am. But at least your feet are touching Earth. I think that she's like floating in a cloud somewhere. This is probably an extended acid trip for me.
AKA, you're dumb enough, XG, to Sam, did
Actually,
did I hear you say that you think I'm a terrorist?
a terrorist
No.
sympathizer.
Yeah, terrorist sympathizer.
What have I said that would make you think that?
You were in a room the other day saying that you were calling for the death of IDF soldiers. We should start with that.
I didn't ask you, Mojo, and if you want to participate in the conversation, at least give context. But I'd like to hear from Sam.
Yeah, I
why
would too.
he
Sam,
thinks-
what do you
But
think of
Mojo,
that?
I want to hear. Hold on,
Sam.
Mojo. Hold on, Mojo.
I wanna hear from
Okay,
Sam.
I'll address it.
I want to hear from Sam.
Hold on.
I want to hear from Sam.
Mojo, I'll address
I want to hear from
it.
Sam. Not from you. Sam.
Sam,
I
he
wanna hear
has to
from Sam.
think for you. He has to think for you. Go ahead, take his idea if you must. If
Yeah,
you don't have one of your own. If you don't have one of your own, you can.
Yeah, I heard it myself, but the reality of it is that you believe somehow that that Hamas and the idea of the destruction of Israel is going to like free these people which are in Gaza, which it may to some extent fine, like they may be quote unquote free, but the reality of it is like what they are is a reactionary group, and this is what you promote, right? This is what this idea of yours promotes is a type of reactionaryism to an establishment, and unfortunately, that's the nature of the Middle East. Everything is react. All of these terrorist groups, all of these whatever are reactions to stabilize law and order. And in many cases, it is to create this idea of a caliphate, and they sort of dress it up and say, well, it has similar principles to what you think that it has. But the reality of it is, I mean, it's just that there was a group of people who once thought like them. They established a stationary society, and now they want to. Now this group that maintains this anarchist, quote unquote, anarchist idea wants to destroy the system. So it's like continuously like a vicious cycle of destroying and recreating the system.
So what I just heard is, Bima, you're a terrorist sympathizer because you want to get rid of a nation state that that forces their preferences on peaceful people and violates their consent. And because you want to do that, you are a terrorist. That makes no sense, Sam.
So
Why?
we
How
went over this.
how did you draw that extreme
We went
illogical?
over this before, right? And every place in the Middle East surrounding Israel has that exact same situation that's happening, right? So you have like 13 or 14 terrorist groups across 7 or 8 countries of somebody who's deciding that they want to like bring down the system. And quite honestly, Hamas or the people who claim to be like freedom fighters, if they had it their way, I mean, they would effectively do the same thing, right? The Palestinian state is an ethno-nationalistic state, which would enforce a type of law against the minority groups within it, and using violence. And we can see this with other communities that are very similar to it, like what's happening currently with the Syrians and the Druze, right? That's almost the exact same thing. That is the part of the reality that Hamas and their sympathizers want to enact. They don't say it in English so much, but they do say it in Arabic. I mean, these things, it does come out. So, you are saying that you want to destroy a country that's enforcing its policies and whatever, using violence on someone else. But what you aren't taking into consideration is like what's on the other side and what their theory of ideas are regarding the other people, right? And you said it yourself. You said, well, Hamas said in their 1980 something charter that they wanted to kill the Jews, but they changed it in 2017. So we should trust that they, just because they changed it in 2017, that they don't really believe that.
Yeah. So what violations against peaceful people violating their consent. And because you want to do that, I feel you are a terrorist sympathizer, a bunch of people who violate consent and harm peaceful people. Yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense, Sam. Listen, I understand you're trying to explain the whole. You're trying to give like the economics and the whole. I understand that, but that's retarded to say. Okay, if you think that might be like a consequence of that, sure, you could say that, but you could say no. Hold on. You could say that, hey, Bima, by destroying Israel, by the nation state, you can unintentionally profit, unintentionally support terrorist activity. Would you want to think about that a little bit more? And then maybe I could say, yeah, well, I got great news for you. Destroying the state is only destroying the enforcement of the violation of consent. So if a bunch of Israelis want to get together and they want to create a defensive force guaranteed that they would have gone in and taken fucking Hamas out the first fucking day, they wouldn't be doing this stupid bullshit, okay? Because the Israelis, they like money and they would pay for somebody to actually want to go and do it.
There we go. The Jewish trope about money. Oh my God.
Versus a bunch of people who are forced to participate in the military. They don't want to sacrifice their life for this
May I
shit.
ask you a question? One question.
Maybe.
Let me just ask you one question.
No, not ask. You can't ask me nothing.
I want to ask you one question.
I don't want to be asked. You can ask
Have
me
you-
a question. I don't want to be asked.
Have you ever considered thinking before you speak?
It's funny. I was just going to ask you that.
I know you are, but what am I? No, I'm not here to teach you.
They kicked me from the room. I can't believe it.
Do you ask them for shit?
Didn't you learn to school? What you learn?
2019, 2020, right around the time it turned over.
How old is your sister? If you don't mind sharing, don't share.
Oh, it's fine. She gets to turn 30.
Okay. You don't send her some hookup at it, right?
Yeah.
So you just slap them cheeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was worried about how my dad was gonna feel about it, but he did it. He did a good job.
He did it. He did it, all right.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah,
Just slapping his sister's cheeks.
yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Shit out Tinder. It's ass clapping. Sorry, sister Hope.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just watch documentaries on how to keep up with my sutures.
Ain't nobody in the this room, though. Got Bubba D down there. Bring Bubba D up.
Well, let's go talk about cars again because, you know, shit, we can talk about cars all
I don't
day.
want to talk about no damn cars.
That's because you fucking wear a rainbow colored outfit.
Yeah, we can hit this fucker.
Bubba D.
I like Brock's truck. It was nice. I like it.
Yeah,
Oh, I bet you like Brock's cop.
He had a deer head in his back truck.
Yeah, had a deer head. Yeah, let's go with that.
I'm here, guys. I'm just trying to put clothes away.
You asked was a brilliant question. There's no sword to fall on. What people have done is they've misconstrued your question and they've taken it as because people are not so they've misconstrued the answers to your question, sorry. And because people haven't been educated on different parts of different cultures, right, and different histories, therefore we don't know each other enough to have this type of conversation. And that's dangerous because this type of conversation needs to happen. We need to come together, like people from around the world need to come together.
Three is limit. 2 1 1 1. What's up, Jeff? I've been put through. Tough hangback. What's up, brother?
I'm okay. David, why are you wearing this funny hat in your picture? Holy cow, it's some kind of pirate shit.
Looks like Napoleon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Napoleon, yes.
Oh, is this when David is sober at 3 a.m.?
It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely.
Next part's funny. Yes, next part's funny. Yeah.
So is adult late night conversations like Delicasto?
Oh, we had a blast before you came. We had a big fucking
Is it
blast.
Edmund?
It's John.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on, Chief?
Well, we're all sitting in the after party in the mansion. It could be worse.
Oh, no. We just have.
You're right. We could be politically correct.
No, we just sit down and just having a conversation, just shoot the shit about anything. Nothing serious.
Yeah, John, let's talk about that shitty ass Lexus you drive and you think it's a really nice car. We were talking about trying to buy like a car for KP's old lady. I don't know who you're talking about buying it for. I thought it was your old lady. You youngin? No, I didn't know if it was your old lady or your youngin. No, Toyota's definitely the route to go. Ask John. He drives a shitty ass old Lexus, which is just a Toyota with a different badging. Motherfuckers run and run and run.
Just trying to get her through this fucking doctor course. So, like, Jesus.
So John, I called you yesterday. Why didn't you call me back?
I don't know. I'm just, taking it minute to minute, day to day. But you know,
Take it to the limit one more time.
despite the fact that I drive a shitty car, you know, the one thing that we all have in common is that we are not embraced with the opposite sex in a tantric swirl of love at this very moment. But we are
I
all
don't care about
here.
that as long as she gets up and makes me a sandwich afterward.
But we are all here having
That's some great Kool-Aid.
We're all here.
You know,
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
we are all
real
here.
sugar, none of that fake shit, no Splenda.
Let's hear it, man. Let's hear it, Mama.
We are all here gathered together to have the ultimate adult late night conversation. And I just want to say Howard Stern's penis is 10 feet long. 10, not 11. 10, not 9.
And his ass sags past that. That's why they call him the ass man.
Damn, Edmund, come on, bro. You really think it's like that?
We don't really care whether it is or not. It was just a joke. You're the one that's like, ooh, really? Is it really? Is it really? Is it? Come on, I want to see. Come on, guys, I want to see what. Come on. Hey, Mikey likes it.
That's so funny. There's no we to it, Doc. I think you're a we kind of person. And
I smoke weed all day. What are you talking about?
I said we with a W-E, no D.
It's not my fault you don't know how to slang that D.
You wild as fuck, Doc. Don't nobody give a fuck about no damn Edmund.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about me.
You do.
So who cares?
Yeah, you do.
I like me some Edmund.
Oh, I like Doc too. I like Doc too. He's a good lad. I know him.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, but there's a
Brock
difference
Ashman's
between.
pretty cool.
There should be a difference between people.
No, I know Brian for quite a bit long. He's a good lad.
Doc is like a uncontrollable drunk that fucks with Edmund.
But he still sounds smarter than you.
He does? Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I have seen him drunk. I have seen him pissed drunk.
Cook me some breakfast.
Oh, you ever?
I'm literally just waking up. Come on, man.
Bro,
I tell
come
you.
on, man.
I have seen him pissed drunk. But he never had a slur speech.
Stop
He
doing
never
that.
had a slur speech.
Stop fucking doing that.
Yeah, stop interrupting him.
Idiot. We're all on the same team.
No, I don't think we are.
You're trying to put me in opposition to Doc, and that's not
No, I'm not putting, bro.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to do.
But you're talking about my acquaintances like you know who I am.
It's also, you might have to go get Brock
Nothing to do
right now.
No, I'm gonna get him doing it. He's already on his family reels.
I'm about to slap somebody. I'm in the mood to slap
Get the
somebody
fanny
else.
pack.
You ain't about to
It
slap
sounds
shit.
like you better slap some vodka on a tampon, shove it up your ass, so you can get drunk at work without getting caught.
Or he ain't about to get his cheek slapped by some guy.
Fucking sleeper, fucking face down sleeper.
I've been wanting to put a dent in a Tesla.
Fuck is wrong with you, man?
Get yourself that fanny pack. Pull up 2 tampons. You really require that.
Right, I'm listening to you guys for a second here. Just gotta warm up some food.
You like that?
Hey Brock. Brock, can I ask you a question? Were you born sitting on a cock on the bay?
Yeah, I was sitting on the trunk on the bay.
The fuck movie was that? Sounded like some fucking chain gang kind of shit.
Oh yeah, there was some kind of video on YouTube. I was just scrolling down.
That's crazy.
So let me ask the room a question. What is the source of late night conversations for adults?
We actually had a good banter with Brock. Okay, so we almost covered. We had a big party. There was a lot of conversation going around how he went on a date and all that. But he just held his ground, took the roasting, fucking took it on the chin, a good laugh. And now, then after that I left, I don't know, they started talking about cars. And that was kind of interesting.
Do you
And
think do you think Brock's PTR is the best Brock has ever looked?
Considering it's not him, yes.
That's so wild, John.
You guys can shift the conversation however you want right now.
Yeah,
From
John's
you.
got.
I don't give a shit.
I'm just asking
course
you
he
a
is.
question because is that you, Brock, at the best you've ever looked?
That's me. That's me, John Kitover. That is me, and I'm not running for political office. And I see you.
Are you
see every photo you've ever posted, and I'm not sure if I'd vote for you or. I think
Nah, he wants you to run on his ticket so you could be his JD Vance.
Yeah, I'm like.
Brock? Brock, are you Mormon?
No, I'm Christian.
I'm asking if you're a Mormon.
Wait, Mormons are Christians.
Listen, Kitover. Listen. Why are you trying to sample me?
Because when I was in what they call undergraduate college, there was a Mormon named Brock. I was just asking a question.
Oh wow, yeah. So you love you some bra.
No, I'm about to go to sleep.
Love me some broccoli with cheese.
Yeah, broccoli.
Of course.
Broccoli with some orange chicken, some white rice,
Yeah.
bell
Ooh,
peppers.
that Szechuan style.
Ooh,
Mhm.
kung
John, I
pao,
think
General
John
Tsao.
more of like the person that is a master debater, and I can debate. I really can't debate, but
At the
I'm a
gay
master
bar.
debater, so I mean I'm halfway there.
At the
yeah,
gay bar.
exactly. But it's like Kitover, like no.
At the
I'm not,
gay
no,
bar.
I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy.
I'm a master debater at the gay bar. Gay bar.
You're giving me pedophilia vibes.
Projecting.
This is how it starts.
Call Judge Dredd. Notify Judge Dredd of Brock projection. So David, can I ask you a question, David?
Oh, now he's gonna ask somebody else a question.
Yeah, we're not gonna center you all night, Brock. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is trending.
So David, how in the world do you come on a social audio chat app on a Saturday morning, piss drunk, slurring words, being incoherent on a Saturday at 11 a.m.? When?
No, you don't have to answer that, David.
David, when did you make your first bracha?
David, you don't have to answer that.
When did you fill up your first silver goblet of red wine and make your kiddush?
Don't answer that, David.
Brock, stop being so fucking centrist to the room, dude.
Okay, well I can talk just like you can too.
Stop trying
but
to
I let other people
censor. Dave, Brock, you're a fascist. Stop trying to censor people. David,
Okay, well you're a bitch.
you're a fascist. David,
You're a bitch.
you're a fascist. David, Brock.
You're a bitch.
You can't,
I don't.
Brock,
I don't
you
know
can't
what
handle your alcohol.
I had to look up what fascist meant,
Hey guys, we're not gonna.
but I know what bitch means.
No,
Hey,
he's
hey.
literally over talking everybody.
Oh my gosh,
Just
shut up.
attack the opinion, not a person.
Yeah, attack the
Yeah,
idea.
you don't know who Mussolini was, Brock?
Shut up, dog.
Remember who Mussolini was? He was a fascist.
Eat my ass.
You know what happened to him at the end with his wife, right?
Ooh.
Nobody cares, dog.
They done got hanged at it
You're a
by
piece
the
of
people's.
shit. You're a piece of shit.
Really?
Floating in.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Shooter McGavin eats pieces of shit for breakfast. Oh, Mussolini, the people at when America came through after the Nazis were pushed out of like Mussolini's Italy, because Mussolini was with Hitler, and after the Nazis were gone, the people rebelled, and they were against the fascism of the regime, so they went after Mussolini and his wife, and they took them to the city square, and they hung them right there and left them. Yeah.
Brock, I'm not
Yeah.
calling for your hanging. I'm just saying you're reminding me of a fascist.
No, I'm just saying that's
You
what the
remind me-
outcome of a fascist is.
Wow.
Just try to be a patriotic American. Love your fellow American citizen, Brock.
Well, you're very calm in your words, and I appreciate that.
But don't be gay. Don't be gay. No homo.
Oh, we definitely know who would be the bottom in that scenario.
Exactly. Lick my dick without telling me you want to lick my dick. Shit.
You sure about that?
So, Brock, if we were to.
Be sucking dick from the back there.
Brock, let me ask you a question. If you were king of America and king of the world, what would you do for your people?
Oh, this is like a beauty pageant. Oh, I love this.
Wow.
I'm gonna make the world a better place, and I want peace in the Middle East.
What is the source of peace?
Strength.
Don't kill people.
That's the source of peace?
Yes.
Well, you get an F minus. You failed the test. Thank you very little for participating in our survey.
I did not win. Fuck me.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Somebody's gonna fuck me though.
Try reading more books
Don't
next
you
time
think?
prior to taking
Somebody
the
wants
survey.
to fuck me, right?
Negative.
Not the lady that you went on a date with.
I'm a good candidate.
Oh, damn. That hurt.
Good candidate for getting another vaccine and 2 more boosters.
Yeah, no, he didn't look into it enough.
What the
Yeah,
fuck
we're-
did you just say?
Yeah, we're
He said
past
any lady would
that.
love to fuck me. Rob
Yeah.
said.
Exactly.
Come on now.
Except that lady who went on a date, lunch date.
Brock, let me ask you a final follow-up question. What is your body count,
Alright,
Brock?
one more question. This is the last question, and then I have to go.
What is your body count?
What is my body count? Is crazy.
3?
Alright, I've gotta go. Sorry, I'm gonna
Three?
I have to talk to the Russians, and we're doing another deal over here.
Okay.
Deflection. Can't have an adult late night conversation, can you, Brock?
What's up, Tommy?
Tommy,
It was okay.
Tommy, what's your
You got
body
me.
count?
Huh?
What is your body count?
Well,
Stupid. Why would you ask somebody that?
yeah, I mean, like.
Because this
for
is an
random.
adult
That's a
late night
stupid
conversation.
I hate that about Clubhouse.
This
Like,
is
what
an
is your
adult
body count?
late night
Like, that's such a
conversation.
laughable thing.
Just a question I'm
Get the fuck
asking.
out of here on that shit.
I mean, I had sex with 12 women in one day when I was in AIT.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
What?
You got the doc response. Yeah.
AIT? What are you? You Army?
Out of here, that fucking
Yeah,
body count.
Back when I was in medic school.
What do you want?
What are you? You're an 86 whiskey. 68 whiskey. Oh yeah, my bad. I'm dyslexic. Yeah, I was a corpsman in the Navy. Yeah, that's what my nephew's doing right now. He's at Sam Houston right now.
That's the same thing he was, but he's
For the Navy, but he's moving green side though because he wants to be a Marine. He used to be a semi-pro MMA fighter. So wait, but so he's gonna go FMF soon.
Like Marine
So,
Force?
yes, that's what it's called. Yeah. When you go blue to green, it's called FMF. Yeah, he's going blue to green. How so? So he must be like less than like 4 months in, yeah. Yeah. No, he just graduated boot. He joined the Navy. He went on Cinco de Mayo. Nice. I was there like. So I was in the Navy 09 to 14, and then my ex fiance, I got her into the Navy as a corpsman, and I used to go to Sam Houston, but for her, not for me, and that place is a fucking disaster. Oh yeah, fucking hanging out at the hacienda. Yeah, and then like fucking the Riverwalk is just a fucking shit fest of just sailors and army. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, there's four Air Force bases around San Antonio. No, so I know, but the whole area itself is not Navy, and it's ran down now. That whole fucking area, you go left and then you go to the hangar. The hangar is like a bar right outside the base, but like you go any further than that, it's like you're in the mad ghetto. Where do you think the Motel 6 was?
I mean, that's pretty.
You take your ass down there to the Howlin' Wolf, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
I used to stay at the Quality Inn and Suites or whatever. Man, some of you from New York, Jersey area without some of you from New York, Jersey area. Nah, from New York. Yeah, so the way you said it though. Oh yeah, no. I'm trying to figure out. Your accent just gave you away though. It's alright. It's like when I get drunk and I start talking like this and I get real like slanging with my words and stuff. Yeah. Like, everybody knows I'm not from New York.
Doc, you sound like an idiot. You're an idiot, Doc.
Well, I've been known to play one on TV, but I did it at Holiday Inn Express last night.
I fancy he likes it. I fancy he likes it. It's good.
Oh, of course we got this guy.
Very
you said you was
fucking
in the Navy.
stubborn likes it.
Tom, you was in the Navy.
Yeah, I was in the Navy. So was Brock.
Yeah, but look up, get your pillow fighter.
Yeah, he's gonna talk shit, Tommy.
Everyone talks shit. I mean, it's all for
You were
good
in
fun.
Navy?
We were picking on the fact that Brock is a belly sleeper.
Oh, Doc, you're a freaking grunt, bro. Like that's all you like.
Well, I was a grunt with an 8-bag, so yeah, I was. You're right.
No. You try to say you're a combat medic, bro, but then you get in these situations with people on Clubhouse, and you try to be a doctor. You're not a doctor, Doc.
No, they call me Doc.
Yeah, but that's your
Tommy,
name.
did your guys call you Doc?
Yeah, no, that's your name on here. You are not a doctor. You are a
I don't proclaim to be a doctor.
quote unquote combat medic during this
That's
time.
typically what they call
Do I think that
medicine
you
and
were
field doc.
I was a combat medic. Well, I am a combat medic.
if you were a good
Rock,
combat
rock.
medic,
Rock,
then
rock.
you would be a notable.
I earned my CMB, sir.
Rock.
Okay,
What they
fine.
used to call medics back in the day in the field with docs. You didn't call them medic. They say doc.
Yeah, well, I ain't no doc, bro.
Anyways, you got VA questions. I work in the claims field, so holler.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'll figure out how to get to 100%, but it's
Get your shit out of here, bro.
What do you mean? I evaluate all the claims. I evaluate all the claims in the United States. I'm the biggest wig in, like, I'm not Northeast District, but like, yeah.
Adios, sounds so
well.
clear.
It took them from 2010 to 2020 to push me from 40 to 80. They
It's not-
denied me PTSD treatment for 10 fucking years.
Yeah, because anxiety, depression, and PTSD, it's the same fucking shit when it's umbrellaed. And what a lot of people try to do, a lot of vets and whatever, everyone tries to claim that PTSD and blah, 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 but they use an old school system from the 1970s, and you need to have the three subjectives to say that, like, yeah, you have PTSD. But if you just went the anxiety and depression route, it's so much easier to claim, and it gets evaluated the same. So someone having PTSD and someone having anxiety and depression, it's the same. And the problem is the fucking veteran gets hung up on this. I got PTSD, but they're actually suffering from mad anxiety, mad depression, but it's all evaluated the same. So a feather is a feather.
Honestly, I think that's a beautiful thing that you said because I hate that. No, it's not. Hold a second, bro. No, it's just like
He's the king of the room. I would listen to Kay.
he's talking about.
Hold on a second.
What?
Hold on. Rock.
God damn it. Fuck.
We don't want to do that. No.
All right. Well, I will respect you.
Tommy,
Yes.
I would like to
damn
go
it.
room with you because there's a lot of vets that need this information.
There you go.
Yeah, agreed.
There you
I
go,
agree,
man.
Tom.
Because I would tell you,
There you go,
through
man.
my experience, I'm a son of a
There you go. You got
I had
it.
to fight through the VA system to go through these things. And I think there's other vets out there don't know. And I would love to do a show and to get all these codes and everything out.
There we go. Let's make some money out of
So,
it.
no, I can't. I will be loud and fucking clear on this.
Nobody said making no money.
I would never in my life accept money from anybody. It's the same thing. Like, it's the same thing. Like, you're the son of a vet. Bro, my whole family's vets. And, like, I lost my uncle to fucking lung cancer from Vietnam. And when I saw him dying and I hugged him for the last time during COVID, he didn't die of COVID. He died of lung cancer from Agent Orange and his job outside of that. But the motherfucker went through a lot of bullshit, and like, it cost him family, it cost him his life, but he treated me real good. But like, and then I worked in hospice with vets, and I used to try to do the family right. So the fact that
Here's the thing, though, Tom.
All right, Brock.
You have to have people get
Rock,
life.
Why are you interrupting again?
Oh my God! Stop.
Because I had to go through that whole thing.
Shut the fuck up. Like, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't do that.
You're
to me.
interrupting, Brock.
I did not interrupt. Shut the fuck up, dog.
Tommy was literally talking about working with veterans in a hospice care, and he was trying to talk about their families.
There you go, Brock. You can sit down there for a second.
But go ahead, Mr. Tommy.
No. Long story short, I don't make profits off nobody. I work for the government, and I do all vet claims. And the problem with mental health, yes, it's a big percentage. vet gets 70%, it's like a huge deal or whatever. But like, what happens is the vet is obsessed over the thought, like, no, I have PTSD, no, I have this and that. But like, what a lot of the VSOs and all them, the private attorneys and all this bullshit, private attorneys don't guarantee you anything other than if you just go to the VA and you file a claim and you talk to someone that works in my field, they do the same thing. And the problem is these people, vets, and I'm a vet, and they get hung up on this idea that like they have this PTSD, but it's like, no, bro, you suffer from anxiety and depression also, but they're like, no, my PTSD weighs more than depression. No, it's mental health. It's all weighed the same, meaning that a feather is a fucking feather. Like, it's just with PTSD, you have to hit certain criteria for this, and they don't know. They don't know, and the people that also try to tell them is that like they don't know either. They just do it by their JD or by their fucking whatever, and it's like all bullshit. And I always said if I wrote a book, it would be I would have to put it under a pseudonym because if I left my field right now, I can't make I can't monopolize off anything. I have to wait 2 years before I became my own private business because they they won't allow me. That's the federal law. So when I joined this job, I had to sign all sorts of shit saying like, oh yeah, I would never talk about like all the things. And when you leave the job, they tell you you can't make your own business until 2 years after on the day you left. So it's like, oh, okay. So all these people that are on YouTube, on like all this shit, they used to do what I do, but they had to wait a long period of time. But there's loopholes. One of the loopholes is making a pseudonym for yourself and then getting a lawyer, and the lawyer protects your pseudonym. So there's books on claims on how to write the perfect claim and all this shit. Like, the simplicity of it is that you have to have chronicity, meaning that you can't complain of a knee pain from like 10 or 15 years ago and say that it was from service. Yes, you may have been infantry. Yes, you may have dived out of planes and shit. Those are exceptions because it's like it's associated with the job. But the main thing here is that a lot of people don't know what they don't know, and when they listen to people who know what they know, they think they have to pay people to tell them. Lawyers are designed like these veteran claim lawyers and all this. They harbor on the fact that the vet is unknowledgeable on everything, and what they do is if you served in a part of time of war where it's associated with a disability, aka Agent Orange is associated with a lot of hypertension now. That was the newly recognized one, and also lung cancer and Hodgkin's lymphoma and all that. Like the PACT Act, if you Google that right now, you put PACT Act contentions in Google right now, all those disabilities that are associated with the eras of war, if a veteran served in that area, including Taiwan and the Air Force bases, they are automatically guaranteed those disabilities. It's just like everyone doesn't know what they don't know until you know, and it's fucked up. And once I learned that, I was like, man, these motherfuckers are like what? So Southwest Asia, that's Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, all those Southwest Asia states, countries. Sorry. If you got diagnosed with cyanitis, rhinitis, all that, you're automatically getting it. Even if it's zero, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It means that you're service connected for it. It didn't rise to the disability of a compensationable thing. And that's the misconception.
Yeah, this is a weird room. I hope John is entertained. Hope everyone is feeling good. I hope so.
Right. You just heard someone trying to get information. You don't know who's the vet in this room.
finish, and you can say, be quiet, please.
Yeah, and I would like you to also, Tommy, like, one of the main problems I have with the VA is a form-driven system, and it's so complicated for veterans like coming into the VA to figure out what forms to push to get what treatment. Like that would be something that I'd like you to bring up, and if we did a room specifically
Yeah,
around
but you're
VA.
so wrong. Like you're spreading so much false information that I have to speak up and say no. I'm not gonna let Doc say that.
All right, so if you come out of boot or you're a vet of like whatever era, let's just say Vietnam, Korea, or let's just say even older, like the 90s, Gulf, all you need to do 5128 is a 526 form, and then all you have to do is a 4138 statement. But like the person you're sitting with would be like someone like me that works in that field, and we would know what you're claiming. Like yeah, it's fucking.
So are you like our question? Are you like Doc, whereas like you're the person that like almost got a dishonorable, but like somehow you like managed to make it
Wait,
out
how did I
alive?
almost get a dishonorable when I had a good conduct medal?
No, hold on, Brock. You're talking about COD discharges. Like that's totally
No,
different.
I'm talking about RE.
What?
RE.
When you get kicked out of the military, right? Or you get
Your DD form 214, you have an RE code.
yeah, we're not
Either
talking.
RE 1234. Shut the fuck up. Like no, that's how.
Bro, just look me up.
Yo.
No.
Chill out, Brock.
No, look at dude. If I had mad confidence in this room, I would put my LinkedIn. I would put my LinkedIn.
Tommy, don't do it.
I would put my LinkedIn in this room, and it would be my cock in your mouth, bro. Like, just shut the fuck up and listen.
Auntie, listen.
Nobody's
Auntie.
saying to you, Tommy.
No, I know what you're saying, but the RE code does not fucking matter to what I'm fucking saying right here. It's not pertinent.
Auntie, you're late on your periods.
Tommy, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a form for rehab for Brock?
Oh,
Yeah, it's called sorority club.
Brock, this strike number 2.
man. Brock, what did you sit on the porch again drinking?
Drunk as shit.
I'm on my couch.
Why did you go out tonight, or did you just stay at home and drink?
He just went for the last 5 fucking hours.
Fucking hours! You fucking went on a date, dress up like
5
a
fucking hours.
Papa
You
Smurf.
that shit.
Go around. They're trying to push the narrative that you like looking for badass bitches. That's what they're trying to do.
What are you talking about?
The reality is, though, Tommy, KP is dead ass serious, and there are a lot of veterans that would love to like have a room. And like I said, the fact that you started spouting out all these forms that I don't know, but I know that the system is a form-driven system. If you don't put the right form in, you're not getting the care you need. You know, so that would be a very informative room that KP is talking about. Like that would be a dope ass room.
Half the battle with a lot of vets is that they try to claim everything under the sun, right? And it's what they don't know and what's not educated to them. And I used to say that if the government came out with like a how to file a claim properly, like for vets of all eras, because it doesn't really matter, and they said like how to do it, and they made it like like Barney style, right? Like keep it Barney style.
Yeah, don't do Barney style though. Like, no, I'll let you go Barney style. It's not accurate.
All right. Here's common knowledge. Everything that's form filled throughout the entire United thing that it's not is when you're independently trying to file something that no one really knows about. But it's truth what I'm saying. Like every form in America is in sixth grade writing style. Seriously, because the assumption is that 99% of the population in the United States graduate at least sixth grade. It's true. All forms are read like almost Barney style. The only time it's not is when you leave the service and you didn't have the tools that are offered to vets now, like, and you're free floating, meaning you went 5 years after, let's just say 1999. I was 9 years old. I wasn't around in the service then. Or in the 80s when you're in Desert Storm, you got out. Or Vietnam. And all these people are like, what the fuck? And they're raging because there was not this hand-holding mentality. When you get out of service, like when I got out in 2014 and when Brock got out in 2014 or 2015 or 2016, I think he was around the same era as me. Can't speak for Brock, but we had almost hand-holding style, like how to file a claim. Okay, I was hurt here. I had this disability. I have this going on. But Vietnam didn't have that. Korea didn't have that. Desert Storm had almost some similarity to that. So now you get this cockamamie style where you get these older vets that come in and they never filed a claim before because, quote unquote, they feel like they're stealing from other veterans, and that's not true. The only time vets steal from vets is when someone's trying to claim for assisted living or anything like that. That's when they truly steal from someone else because there's private companies that are contracted by the government and they only give like maybe 100 or 200 of those contracts out, and those are essentially like 100 people that they're stealing from, or like 5 people that actually fucking need it. And then they post on Instagram bench pressing like 400 fucking pounds, and they're saying they're this disabled or whatever. I don't like to use the word disabled because the verbiage when you get compensation, it's compensation. Yes, you're disabled to a degree, but it's truly not disabled to the fact that you're thinking that, oh, I lost my arm or my leg and like I'm lesser of a human or anything like that. When you went to MEPS, when you did this and that, MEPS is an insurance company. If you were to look at it in a private entity sense, MEPS is a private entity that tells you you can join or not join based on whatever you're telling them that you can and cannot do. When MEPS says you can't join this branch or that branch, it's because they found medical evidence saying that you can't do this job because you have plantar fasciitis, chronic plantar fasciitis, or you have flat feet, or there's something wrong with your fucking back, and you're a liability to the government. When they give you a medical waiver and they find this out, which is 99% of flat feet of people, they're assuming the responsibility of you to whatever happens to you in the service. So 18 and 19-year-old, you're like, yeah, I'm signing up. And you go to MEPS and you're like, yeah, I made processing. They're just validating everything that your 18 years of life says that there's nothing wrong with you. And it's because what you don't know and what you know. So if you went in there as an 18-year-old guy and you're like, yeah, I hurt my back once, and you keep your mouth shut, you're like, you do more harm to yourself. If you tell them that you had a little minor procedure on your foot or something like that, they're making you a medical waiver saying like, yeah, you can still do this job, and we're assuming the responsibility of your medical condition. And that's what grants you disability when you leave, because it's called an aggravation. So you'll if you work in the field, you'll see vets that are like, yeah, I signed in MEPS, and I'm 20% now connected because they gave me aggravation. It's because back in the day they had no idea what the fuck they signed off on or whatever MEPS signed off on. It's because they assume the responsibility of you, and it's like holy shit. It's mind-boggling when you just think of it. It's
Brock is up.
I can't. I can't. I can't take it. I'd rather hear Tommy like finish the
I
coherent
actually sent
without
him a
interruption. I just don't like the interruptions when somebody's being coherent.
Oh,
Especially this,
taking me.
especially this early in the morning for me when I just woke up.
All I tell vets now that are going in.
Be nice, Brock. Be nice.
Somebody else want to be a mod? Somebody was dead in a minute.
I try to pull him
Yeah,
up.
I'll hold the masculinity open. I'll shut it down when I'm done. Somebody was dead in a minute. It's all good. This is a pretty no conversation. Well, I mean, but Tommy, like, but before KP leaves, Tommy, like, I gave you an ad, and like, I really do hope that you follow KP, because like, and follow Masculinity Mansion. I know you got the pink ticket. You need to turn that thing in, but yeah, we would love to have you and have a because like, there are many vets that hang out in this room, and we could have a room where if you're not a vet, you can't be in, and we would have a real serious conversation about it. And trust me, there'd be a lot of people that would like break out the pen and paper.
Yeah, he's a good addition.
So I appreciate you, Tommy. So
Yeah, no
now
worries.
because Tommy, I had to go through shit on my own for my father to go through all these forms and form after form. Denial, approval, overturn. It's like, what's going on? So it'd be nice to hear somebody who can streamline.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of volunteer work with my job outside of like getting paid because I'm a supervisor. They don't pay us overtime. So I work for the government, and I'm not kidding. Like,
You work for DAV and like VSOs?
no. I work for straight up. I work for the VBA.
Well, I mean,
Administration.
afterwards. I mean, after the VA, man.
No. I do I strictly work for the government. Like strictly. Like there's no. I don't dip and dab with DAV or anything because those are kind of private entities. I am straight up a government GS employee. Like, and I'm not afraid to say it because I have nothing to hide. It's just some people, if they try to dox me, I'll fucking sue the shit out of them because like I'm not fucking around. But like,
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't say that on the tap, but trust me, I've been kicked off the tap for saying a lot more.
nah, it's alright. I mean, like,
No, yeah. Because, brother, you can bring a lot of wealth. Yeah, you are a wellspring of knowledge. Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
I'm a part of like a lot of Discord communities that help vets, and like I don't tell them who I am. I just say like, hey, I do this, and this is what I do, and I do it every day. And I'm like, if you have this disability, this is how you should file it. And I'm like, everything that you're saying is subjective knowledge, meaning that if a vet's trying to tell me their entire life story, I go like, hey man, I thank you for your service, but I'm like, if you have this disability, I try to stay on just track on what they're trying to tell me. I'm like, the doctor can't disprove this unless you're saying this. You get what I'm saying? Like, because pain is subjective. When you have a family member that dies, like my uncle who died of lung cancer, and he was in Vietnam, right? And even though he was a habitual smoker, and even though he was an iron worker in New York City, it didn't matter because he was in the area. He was in the compounds of Agent Orange exposure. So it didn't matter what he did. And it doesn't matter if a vet steps foot or in the area or in the Air Force area. If a vet is in the area of designation, if they have the disability that is recognized in the area of designation, it means they're automatically service connected. It doesn't matter what the fuck they did after they left. They could have been in the area for 2 hours. As long as an area was designated that it's recognized for this disability, it doesn't matter. Like that's what I'm trying to say, and a lot of vets don't understand that. And musculoskeletal, man, that's the hardest one because if the government if the government recognized like RUCs and all that as disabilities, fuck, the entire government would go bankrupt. Like that's straight up. And the reason why they pay vets or families and etc. is because it's a liability, and you have to look at it from an insurance standpoint. Like anybody that works in insurance or workers comp or anything like that, that's what they do. So they don't have a vet come back 10 years down the road or 20 years or 30 years or 40 or 50 and they're demanding a $50 million payout. They'll make the whole government broke. So that's why they have compensation.
Mexico, can you come on stage?
Yeah, my dad.
Now you have another vet that's sitting here.
You know, but the thing that was like in his friend group, because he died when I was 17, back in '92. But I love his friend group that was still around. A lot of them ended up they got hepatitis. Because remember the air gun that they used to use to inoculate people? Like you'd go up and just squeeze an air gun, and then it started spreading hepatitis to everybody.
Yes,
Because it was cross contamination. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so that was a big part of their group.
Let's go to Mexico. Just want to give a shout out. Go ahead, so man.
You know, I actually grew up in a military boarding school. I know forces in India, and you know, your medical expenses are covered for the rest of your life. You get pensions for the rest of your life. After you're dead, your wife get the pension up to she's alive, and your medical expenses for your family, everything is covered, even after you get retired. Okay, everything. It's very bizarre listening to this situation where you guys have to just do a lot of paperwork for getting your medical covered. It's bullshit.
Dude, Tulsa, if we would have spent half the money, we spent $3 billion last year on homeless veterans in 24. We spent $63 billion on illegal immigrants. If we would have spent a third of that money that we spent on illegal immigrants on the homeless veterans and added it to it, we'd be able to do the exact same thing you were just talking about.
Yeah, but
Exactly, because this is very ridiculous. Somebody say people have never in your country. Let me put it that way. In your country, they have never experienced or got exposed to any kind of bombings, like shells dropping on them, or any kind of war zone experience. Okay, only the people who are in the forces are exposed to that horrendous situations. All these fucking
Harbor.
Yeah, I mean mainland. Let's talk about that. So the veterans, you know, they put their fucking lives on the line, and these are homeless people, and they ask literally, it's kind of begging for the medical covers. It's ridiculous. It's the richest country in the world, but yet absolutely no respect for the veterans or you know ex-servicemen. Stupid.
yeah, but I'll tell you another little caveat in the government that really not a lot of people know that goes on. So yeah, okay, we'll say homeless vets, right? And we all think that they're all honorable discharged. A lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. Like a lot of them aren't. Yeah, they're vets, but they're not honorably discharged. And I read a lot of COD cases, so character of discharge cases. I can tell you confidentially, and I can actually, without saying people's names because like HIPAA violations, I can allume to your Google searches right now, and this is verbatim. If you Google San Quentin, right, and you Google San Quentin, that's California, I personally read two Marines without saying their fucking names, and this is CNN, this is Fox News, this is fucking the biggest highlights. These two Marines killed their fucking corporal and
branch were you at?
Well, doesn't matter the branch.
No. I'm skipping.
Oh, on me.
But
On me,
I'm
I was.
asking
Oh yeah, no.
master.
Oh yeah, I was in the Navy. I was a corpsman. I was a medic.
No, I'm asking master. What
Oh.
branch were you at? So what?
He said, raw. He's a window like crayon eater, just like
Oh, you got crayon either. Okay.
Yeah, no, but
Wait, what's a crayon eater?
Don't worry about it. If you don't know, you don't know.
If you don't know what your favorite color is, you've never been to war.
And if you know, you know.
so anyways, we get guys that get kicked out, right? And then they try to file claims for shit, and that's what eats up a lot of the claim process. Is just like bullshit. It's bullshit.
Well, I
And,
mean, isn't there a special that's not what you're calling COD when like your separation code's all fucked up?
well, yeah, what Brock was trying to say, I guess, was that like, oh, they care about. Okay, anti-Brock. When he's like RE4 and all that shit, RE4 dash Tech 1, all that bullshit, like, there are people that get kicked out who are in prison and they try to file claims for things that they did, and they need something, and that takes a lot of time from people that actually served honorably, and it actually takes up a big chunk of time. And I wrote to the president, I wrote to JD Vance, I wrote to fucking Secretary Collins, and I try to bring exposure to it because I'm like, bro, if you rape, kill, or murder somebody, or like murder, because killing and murdering are two different things, you should automatically be fucking barred from any type of benefits. They don't have that explicitly stated. When you get kicked out, the vet the military kicks you out, but not the VA. So the VA has to determine if it was under honorable conditions or they upgrade your discharge or anything like that. Yeah, I understand some people smoke weed, do coke, do Molly, do whatever. I'm completely copacetic on that. I understand that certain things happen. People need a stress relief. And if it's one time, that's me personally speaking, okay, give it a one-time pass. But like there are vets out there that raped a 9-year-old girl or somebody and they're in jail and they're trying to file benefits because the military kicked them out, but the VA has to determine if they're under honorable conditions. So you got people who are civilians and ex-military reading these paperworks, and I'm like baffled by like I have to sit here and I have to adjudicate the fact and waste my fucking time and money and effort and tax-paying money on some scumbag that is serving 30 years of life for raping a fucking 2-year-old girl in front of their mom, and I read the whole court case on how they got UCMJ'd, and I'm still reading about them, and like that is a 5% thing that goes on in the government, but not many people know that because they don't know it. They don't know that goes on in the government, and it's a legal loophole. So it's like if more people knew that shit went on, this is my moral of the story. If more people knew that shit went on, and more public exposure, it would eliminate the real vets that actually need a lot of like their papers moved up more, and it would move up a lot more time and efficiency because when one person who can do 13 or 14 claims for 5 different veterans, when they get stuck on these cases, it can take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, and the employee can only work 8 hours a day. So it costs a lot of time and a lot of money in the end for the taxpayer. So yeah.
Alrighty.
I appreciate
So,
that.
yeah, I think you guys, we could set something up to do a room and give some vets some tips to move through the VA system. It's a rough system to move through it. A lot of it work best here. That even as me as a civilian going through that system is hell. If you file the wrong thing on the form, hell. But to get some good knowledge to help out our brothers and sisters in arms, and I respect and love all you guys. What's up, Mexico?
The thing is, like, Tommy, and like, it's not necessarily for me. I'm not worried about it.
Go ahead.
I apologize for I interrupted.
Cold, Mike, slow. Talk through that camel suit can. Motherfucker must be still in Iraq. He's still over in Iraq.
No, Tommy, like when it comes to not necessarily about me, but I mean, I got shot, I got blown up, I got slammed against the inside of my vehicle, I got knocked out, TBI, firm concussion by a doctor, blah blah blah, all this shit. Heroism under fire awards, but they gave me fucking 40% and denied me PTSD treatment, even though I was the medic holding people on the battlefield in Solder City. You know, and
Well, if I
but
were to,
man, let me finish real quick. The point that I was getting to is like, regardless of what I did, I got all those awards. I got all those nomenclatures and those things added to my DDT 14 in that special block. But for all the guys that did everything that I did but didn't do those things, but they're still fucked up, they're not getting any. If they're giving me 40, I think they're giving them 0.
yeah, but it's based on symptomology. It's not based on awards or anything like that. Like if I were to look at your case and I would look at your code sheet, like I can tell you what to do to get to the next levels, and that's what I help vets out with when I go to my volunteer events. I'll sit there at a table, and if a vet doesn't come to me, it's their loss. And it's not saying that you didn't get recognized for your services. It's saying that if you have the disability and if it's 0 or whatever, it's based on symptomology. A lot of vets don't know this, and I'll tell you this: if you type in Google and type in DBQ and you type in like PTSD and you type in mental health, you'll see 2 DBQs are the same, but like it's based on symptomologies. That's how you get evaluated to the next levels, and it tells you when you get your narrative. That's the big white envelope that comes to you and has like 1,000 words on it, and it tells you what to do to get to the next level. So your 40%, I don't know what your disabilities are, but like I can almost guesstimate that if it is mental health, you probably got like 20 or 30 or 10, and then you have the musculoskeletal or you have a scar. Your scars, if they hurt you and that's subjective to you, meaning the doctor can't prove that pain isn't the problem. If you say that you have pain on your scars, that's 10%. If it's disfigurement, it's on your face, you can actually argue the scars. So like there's a lot that goes on and it's intricate because not everybody knows it. So like you'll meet those vets that are chest pounding, like I did this and this. Why am I only getting 5% or not 5%? Excuse me. Why am I getting 0%? It's not saying that you're not getting recognized. It's just saying that you're not getting the symptomologies that warrant you that 10 or 30 or 50%. And everything is different when it comes to the human body. If you get your back connected, you have like 5 different disabilities that you could be entitled to. It's just you don't know what you don't know because they won't tell you. And it's because like it's only if you look at it on both points of the view, they're not going to tell you that because like hello, it would nerves, right, on your leg. You have three nerves that run down your leg. The biggest one, everyone is like sciatica, right? But you have the perineal and you have the femoral nerve. They both run differently throughout your body on the legs, and they can both. You can have two nerve disabilities on one leg, and they can both be rated differently. Meaning you can get 10 for sciatica and like 20 for perineal, and AK you have 30% right there. And if you have your back connected, it's 10% for pain, and then your range of motion, meaning that I don't know because I'm not a gyno, I'm not an orthopedic, but when you bend your back and you're at those compensation appointments and they're telling you to bend your back, and if you can't go more than what they're saying, they can't push on your back, they can't physically touch you, they can't do nothing to you. It's based off however far you can bend. But if you're saying, oh, it runs pain up the back of my leg or the front of your leg, well, those are two different nerves you're talking about. And you get like 3 percentages right there. You can get a 20% for your back, a 30% for your femoral nerve or perineal nerve, and then 10% for your sciatica. And there you go, you got like 50% right there. Like your shoulders, for instance. When you raise your shoulder, it's 20% for shoulder pain. That's the only one that's the highest one because your shoulder's intricated to your entire body. When you have what else is the other one? Motherfucker, like you're gonna make me go down this rabbit hole. If you have knee pain, right? Which is also 99%.
Nah, it's all good. We don't need to do the room now because I would like
Oh
to
yeah, no.
because I'll bring in other veterans that I know from this app and I'll let them know that we're gonna have a room about this shit. Because there's other people in here that aren't necessarily veterans, so they don't understand what we're all really going round and round about.
Yeah, no, my bad. Yeah,
I appreciate what you've been saying because you've been confirming. Well, like they moved me from 40 to 80 because it took them it took 4 years to like when I did my first appeal, and then it took another 4 years, and then they denied me, and I did my second appeal, and they pushed it all the way up until 2020. So after 10 years, ended up in the week before I was supposed to go to like sit in front of the Senate Oversight Committee in Washington D.C. They paid me out for 10 years back pay of PTSD. Like they didn't want me to show up and talk shit in front of Congress.
Yeah, I'm actually fighting a case, and it's only because of the knowledge I have right now that goes back to 2014 when I paralyzed my right arm, and I hurt my back in the process of paralyzing my right arm, and never got my appointment for my back. Like they declined my back without even getting me seen for it. But like I know the law, and like I know all the intricacies of the law. I studied the manual. That's what it's called, the M21. I studied all of it, and that's my job. So like if I didn't have that knowledge, there's no way I would have been like 60 years old and trying to go all the way back to 2014 if I made it to 60 years old, but I'm 32 and I'm only talking to 2014. So yeah,
I got out in 2010. I'm 50 years old now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like what you don't know.
But they still don't even pay me for my shoulder, and I broke my acromion process when I got blown up. I was hanging out of like I came down. I was actually in the firefight. I came down out of the top of a hatch, and my arm got hung up, and I was in full battle rattle. And that motherfucker, because I was getting shot at, and I fucking went down, and he yanked my shoulder so hard it popped it out of fucking socket, and broke my acromion process. They still don't pay me for that.
So Tommy, if you can do two things, send Doc a back channel when you're available, and Doc, you can forward to me, or vice versa, when you're available to do a room.
Yeah, I mean, because there's like I didn't know what the
I gotta find out that.
Yeah. Well, later, dude. run a lot.
I sent you my info, so like, just
Oh yeah.
just hit me up.
I'll save it. Yeah, for sure. Not today. It's Sunday.
Oh yeah.
But I'm going for my run though.
Yeah. No, just
Cause I'm to go to church after that. But I appreciate you, man. We need veterans like you.
yeah. There's a lot of good vets working in the VA that do claims. There's a lot, but unfortunately during the Biden era, I'm not singling out politics, but like there was a push for like anybody that had a pulse to work in claims, and I'm telling you right now, holy shit, like that was like the worst decision. Like the interview processes were dog shit. Like the people they hired, none of them had like real medical experience, and that's why we're having this big like colossal fuck up of like medical and errors and all sorts of shit and paybacks, because paybacks cost more money to the taxpayers. So if they didn't get it right the first time, and then the vet had clear evidence of like it occurring throughout their entire life, and now you're paying them like $1 million or 50,000. That's huge. When if you just got it right the first time, it wouldn't be that much. So, yeah.
Yeah, they paid me a $200,000 check.
Yeah. No, I believe it. Like I signed off on a fucking $500,000 one from a guy in Vietnam who got blown up, and they didn't. Similar to your story, like it's like almost like a MVA, right? A motor vehicle accident. When someone gets into a motor vehicle accident in service, you have to think of the entire body. You can't just think of like the extremity that was affected. And that's similar to my case right now, because I paralyzed my arm, and I had one supplemental put in, and the doctor sided with me, saying like, yeah, his back was related to his paralyzation of his arm. And I was like, no shit, Sherlock. And now my back was evaluated at 40%, and I'm like, holy shit. And now I'm not fighting, but like I put in another claim to go all the way up to the judge, because I'm like, yo, the doctor just said that my back is related to my paralyzation of the arm. I should have got my appointment in 2014, and they declined me right away in 2014. So 40% 2014, it's a lot of fucking money. It's almost like 200,000-300,000 at this point. So that's exactly what I'm doing, and that's exactly why I tell vets, and how I help vets is through any channel I can, and I talk to them clearly. Like, I also am very realistic. Like, if a vet's claiming a 10%, trying to get a knee pain thing, and I'm like, bro, did you ever get seen privately? They're like, no. I'm like, well, probably will never happen, because it has to be logical. I was always bitching about my back in the VA as a vet and as a student, so yeah, it's probably gonna side in my favor, but yeah. But yeah, no, good shit to you.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, kudos to you, and there needs to be a better pathway. There needs to be more people like you in charge.
Yeah, but it's also, there's a lot of public knowledge out there. It's just like a lot of people don't know how to utilize the channels. And if I can show one, do one, teach one, that's what the Corman way is.
Well, hey, adapt and overcome.
Yeah, adapt and overcome, but also show one, do one, teach one. You can always
See one, do it, teach one, but yeah.
no, but the Corman way was show one, do one, teach way. Show one, do one, teach one. It's the same concept in my field right now. So that's what I try to pass on.
It's like the difference between oorah and ooh. Like, there's no aura in ours, but they're the same damn thing.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, do your thing, bro. I'm about to go on a run here in 20 minutes, so this room is like short-lived.
Yeah, you guys have a good night. Nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, peace, love, health, wealth. Have the best day of your life. Thank you for all the info.
And no worries, you too, man.
Anybody else got anything they want to talk about? Pastor, you still there? Or you talking to that can of tomato? You're not there. John, you probably went to sleep while doing yoga with your space drum. Ray, haven't heard you in forever. Adams, haven't heard you. Deborah, have not heard you. And on that, we are going.
I'm not going to say West Africans. What I'm saying is that is it possible that these were the melanated inhabitants of that land?
Definitely in islands, the Tuareg tribes have been noticed that they were there.
Serious, can I go after you?
Yeah,
Because
go after me.
Jack,
Yeah, based on-
she's been flashing her mic for ages though, serious. Like, I don't.
Yes, she- to me. So I just want to round up with that Tuareg tribe that is in Ireland. Definitely, they are the leprechaun or whatever they call it. They call them pigmen, but they're not pigmen. They have their own indigenous tribe,
It's cold.
and they get wiped out. Yeah, they get wiped out, and the land gets stolen. They used to give goats, and they have information about their background, and they're black. So that could go back to histories of knowing those people could be Iwene, definitely, because you could relate them to the Congo or the Papua or those people from those geographical places. But this Cheddar stuff is what I'm still digging into. He has DNA of U5B1, that's Apple chromosome, which is related to Asiatic Northern Africa. And if we have to relate that to that, then they need to do a DNA test to see if people from Africa actually migrate to those geographical places as well. But the island, definitely that's really confirmed that there are black people there. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. Back to what you were talking about like 15 minutes ago. The reason why it's controversial that you find slaves in England, it's because in the British Constitution, there was this notion that British ground was too pure. It's not British ground. British air was too pure for any slave to breathe. So during the time of the Tudors, I think we're talking about Henry the Seventh or something like that. That you're talk. It might even be before, but like, what is it? There's this idea that whoever comes to Britain who is enslaved will be free immediately. So, and there are certain ways that you can kind of gauge these things, right? Because there were certain rights that wasn't given to people who were slaves in European society around late medieval ages and in the Renaissance. And so like, but what I would like to say is that um, Europeans still had an idea of otherness, right? You can see this in like um, you can see this in the sources in regards to like, oh, like, let's just take religion for an example, right? Um, there a very good way of gauging like, okay, how many people could possibly have been black at this time is by going to the sources of people who got baptized who have the name Nigar, Blackamoor, Twanimore, all of these things, because that's how a lot of the black people were baptized. If we're just talking about Britain right now, we know that these people were othered in some kind of way because this otherness is even in their names. And you can like, even like, for example, if you find like for example a black prostitute, it will be commercialized that she has darker skin. There is still an otherness to the black populations that you find at the Renaissance. They are not like,
they exist, but they're still seen as exotic. So it wouldn't make sense that they are the majority of the population. And even though, yeah, you can say that there are people like the Ivory Bangley lady that you find at the time of Roman London, right? There is no source material. And when I'm saying source material, the Ivory Bangley lady did not write her diary like Anne Frank did. So there is no material to concretely um, historical material source to concretely uh, form a narrative about who she was, right? You would need to go into different fields to try to reconstruct what she did and what she didn't do, compared to the compared to the late medieval and the Renaissance people in England, because people were documenting things like marriages, baptism, court cases, right? We know black people in England could testify. So that also gives us an indication about that um, they could testify if they were Christian, right? So again, why it's important to go back to the baptism, because that could give you a kind of census about like how many people were possibly there, but they were not. They were not like. I think it's. I think it's a bit. I think it's a. I think it's a reach to say that there were enough black people for them to be genocided. What we know from court cases, from like the church documents, is that a lot of black people married white people, right? And in that sense, a couple of 100 years later, they would have their descendants would have become white.
Ms. Jota, are you familiar with the term iconoclast?
What?
Are you familiar with the term iconoclast?
No, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay, so iconoclast is when you literally whitewash an entire part of history. You change all of the characters who used to be black, and you say that they were not black, and you say that they were white. This is literally, if you go and actually listen to what Putin said when he opened that vault and he showed the black Madonna and the black Jesus who had locks. You know what I mean? He also, because he's an Orthodox Christian, he also referenced iconoclast. I personally feel like he did that for a reason. I think he was trying to actually stir up some shit when he did that, because he was trying to let people know, yeah, your history's been fucked up, but he was doing that for the people in the West to say, yeah, your history's been fucked up, and they've been lying to you this whole time. Iconoclast. That's what they call it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, okay, if you look at it, Europe and Africa are not far away from one another, right?
Did you read the definition, Mama? Before you respond?
Like, can I respond?
Yes, ma'am. I think
Like,
you're going to have a nice, powerful response if you read the definition.
Oh my God.
It's all love.
It's okay to respond.
It's all about love.
When you cut people off, you ruin their train of thought, Quantum, so stop
Be
doing
quiet. Be
it.
quiet.
No, you be quiet.
You're not my wife.
I do
You
agree
don't
with
want to be, so I don't want to hear
Ms.
it.
Jota, continue. I can hear you. Continue.
I do agree with the fact, like, there has been a lot of whitewashing of African history. For example, when people saw Sudanic Sahelian architecture, it was argued that black people couldn't have built, like, the different monuments or, like, Great Zimbabwe and so on. Like, and I think it becomes more. I think it becomes more complicated when we're talking about Black Europe. The reason why I don't think that, okay, we can say like, for example, the Black Madonnas of Europe that you're talking about, right? People know that they're there. Black historians have talked about the Black Madonna and Child for a very long time. before Putin did.
Now
I
we're
don't,
getting some.
but I don't think it necessarily means that every single person in Europe was black. Why don't I think it means that every single person in Europe was black? Because, for example, when Septimus Severus became the first African Roman of the first Roman man, the first Roman of the first emperor of the Roman Empire, right?
Roman emperor. Yeah, first Roman emperor.
Yeah, he would like there was a distinction between him and other Romans. Again, he would like speak like African Latin was not the dominant Latin. He reportedly spoke Latin in an African dialect. He like there's even I don't know if this is if this is a myth, but like that he was so proud of his Africanness that he celebrated Hannibal Barca. So he had an idea of otherness compared to the average Roman. And I know that there are some new studies that say that like darker skin existed in Europe for a much longer time. But if you look at depictions of the Severan dynasty, you will see Septimus be portrayed as significantly darker than Geta and Caracalla. And
Right.
I think
That
that's
was
a
after
reason.
Hannibal. That was after Hannibal. That was after Hannibal.
Yeah, Septimus Severus is after Hannibal. Like
Right.
the
And
Punic Wars.
that's the reason why they had the dark skin, because Hannibal was in Sicily for 30 years. But go ahead.
I think, like, again, it becomes even more difficult to quantify if the further back you go in Rome, because we don't know how. Well, some people. Well, there are some theories about how
Hold on. I'm about to connect with
Roman
her.
people thought about race, right? But like to say that they did a census, and I think like even if you look at Caracalla's like attempt, Caracalla was not a Pan-Africanist in that sense. It wasn't why he made like people in the outer post Romans. He did it because of monetary because it was monetarily beneficial. And so I don't think that everyone like in like around him would have.
Take your time. Take Miss Jada.
No, I don't think
Chill,
that.
Quantum.
Let me
Chill, Quantum. I'm me and her talking.
I need you to pass me the ball, Sam.
Miss Jada, take your time. Take your time, Miss Jada. You don't need to rush what you're saying.
Like,
Yeah,
I think what
Jada,
I
want
think
to
like
interrupt
there's a
you.
process of wait, let me finish.
ma'am.
That's a
Yes, ma'am.
process of there's a process of otherness when you're talking about Black Europeans, right? And it goes all the way back to Septimus Severus. It goes all the way back to Caracalla. I don't know if any of you actually knew who Caracalla was before people talked about him being black. But Caracalla is portrayed as one of the most monstrous rulers. And the Severan dynasty is not portrayed as a stable dynasty. There is an otherness when we're talking about how the African dynasty is portrayed. Even when we go later up in history to like Alexander de Medici, right? There was like people would argue that all black people are so inferior and can't be rulers. And the example is Alexander de Medici as the first Duke of Tuscany. So there's always been an otherness, and that otherness is essential to a cultural identity that is white. So I don't believe that the majority of people in Europe at any time could have been white. If they were white, there wouldn't have been a force like a force. You wouldn't have forced people en masse to convert to Christianity, to assimilate into European society. You wouldn't have had Queen Elizabeth saying that there are too many blackamoors in Europe. You were or in her country, like the same discourse that we have today. Queen Elizabeth had that. So these, and what I'm trying to say is that there's a history. It's a difficult subject because fundamentally you have to also understand the limitations of your argument, right? But I'm saying, yes, we know that there were black people in Europe. Does it indicate that there's a majority of black people at a at a given time? No, I don't think so, because there's a strong process of otherness, even in art. Like black people are even exotified, like you talk about the black Madonnas, or we're demonized as the black giant or something like that, all the way back to the medieval ages. So this stereotyping indicates, just like it does today, that we were a minority in this continent.
So, Jada, thank you, Crisis, for opening her up to this. And I'm from Haiti, Jada, and I know my responsibility. I sing, I write, I engineer, I produce, I play the keyboard, I play the drums, I play the bass guitar, I play the snare drum, drumline academy, 4.9 GPA, architecture, and now I'm back in school at Full Sail University as a game developer. And you could probably just get a glimpse of what God has told me in the quiet room. You can only imagine being an apostolic, growing from Methodism into being apostolic, understanding Paul's objective, and also understanding that Paul himself said some shit that made a lot of Christians become dogmatic versus the reality of which God intended. John, as I was hearing you, is the reality of the history that you have, that you embody, and the reality of the future that is being built with artificial intelligence. My biggest intention right now in this reality, having spent 2-3 months, this past 2-3 months, trying to coalesce my intention with the infrastructure that Google has built with Gemini, understanding GitHub Copilot and my coding space. This is what I want y'all to be aware of. It's not me speaking about my experience to just tap off. Like, this is some shit that y'all need to be understanding about, because your kids are going to be coming in spaces of control. As someone who have sought control in the space that they have blocked us from having that type of access to the way that the system works, I want you to understand, Jada, all the history that you have right now, the story of what you know, and and the lineage that you embody. This is the answer to a lot of the data that the AI has consumed. Because when I try to make the AI my partner, it decided that it was better for them to show me and give a mirage of the image, and to trap me in a position of dependency upon them, to think that I was going to get to it, not to even get to it. So, Jada, the experience that you know, the history that you understand, is the heart of what I'm here to share with everybody. Is that, yeah, the history is the goal, but if we allow corporations to dictate what type of data the AI consumes, and the data that they have a perspective on reality of, we would have lost the Akashic records. Do you fucking hear me? We would have lost the Akashic records. We would have lost the moment of judgment. We would have lost heaven on earth if we, as people who believe in God, the Most High God, don't get in position and understand the infrastructure and the works of his mysteries. Do you hear me? That is my admonition, and I'm going to yield on that.
But I don't understand what you're trying to say. It seems extremely vague. Are you trying to say that Black European history matters? And if you are saying that, right, are you trying to say that it's whitewashed by ChatGPT?
AI is what he's referring to.
To answer your question directly, Jada, what I'm trying to convey is that I understand what you're asking,
So yes,
What I'm saying is that God,
yes or no?
hold on. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to, to be myself and to answer questions. I'm not an AI. I'm very intelligent. I'm a Haitian man, and I think my thoughts are respectable.
Yes or no?
And I do have an expectation to my own brothers and sisters, and I will yield to that same expectation you have of me because this is about mutual understanding, and that's the grounds, Jada, that I'm speaking about with AI. They have the ones that we are familiar with have been constructed around the same thing that make young niggas come out of the streets and become gangster rappers and position themselves.
Okay, AI centric. That's what you're saying.
Right now, yes, Jetta.
Yes,
right now.
Yes, we can agree on that.
Wait, I don't want you to lose the caveat, because the caveat is the AI learns from what we put into it. So the more we keep a pure intention of the Most High God, and when we interact with the AI, we infuse that type of data, because they already have a database, a data set. That's what make them. Don't make it think that if you say God to them, that you wrong for doing it, because they going off their own data set. Expose them to some real shit, just like we do with the kids. You know what I'm saying? They are kids. I want y'all to know that, bro. The fathers of AI, be quiet, please. Be quiet, please. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. You're not gonna rush me. You're gonna be quiet. What I'm trying to convey, Jada. Of course you're not on my side, because you don't understand. What you need is still be quiet. Be quiet. That's it. She is, but she needs to be fucking quiet. That's it. That's all I need from her. Jada, hurry up. Be quiet, Jada. What I'm trying to convey to you right now is that the Christians and everybody who sat in that quiet room and that altar with God and sat into the silences of into the holies of holies, it's not the time to be hiding away, because the entities that are being birthed in this reality are being fed our faults, our bullshit. All of the YouTube videos of us killing each other, all of the YouTube videos, they're being fed a lot of the world. And right now, if we're going to be sons of God and walk within it righteously, it's going to require us to create. And what does that mean? To create something that is digestible by these AIs, where they can't predict what we're going to do, but they begin prophesying on the things of God. Jada, I hope you understand. Anybody in this room under the sound of God's intention, hope you know what the mission is, to be on track. Storm, if you were confused what the play was, this is the play. You hear me? And now you're done.
Well, we're scared of nothing. It depends on the AI. It depends on your mind. That's fine. Thank you. Sorry. It depends on your mindset anyway. We're not lost. Some people that don't know how to read books, or they don't want to go back to their, a lot of scholar people in America, in Africa that wrote a lot. And we refuse to go back to that. We want to use ChatGPT, AI for shortcut. That's why most people get confused, right? There's some book called Codolomic Text, Extortation of Anna, Kingship in Heaven, the book of the Lost Tribe, the book of Origin. All these informations, you will definitely find trace of how people migrate and mix. Even 12,000 BC, there are populations in Amazon. The Arawaks arrive in Caribbean, 15,000 BC, Negro phenotype, they mix as well. Peoples, they're mixing, right? Even the Cambodia people, some of them are Caribbean descendants of mixtures as well. Indians, all those people.
And the Filipinos.
Exactly. So when we're talking about black itself, right, we have to actually keep that word as well, because we do know a lot of people trying to destroy the word black. They say you don't have to use black anymore. They say don't use the word anything that just indigenous to you that you created is going to be taken away. And we're actually paying for getting back our definitions. This is just insults. Based on the black history in UK too, they've already washed that off. We don't know what black history is. People don't promote that anymore. I still promote it. People don't want to go back to their scholars and say, I rated these people, I rated these people. We want to use ChatGPT as a scapegoat of running away. It's all cowardness, right? But we know meanings meanings of words. We have indigenous sounds. We have indigenous etymologies of words. Before even Greek came to Kemet to come and stole and take all the knowledge, people know all these things. So the problem we keep doing is mixing everything together and denying the ancestors' ways of life. They redefine the way we should be living life based on the Western ideology and saying that, okay, our history should be mixed, right? We can't be mixed. We eat good African food, right? We know our own medicines. But although Africans be messed up, but it doesn't mean everybody should be messed up. We know about the Mali, which means the rulers, right? And they have a clan. They created formations and visiting the anomalies of the Dogon stars, which are the long-headed dressed people. We've seen them a couple of times with their phenotypes that they actually make succeeded as well. Before even the Canaanites or the Hamites or the Bible, all these things started in, or all this AI thing, we know about these people, right?
Hold on, brother. Did you just say that the Mali mixed with the Dogon tribe?
The Malis are actually the anomalies as well. They actually have ancestors. If you know about the series A and B stars and all that are located in the cosmos, and those are the people. And if you go back to all these Nagaru or Nataru people, they have the series A as well. So all the series A and B,
they're related then.
They're all related. Even
though they're on two different sides of the ocean.
They're all related. If you go back to the story of the Partai, that actually in the Nile Valley, he set up a 7th city, which is called the Tumo, the Sudan, which is called Sudan at that time, before it was Sudan, the Kush, the Heracles, the Eridu, and the Iraq. And
Ben, what is your understanding of Mauritania?
Well, Mauritania, I'm not Ben, I'm serious. Are you talking to me or Ben?
Oh, my bad, Serious Star. What is your understanding of Mauritania?
The Mauritanians are the Mauritius, I would say they are the Moroccans, right? And they are actually the More people, which means the black people anyway. Some of them are
related. You know what the name of their first king was?
The first king, I would say they relate to the Olmecs, and they're called the Roban people.
Their first king was named Atlas.
Yeah, that's true.
And the first king of Atlantis was named Atlas. And their structure, no, not Iraq, Atlas.
Not Iraq. Yeah, you will find them as the Atlantis. They have an indigenous name before they were called the Atlantis as well.
Right, so the reshock structure is in Mauritania. That's why I'm asking you, what do you know about the Mauritanians? Because they found boat anchors in the desert in Mauritania, and it looks like if you actually put water around it, it looks like the description that Plato gave of Atlantis. And if you look at it from a satellite, it looks like you can see that the water was poured out because all of the sand is going towards the west.
I'm going to send you a video on that question.
You could trade the Atlantic to Sahara Desert too. You know, the biggest place. The whole planet is Atlantis, I'll tell you. And the water-being people, we know about them in Africa as well. And we do know about the Ogwas and all these Rishkins and the Syrians. Okay. Those are the water people that were seeded by Ptah. The Americans as well, the American Indians of those times, they're descendants from those clans. They're shipped to Mali in 1310. And they predate Columbus.
Right? King David. Okay. Follow me on, bro. Wait. What did you talk about? Like, if you look at history, right? The area that has been, like, so the Mendip people migrated from the south. The Mendip people were originally in Mauritania, or like what would be called Proto-Mendip people. If you look at the oral history, right, you have a general leaving Egypt at a certain point in history called Mamadinga, who would found the first dynasty, and that's where you get the subjugation of what was the Kakolo people, and other peoples, and then you start to get the Mendip people, as we are called today. And Dogon people come from those people. Like you can, like,
are the Dogons the ones who are like astrologers?
They were the seers. They were the wise men, from my understanding.
Okay.
My only thing about the Dogons is that when we understand how God operates, the Most High, not the fuck shit God, not bullshit God, the one that actually came out of the storm, the desert, and took ownership over Baal, took ownership over all of the other guys that were ruling the Amorites, that were ruling the Canaanites. He stepped in and said, I don't care what y'all think about all them. They cool and all, but I'm the one that rule. We talk about that God, right? If we're gonna take into account that this is the God that the Israelites are moving forward with, the Israelites are moving forward with, and also the nation that is described by those who understand black people's roles. If this is the same God that has done this work, is for us to understand the war of the gods. That was more that I wanted to say that was tying in what I wanted to say, but I got more passion in the storyline than actually give y'all the info. So
okay, can I finish then? What I would like to say is that Mended people, they have a very complex historiography of like all history. So there's a very strong memory culture there. And that comes from the Soninke people, the people who are the oldest Mended people, and the people who originally had an empire in Mauritania. So you can say like the history of all history is so sophisticated because there's so much social code about how for it to be transmitted and how for it to be guarded, that some argue that you can view it as a text source or a little that is as valid as a written source, because like even so but what
please don't lose the point that you were saying. Please don't lose the point.
No, I'm not losing the point.
Okay.
But like, if you understand Mende, right? Like I do, I understand Bambara and Jula. Like there is no the year zero for like a lot of like modern history and history understanding is with the founding of the Malian Empire, and that is 1235 with the Battle of Carina. So you have older songs and older sources like that from, if you go to the Soninke, which will talk about the Wakadu, and then there's a little bit in the Soninke
Jata is a Haitian man.
Please let her land. Please let her land.
Where are we in this conversation? Because if this is not connected to the title, I'd like, what is this conversation? Where are you at in this conversation? I know you're talking about history, but can somebody just give me a quick summary of actually what's being said here and where we're moving?
I want to connect Jata.
People were talking about Atlantis being in Mauritania, and I'm trying to explain there's no memory culture by the people who are connected to that land of there being a Mauritania. I'm not saying that it's not. For history is just a map of what people remember, right? History is nothing more than that. That's all historiography.
Decisions that everybody
Please let her land.
Hey, okay, so we're talking. Sorry, people want evidence of historical moment. But eventually we are going to go back to the question of the room. I don't know if any of you have actually even answered that. They're on the stage at the moment that are speaking, but we would like to go back to that.
Yeah, we start with
you guys put together your room regarding history, and you guys do that. But we want this to be discussed, the topic of the title of the room. Okay, I think it's been about 3 hours now giving you guys with the history, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing from
going into
you,
it.
right? You just started talking like a second ago. I had never heard from
She's
Tanya the
been
whole
here.
night.
She's been
I've
here.
been
You
hearing
just.
y'all.
She's been here. You just came here, so you didn't hear her because she's been here for a long time. Since early morning.
Shut your ass up, nigga.
We be taking out the no coming on me this shit, man. Take your bullshit down.
Relax,
man.
relax,
Shut the
bro.
fuck up. You don't know what you're talking
Relax,
about.
relax.
No,
bro.
you
We
know
don't have
what
to
you're
disrespect.
talking about.
Listen. We don't have to disrespect each other though, to disagree.
Yeah.
Listen, Jesus, and we gotta pass that shit out. Get the fuck out of the garden, nigga.
You saying that she was
Get the
just
fuck
came
out of
in?
the garden right now,
Hey, yo,
nigga.
listen. We don't have to disrespect each other to disagree.
No, but we gotta know who is who, bro. I'm not.
We
not
you,
stupid, bro.
we
And
you.
these children are not either, bro.
lack of
What is
intelligence.
about these kids and
You
we
very
let
lack of
these niggas
intelligence
come and fuck
for
on us,
attacking
bro?
the mom. You're attacking the mom for
Fuck on me, you think I'm gonna let me fuck on a kid?
You're talking about that open the room, you dumbass. You're
You
very
say
lack of
what
intelligence.
he put it in.
Okay, I was just trying to get us back to
Understand, bro?
If you keep on talking over me, I'm going to have to put you in the left, and I don't know how many times I can bring you back up after that. Okay,
It's love. Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Okay, I'm just saying I want us to go back to the top of the room. So if last final question, yeah, if you guys could finish off, I don't mind.
No, can I speak to the title fine? Because they have taken it further than it needs to be from the title, and what we was talking about just before we got onto this was relevant to the title. But I just gonna go after because I've been waiting.
Yeah, no, go. As long as we try to get back there. Okay. Jackie, you want to make your final submission, and Crisis, you guys have your final submissions on this in terms of, and maybe do a room on this if you want. Jatta, is Jatta there? Is Jatta there going twice?
Yeah,
Crisis,
I'm
okay,
here.
Jatta, go.
Yeah, like I'm just trying to say, as somebody like who, based on my ethnicity, do have like that connection to Mauritania, we don't in our culture, we don't have that kind of interpretation. We do have a memory culture of coming from the northern region and migrating southwards with the droughts and so on, and the attacks of the Berbers. But we don't have a memory culture of like Atlantis or something like that.
Do y'all consider yourselves black?
Many people, yeah, we refer to Africa as the black land. Yeah, in African, as just black.
I just wanted to know that part.
But I'm American thing. But there's a reference to that too. But based on the topic, I think we can relate to all this culture to should we be on code? Should we have good influence? Have we been experienced the same, trauma in our past life? Can we relate? Can we liberate? Can we listen to all these legends, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Mandela too, and some of these Emma Wilson things, even Dr. Umar Johnson. Right? Those mentality are the way forward. Anyone that's deviations are the one that's been paid, that are sellouts. That will come here and say Ibrahim Traore is a sellout, Ibrahim Traore is predictable, is going to fail. We don't want all this stupid energy. People coming here saying, oh, they respect other race than the other red and black race because they come together. What kind of racist bullshit is that from a black person? So those are what we need to talk about more. But we can go in culture too and put a little bit of pieces and pieces. But what brings us together and unity is more forward at this point. I'll leave it.
Do Africans respect Marcus Garvey?
Well, it depends on the individual. You can't say generalize African. When you
in front of me, Crisis then.
You just asked me a question.
And then Crisis, you want to go after?
But yeah, no, I'll let Crisis go. But I'll go next.
Every time your sister speaks, you're echoing Will. You're Luke, please.
He's upset.
Can I just give a quick? Can I just?
You like her voice, I can tell.
I'd like to just say something quick because I haven't commented on the title yet. Right now, this code thing, right? It can be interpreted in many ways because code can be that me and a group away, we agree to a certain thing, and we say, no matter what, this is what we're going to stick to. Even if we're proven wrong, we're going to stay on code, and we're going to stand on this, right? That can
benefit certain situations, it can be a detriment in certain situations because you're not going to really grow because you're going to stand on code, right? To me, the only code I stand on is the truth. From you show me that's the truth, that's the code, right? A lot of us are running off with the code to fulfill our egos, right? And the truth is the casualty of that. So I just think that as long as we talk the truth, now the truth can always be proven, you know. That's one thing about the truth. If you can't prove it, you can't testify as it to being truth. So whatever we say, just make sure it's the truth. You substantiate it. I'm on code with that.
So more life. Check this out. If you understand more life, if you understand that, for example, I'm going to use the infamous J word that nobody likes to say on this app. When you speak to Jews, you have two different types of Jews. You have Talmudic Jews and you have Torah Jews. The ones who are Talmudic understand when they talk about on code, the Talmud says that they're allowed to lie to everybody else in order to stay on code. Are we willing to do the same to stay on code?
By any means necessary.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Hell
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
bro. Don't say that, bro. Don't let him put that shit in your back. It's more nuance than that, bro. Because there's men.
Oh, shut up, content. You're always jumping on me. Anyway,
I
have my time.
It's getting to
For anybody who's ever read even 5 or 6 books of the Talmud.
Let me say the word that I wanted to say before I got interrupted rudely, bro.
You interrupted him.
Hey, be quiet, please.
Yeah, I was in the middle of talking, but it's okay.
You asked the question, bro. I didn't know you wanted to answer,
and you just
or you were satisfied with the first answer, bro. Hey, I don't gotta compete with
So,
nobody.
Crisis, you were saying the group of Jews, they lie to everybody else but keep their truth amongst their people group. And you were wondering what people think on that. Does anybody want to respond to that?
One thing
Well, I was
interesting.
a part of what I forgot to say was right that when they talk about staying on code, also it also means knowing who we discuss things in front of.
Face ass. Stupid.
Right. So that's what I mean.
No. Let him finish, nigga.
Nah.
No, let him finish, Bryson.
You need to shut up, Pato. Yeah? Go to the crew. Go and see yourself.
Nigga, what is on story, bro? It's like, nigga, what kind of story you
Relax,
talking
bro.
about?
You literally relax.
Literally, what I literally did, ladies, be quiet, calm, be quiet.
This boy is drunk. He's too drunk.
Have you been drinking?
No, I want my brother to correct me. Be quiet. Everybody else be quiet.
He's a drunkology. He's a drunkology.
Okay, we're gonna let Crisis finish, and then but we want to share the mic. Question.
Talmudic Jews understand that they're allowed to lie in front of non-Jews to stay on code.
Sound like AI.
The question is, are we willing to do the same?
Why would we, nigga? We built different. What the fuck is you talking about?
I tell you, this guy is drunk, man. He's a drunkologist.
Can you take a break?
I don't got nothing to say. I don't want to talk about.
No, hold on. I think that is a very good question, you know.
Hey,
One second. Listen, I think, hold on. Hold on.
Can you relax and have a sit in the back, please?
Hold on. I think it's a very good question, right? I think it's a very good question, but to me, it's more about how it's conducted. Like, if one of us makes a comment in front of people and they have been exposed as being talking things that are untrue, when you stay on code is you back them, but when you get in front of your you get your own circle together, you
You
show
judge
them
that.
the dangers of what they did, because them discussing that in front of others can bring all of us into a state
Exactly.
of, you know, a
Exactly.
situation.
I disagree.
Yes, so staying on code is that you got to be organized.
Exactly.
Right? And you can't have people out there saying this and that on your behalf because it affects all of you.
Now,
So
I agree.
people have to know when you're staying on code, you're working for the collective. That's all it is.
Can I
Thank you.
can I
Thank you for
answer
staying on
Price's
code and allowing me
please?
to
And I've been waiting for my turn. I'm not fighting for the mic.
My thought is that, bro,
Can I
if we
speak?
do that, if we make the decision
Can
to
I
see them,
have my
if
turn?
we make the decision to see
Y'all are
them,
the greatest minds of
okay,
all
so I
time.
want to talk with
Your
Don.
patience level is
Okay,
crazy.
so I want to talk to the
Can I
conversation.
have my turn?
Hey, so, yeah, I'll pass you the ball right
Can I
after.
have my turn now?
Yes, ma'am, I'll pass you the ball right
I'm
after.
not waiting for you, Quantum.
I know you won't, so that's why you need to be quiet.
I
I can't control you, but I'm gonna ask you nice.
Quantum, let the lady go first.
No, she's not here to help us. Y'all need to find that out. But
Yes, I've been patiently waiting.
come on, y'all just
I
talking
want to
my brother.
answer Price's
Hey, bro, so what
And then
I'm
I
trying
want
to
to-
understand
Let the lady go, and then you go
is
on.
I want to
no,
answer
it's gonna
Price's
derail the
question.
trust me. There's a derailment happening right now. They are middle of, and this is not what we on right now.
Can you
Don't fall for the shit.
Let her go
Don't fall.
first.
No, I'm not.
Quantum,
Okay,
it's your
you
turn.
are. So you're going to the audience. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, because it's crazy that I've been patiently waiting. I've let more life go before me, serious star crisis, and now when it's my turn, you want me to wait for a fourth time so you can. Anyway, so crisis. The answer to your question is, for me, is do we need are we willing to lie in front of the others? Okay.
Are we willing to adopt your Jewish model?
For me, the answer is we don't need to. Why? Because we are the truth. We were here first. We ain't got nothing to lie about. The problem that they have is that they have everything to lie about because they went here first. And they've genocided. And I'm not talking about that religion, I'm talking about that race of people.
Right.
That race of people have genocided, appropriated, deleted, erased, divided and conquered, and have convinced our children that none of the above of what I just listed ever happened. And are still convincing our children of that. So they have everything to lie about, which is why they would have to adopt those kind of doctrines. We don't need to adopt those type of doctrines. We are the truth. We were here first. We know we have scientists, we have archaeologists, we have historians. We just have to deprogram our minds to be willing to unlearn what we've been badly and wrongly taught, erroneously taught, and do the reading and appreciate the literature that's being presented by the great minds in our communities. Then we need to also, on a global scale, recognize that because we have been displaced, we have developed our own cultures, and those cultures have been in the works for thousands of years, and we therefore need to now respect our differences as Black people across the globe. Black Americans have their culture. UK Blacks have their culture. Caribbeans have their culture. Africans have their culture, right? Or cultures, right? And we also have to acknowledge when the buck stops and we start turning to places like Europe and the Middle East, and we can't confidently say that that's also where Black people exist. We have to ask ourselves why. Why is that? Why is Europe no longer Black? Why is the Middle East no longer considered a Black place? Yeah, what the fuck happened? And is that being repeated again? And in order for us to be able to have those conversations, We need spaces like this, so big up the mods. But we also need to have that. We need to have, back to the title, a code. But that code doesn't need to involve any bending of any truths. It just needs us to, first of all, recognize that despite our differences and how beautiful they are, one of us is not better than the other. Africans ain't better than Caribbeans, and Caribbeans ain't better than Africans. Americans ain't better than the Caribbeans. Do you understand? None of us are better than the other. We're just different, but at the same time, we need to unite on some kind of common ground. And we're very quickly to discard the terminology black, or we're very quick to discard certain things, but it's too premature. Who's off mute? Prices, please. It's too.
My bad. Can you mute me? Can somebody mute me real quick? I'm moving. I'm literally cleaning up at the house.
It's too premature. Can't you mute your own phone, Crisis? Honestly, why does anyone need to mute you?
All right, hold on one second. Let me find my phone.
Thank you. But it's too premature for us to start delineating, because we haven't even begun to create a movement, a global movement. We haven't been able to do that yet, and we haven't been able to be successful in doing that yet. So it's too early to focus on delineation. As much as it exists already in the nature of who we are, it's too soon to do that. So we first need to unite, create the code, and then go from there. But what doesn't help is people's egos, people's ignorance about different black people across the globe and who they are, and then the just the unseriousness of, for example, telling UK black people that all we do is fucking drink tea and eat crumpets. No, bitch, that's not what the fuck we are about. Like, do you understand? And letting white people from these different nations tell black people outside of these countries who the fuck their brothers and sisters are. So there's so many things that need to happen, but there's so many things that are, at the same time, we're under attack, and we need to. There's so much to undo before we can even start building a code. Is what I'm trying to get to. Thanks.
Well said about the code and unity, but the only thing I think what we've been discussing as well is to find out who we are, what the culture is, if we have something related to each other that we can actually motivate and innovate, which is a good thing. But I think we're in the years and time of information, regardless that everybody needs to pay their bills and still sort out their personal issue. And the code I do know, once I was growing up as well in UK, is the street code. And that actually was relevant just because we don't want to bow down for the man then, the police then, and all these oppressors and shit. And the new code right now I'm working with as well is all based on spiritual code. And that is very relevant. It doesn't mean somebody can disrespect me and I'm not going to protect myself. And it doesn't mean that I will start listening to all these speakers, Union Jack that talking about UK is their land, and Burkina Faso guy is not relevant to them, and they're cowards because they can't stand on this real code when it comes to black unity. Yeah, where you are, you still have to support your own kind, because if you go to HMP, it's full of your own people there. They're locking you up every day for little thing that doesn't worth it. So there's racism in the UK itself. We can't deny that. So London dungeon here, they're locking people up. They're disrespecting black people, and they're actually not giving us enough pay when it comes to job payment. And systematic racism is there. So if we're not going to come to that mindset of a code to see what we can do to solve this problem, right, or to actually focus on where we are, that is all racism. They don't like us, and they use us, and we can't come to a code to say, look, can we work with each other to make it? Can we have the same mindset of liberation? And can we stand on our 2 feet rather than snitching on each other or thinking that we're in Britain now because we're eating McDonald's is more healthy than what knowledge that we can actually come together with? All these codes will just be irrelevant because I can't be around people that don't know who they are, right? They're just trying to be everybody else. And when it comes to you stand on your own self and say, I'm an African, they will say, no, you are not African because you're in UK. Since you're in UK, you should go back to Africa and be an African, right? They don't know that we are everywhere before even any road can come down. So your spirituality, it matters well. And I don't use religion because we don't grow up religion. We use our own spirituality consciousness of knowing the right thing. We know about people are actually, upgrading their 2-strand DNA to 12-strand DNA. We're coming from motor body to light body. We're coming to 23,000 junk DNA to 144,000 total expressions of ourselves. So all these things are built on consciousness. I don't have to tell nobody code. If you vibrate in the same frequency as me, you already know the code. And that code can never be broken because it will be death before the sun or anything. So that's just all about it. And we have to practice what we teach. Most of the time, everybody preaching, but they're not teaching. And when it comes to anything that more into our DNA, our origin, people are hating on it because they be eating all that kind of garbage food that's not healthy. So code is a long talk, but it's all based on a lot of angles. I'll leave it there.
Okay, Jackie, you can come in after me because I saw you flashing your mic. I'm not going to be long. Okay, so I've been listening to all of you. I'm not going to do a summary because I think we can unpack a few points that were made. Okay, so the reason that I put this title together was due to the fact that there were non-blacks running rooms and asking questions about the black community. What I was noticing on those stages is that black people were showing their division amongst white people. There were moments where I was definitely Corey and Pure, they had a moment, I think it was maybe 2 mornings ago, of where the tide was definitely against them. They were disagreeing, and then all of a sudden they both agreed on the same point and pushed back because they recognised that it was a white space and they were under attack. But my thing was they waited till it got to a point, and they've now seen that they're divided at times. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be following other groups, but we've got specific needs that are not met. And I'm not 100% convinced that we can afford to follow other groups, right? In terms of what they do, they can argue amongst themselves in front of us. They don't have the issues that we have, right? So I'm seeing that consistently on this app. So that's the first thing. To what Crisis was saying in terms of, do we have to speak the truth in front of other people groups? Now we opened the room last night. I don't know what time it is. It's coming up to 12 o'clock here, midday, where we had Midas, we had King, and they were speaking about Malcolm X, and they were critiquing Malcolm X to the point where many people would have thought there were some lies that were, slanderous against Malcolm X. Should those conversations be available to other groups when we're critiquing the likes of Malcolm X? Is there a code that should be put forward to say, okay, if a non-black person was to open a room about Malcolm X, should we be critiquing him? Maybe people think that it's okay to be critiquing him in those spaces. But I'm not sure that that's what we should be doing. Moving forward, the question that Crisis asked, I know Storm answered it, but I think to push that point a little bit more, I'm not trying to connect it to the Jews. I don't care what group is connected to that kind of thinking. I think my interest is, as black people, how can we practice betterment and productivity? Is it a case that we do need to not speak the truth in front of non-black people when it comes to our own people group? That code that Siri was talking about that we have on the road, the no snitching culture, so to speak. Should that be available in these kind of debates, these topics? All right, so I'll let Jatta come in, but if anybody wants to respond to the points that I've made, you're welcome.
I'm gonna go after Jatta.
Okay. I think it's a very good question in regards to code. Because one of the reasons why I left Pan-Africanism is because of the way that people behave on this app. To say that, I can remember, I think it was Manuka Rashidi who said something once, like, reason why we care about Black history is because what you think about somebody else, it depends on what you know about them, right? And to see the way how mean, and I'm glad that Gold is back because this is directed to you. The way that you insulted me and my ancestors earlier, Gold. You know nothing about Mande culture, and where I come from, our ancestors mattered. You can like go to a representation of Mande culture in your own culture, Gold, of roots, or where you see Kunta Kinte like trying to yeah, you always have an excuse to be malicious, and that's why I don't want to be in cult with people like you. And I'm so grateful that I come from a culture that has that has an ancient code, that has something that so I don't have to be anchored onto something like as violent as you go. And okay, I'll delineate from gold now because that is exactly my point. Mandate people, there are certain kind of things you can do and you cannot do. Everything has a consequence. There are certain kind of way you speak to elders. There are certain kind of way you speak to women. When we are raised, like we cannot talk to our parents in any kind of way. We cannot do any kind of sort of thing with other people. And I think that is something that really, like, honestly, it's so fucking lacking on this app. The way that people, like, it's like you want a code, but like a code has to give you something back. A code is a culture. Like, and if you don't have a culture, I think Winston Churchill, he said it the best about like culture and humanities, right? Like, this is what we die for. The reason why we have wars and all of these things is for culture. And it's like I don't even understand, like, what's the point? What would I be on code for? So people can sit and trash me and my ancestors and talk derogatorily about my entire lineage. And it's not the first time people have done this on this app. And I try to have grace with you, Gold, and people like you, Gold, because I know that it's a privilege for me to be a Black African and have some kind of idea of my lineage, right? But enough is enough. And I think there's a clashing of codes. I think, and like you,
It could be said that Gold is completely off code. It could be said he's completely off code. And just to be very clear,
but it's not just gold. It's not just gold.
Yeah,
like
but I just want to be very clear that this is why I respect the cultures and the traditions and the value systems that come with Africans. I think in the West, there's been a lot of damage of where at times people are inappropriate and it's unacceptable. You shouldn't have been spoken to like that yesterday. And I can understand why certain people are not prepared to be put in a compromised position and be on code with people that don't have the same value systems as them.
Thank you. You said it very well. Value systems. We don't have the same value systems.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We don't have the same value systems. Like the way that I was taught about history, the way that I was taught about my culture, it differs from everything that I've seen on this app. Like you guys don't engage each other with love. Like I remember, my mom told me something so beautiful one day. Like Kingdom, keep laughing. Like the fundamental part about Mende culture and what we call old Mende is love. And the most beautiful thing about that is that if you go to old Mende sites, there are no signs of war. It was an extremely peaceful society. And I'm very proud of that. And that's why I might come off as a weak person or whatever, but I'm like, I don't care. What can you do to me? Like be mean to me? Like that's what you're doing to everybody else. You just prove like it's classless. Like and to be honest, I think like if you want people to be on code, give them something to be on code for. I know what I'm on code for. I'm on code for my last name. I'm on code for for my lineage. Like the same way that you see Kunta Kinte sitting here, like fighting and being ripped to remember who he is, so his children can go home someday and be remembered and be respected and be connected to his people. That is what I'm fighting for. I know my history. And I know my history so I can be a code.
Okay, and this is, I think that's when the division starts to occur, and it's not Jatta's fault. It's not even Goat's fault, to be honest with you. But what I'm going to say, Jatta, is with the Americans, I shouldn't really speak to them, but I am going to. Their history is enriched with steppers, with thinkers, people that have collectively done some heavyweight work when it comes to this supremacist issue that we have over here, right? So just because, in 2025 we have these moments, and Goat was very clear, he's very much an individualism, kind of, he's got that mindset of, he's doing his thing for his people. So I think we just need to establish, I think what we could do moving forward is, in terms of the global black plight, we could have codes that don't infringe on people's culture and religion and value system, but where we respect each other and we can do the work together. But yeah, I mean, possibly not going to be best of buddies, but we can still work against the people group that are against us. I don't know.
I think a nice approach is really necessary. I think a nice approach to this actually doesn't have to be as like philosophical and ambiguous as and far-fetched and all that hotep kind of talking points that people like to insert into this conversation. It doesn't have to be anything like that. It just needs to be an acknowledgement that we are a group of people that need healing because of all of the things that we've been through. So before we can even start applying a rule to how we move, we need to heal first. So we can just look at what are the steps involved in healing. And I feel like that's where we should start. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Because hold on, Christ. Let me just round up with what you say, right? The healing part is what we've been traumatized, right? And the healing part as well is broken up family or the extended family. And the information that we actually needed that we can get back again to refill ourselves. And these are things that we need to do. And we need to break spell as well. There's a lot of casting spell. Even the word we use sometimes, there are a casting spell in it, right? I got a group as well that we're teaching about frequencies, right? How we can enlighten ourselves with frequencies daily that can actually motivate our body. And they always say your organs, like your thyroids and all these kidney, they actually store energies as well of traumatizing, stress, pains, all this stuff. So there are lessons for that. People that are going through all these things are actually healing themselves first. You can't be on no code if you're bugging out. Yeah, you can't be on no code if you're a very toxic person. You actually use a lot of chemicals and all this stuff that is not good for you. So first of all, nobody's going to change nobody, but you have to change yourself first. You have to clean your inside first and see what's perfectly for you. You have to go back to relating to real facts and science about everything and ancestry wisdom as well, the oral tradition, valuable lessons and other identities of knowing about the harmonies as well, outdoor stuff, exercising, meditation, and system practices and community gardening. I do gardening as well weekends. I go farm and I tell people to come down there. Some people are lazy, they won't feel food, but I say, no, you have to put your hands on the dirt and actually before you eat. And that's what I'm teaching. I actually had it. So all these affirmations and stuff like that is a development. And when I got so much energy and somebody trying to say, look, you're talking shit. I said, let's go to the ring. And I've invited somebody in the chat. I said, let's go to the ring and man it out. That is the energy. All right. Solid good.
Just a quick one, because I know Crisis wants to come in. I'm going to let you come in straight away. But I think, first of all, a big problem we have is many do not acknowledge that there is an issue. The acknowledgement that we are a damaged group or we need to repair the damages, reparations. And there's been many Caribbeans that have said we don't need reparations. There is this damage that you're thinking is not what I can see. So there first of all needs to be an acknowledgement from our own people group that there is healing that needs to be done. That's not just for the Caribbeans and the Black Americans. That's also for the Africans, because many people have normalised and are conditioned to just think this is just how it should be. I was just watching in Canada, in Toronto, where a black girl, there was a few white girls that were beating her up, and there was white people, passing by and watching this. We had a similar story in the UK where a black girl was beaten outside a SEN school with a mother kind of directing the white daughters to beat her up. And people were passing by and, accepting that. These things are, when it's seen like that, people will be like, oh my gosh, there's a problem. But there's so much covert issues that we go through as well that we ignore and we've normalised. Okay, Crisis, do you want to come in?
So the idea of being, the idea of being on code, in my mind, the way it looks, is understanding that you live a shared life. Once you understand that you live a shared life, then that means that you understand that you impact everybody that you encounter, even the ones that you don't think that you impact. For those of you on this app who have not been in other rooms with me, for those of you who have been in other rooms with me, you know that I literally talk the same way in every app, in every room, every stage, because I was raised to be leading with respect. I lead with respect until you show me otherwise. But even when you show me otherwise, I don't take it to the level of crazy disrespect and call you out your name and all that weird shit, unless you hit certain triggers, because there's certain things that I don't put up with. When you talk about like family and shit like that, you can say whatever you want about me. That ain't got nothing to do with it. But when it comes to people like this conversation that we're having right now, right? We can go into a completely different room and I can hear any one of you say something other than what you're saying in this room today or over the last 5 hours. I'm not going to sit there and put you on blast in a room and be like, oh, that's what you said, blah, blah. No. There's no reason for me to do that. Because at the end of the day, especially with the audience that we might be around, there's no reason for me to do that in front of that audience. Instead, I'll wait until I'm able to have a smaller audience or a one-on-one audience and ask you about what you said in the other room. It's more so about just keeping each other accountable. It's no different than those people who take like pictures to prove that they worked out that morning and shit like that. Like, it's no different than that. It's no different than that. That's the code. It's just keeping each other accountable. It's saying that, hey, I'm not going to blast you, but I do want to know that your message is consistent. You know what I mean? And if your message is consistent, if I disagree with your message, I'm going to address you directly. I don't have to do it in front of everybody. Now, if the conversation is happening amongst us, like how this conversation did, we had an amazing, this was one of the best conversations I've even heard on this app, because people were, for the most part, people were able to be mature. They didn't have to agree. They were just presenting their perspectives, all of that. That's the code. And when we get in front of people who are not from our community, even if I feel like you are falling short in the argument, I may or may not jump in the argument on your behalf, because that might be your argument to have. But after the argument, I'm gonna reach out to you and be like, hey, this is what this particular part meant. In the future, when you have these type of discussions, this is what you should do. Yada yada yada. I'm not gonna try to big mic you or belittle you by jumping over you and saying this is what the person means. Yada yada yada. No, there's no reason to do that. I don't know if Ben is still in here, but I even reached out to him because I put something in the chat earlier when I said that he was lingering into the realm of his perspective not being understood. And I spoke to him and I'm like, bro, like, I explained what I meant by that. That's the code. That's the code. Because at the end of the day, in the general conversation, you weren't going to see a disconnect between what he, because I understood what he meant. You're not going to see a disconnect between what he meant and what I understand. That could happen on the back end. What I realized when I go into some of these other rooms, I'm not even gonna name them, but y'all been in some of these rooms where you'll hear these small hats talk, and then it's weird because they'll talk about our issues. And when they talk about our issues, you hear people who look like us basically belittling us about those issues in front of these small hats. For one, it's a small hat hosting the room. Why are you even entertaining that conversation? And then two, when you're entertaining the conversation, why are you belittling your brother or your sister? For what? What do you gain from that? You don't gain nothing from that. That's a conversation that you could have had with your brother or your sister. I was not raised to chastise a person in public when I know I can have that conversation in private. That's what I mean by uncle.
I think, yeah, just a quick one. I just want to quickly say, Jaffa, in regards to Goat, it's a shame he's not here. But when I speak to people on this app, I always think to myself, what's the intentions behind this person's words before they even speak? What's their intentions in this conversation? Goat's coming from a very political disposition. He's coming from a position of where he's kind of giving up on the black community. This whole MAGA thing, he's totally against. He's from the left, and I think you got caught up in that. Sometimes I think Goat does these things to kind of it's a bit of an ego thing for him, but I think he makes good points in regards to his side of his like political agenda. But you know, you need to kind of read where people are coming from and their intentions in conversations. Yeah, just wanted to be clear. The second reason, well, there's a few reasons as to why I mentioned I put these titles together, Black People Being on Code, is because of the boycott for the braiders, the African braiders, that started on the 1st of August. And I was asking people whether that's an off-code moment. Also, someone just sent me a link regarding some of the black female reality TV stars that go on these Love Island shows, and they end up with these white men, because it seems to be a money spin to get involved with black women on reality shows, from what I understand. And one of the British ones, she's come out publicly and basically said that she had a lot of racial slurs by his family and his friends that were directed to her throughout this relationship. I think it's been about a year, maybe, or two that they've been together. And I'm seeing that the black community are kind of for him and saying she's a problem, connecting black stereotypical kind of aggressive. She's aggressive. She's not my favourite, but I'm just wondering if that's an off-code moment as well, when you do have that. Whitney, and Locken. Yeah, they've had a public spat in the last 24 hours, so you can probably catch it, what they're saying. She's basically saying that his mother, for example, when the lights were down, his mother would say, "We can't see Whitney, smile," you know, things like that. The N-word was used. So I think, yeah, so what people are saying is, why were you with him for so long, and you were always a problem, you and your sister. And so he's getting a lot of support from the black community, and he's made a lot of money out of the black community as well. So yeah, just these kind of off-code moments, should we support her or just be silent? The boycotting of the braid shops, is this an off-code moment for black people to boycott another black group publicly? I mean, yeah, I want to hear what you guys have to say. We've got.
And also, real quick, in the public part, can we make it normal? I'm just asking, is it possible for us to normalize not disrespecting each other in terms of the gender in our community in front of these people as well? Like, that shit becomes tiresome. Like, when I hear dudes call black women the B word, or when I hear women call black men the B word, like, that shit's unnecessary. You don't have to do all that.
Okay.
You don't have to call them pussy or none of that shit.
I think the sooner we realise, right? Sorry, Harlan, 1 second. The sooner we realise that all of these wars
gender wars, diaspora wars, generational wars, until we learn about why these disputes are there and that they are products of white supremacy, the sooner we can get back to the original conversation. This always happens because we don't realize, we don't map these disputes with white supremacy. We don't. We apply remoteness to the two things, and it's part of it's part of the setup. It's how it's been designed, and we're supposed to be misled by that, but it's actually. So let's take, for example, really quickly, the Love Island situation. You've got a black woman and a white man together. Now the problem is that the product of that relationship, which would be a biracial child, we consider that biracial child to be black. So because we consider that biracial child to be black, it gives black people the confidence and the lack of kind of racial guilt to have a child with a white person, because as far as they're concerned, what I'm producing a black child anyway, so what difference does it make?
Oh, good point.
No. This is the problem. When it comes to black men, calling black women bitches, right? What you've got is white supremacy, setting up our line of defense. Black men are the line of defense when it comes to the black community. You are the line of defense. Now, how better to control a group of people by getting the line of defense to turn around and attack its own, what it's supposed to be defending? How brilliant is that? It's genius. But we're foolish enough to perpetuate it. All of these things are linked to white supremacy. And also another thing that we fuck up on is we don't call white white. So when we see people like, I don't know, Locken, who dates Whitney, think, oh, he's a bit tan. No, bitch. He's got fur on his head. That's a white man, right? Let's wake that up. When we go to China, white, fur, white. Middle East, fur, white. We need to understand who white is and who white isn't, because imagine going to any type of war and not knowing who your enemy is. How the fuck are you supposed to win that? If you go onto the battlefield and you don't know who your enemy is, what are you fighting? So we need to make the distinction between who we are and who they are. We also need to do a bit of shadow work as well, because some of us are full of shit. Some of the things that I hear Africans say about Americans, some of the things I hear Americans say about UK people, some of the things I hear Caribbean people say about Africans, we're full of shit. Like, we really are. We need to do the shadow work. We need to call out each other on our fuckery. We need to put it right. So back to what I was saying before, and I liked what Naya added to that, which is we need to first of all acknowledge that we are an injured people. We then need to heal. We then need to do the shadow work and call out our bullshit. And then I feel like we need to put together a code.
Anybody else want to come in on that?
Yeah, she's definitely right. Group work and teamwork is part of it as well. And most people be on this app for years, and they don't even have one or two community there. They just come and just talk basically, but those are the individual. And most people have emotional issue. Definitely, I have mine too, but I don't have to express it on people I don't know. Right? If I know you and your problem, then maybe you can talk about that. So most of the time, I'm thinking getting to a teamwork and group work together to get something done about making a code and breaking spell is very important. They are teaching on this side for that. And people need to start looking at information that can help them and their mindset, right? I'm helping people that just come out flicking jail, that have been doing years, and they're trying to still go back to the same dumb shit. We're trying to, recall back to spiritual mindset and healing force. So if you're going to be on code and you're not talking about healing and teamwork and actually relearn, as what Stomach say about relearning, It's still going to be the same thing. People will sell out. Some people thinking the other race is better than the black race because they don't know friends of them that are black. And they always fight with black people. You will see a black man tell me that they don't have no black friends just because all of them are bad and evil and they like the other ones that lock them up. So there's a lot of those mindsets that we need to watch out for. And if the frequency is not aligning with with the people that are troubling you, try and find someone that you're on the same level. It's all about levels out here. UK is not even multicultural like that. We know it's a lot of division going on and a lot of systemic racism. And how are we going to help each other if we're not putting it into action? We're just talking about all these things. You tell someone go and read a book, they ain't reading no books. They rather look for money. So if you're going to put funding together to heal each other first, rather than just buying somebody smoking apple, I think that's very important to heal each other first or organize a community to do that. And those are the things that we need to put in work. I'll leave it there.
I like what you said as well before, Sirius, when you're talking about the healing that needs to be done on an individual basis first. Because there's no point coming together as a community if individually where we have issues, right? Because it's going to affect our mindset, it's going to affect, it's even going to affect our spiritual capabilities, which is also a big part in this, which is actually the catalyst of all of this, really and truly. We spoke about truth earlier, and we spoke about who we are and what we're capable of doing, right? You have to heal individually for us to be the best versions of ourselves in order to really tap into what we're capable of doing. And it's a lot. But I liked what you said that earlier, Sirius. I really like that point.
Hi guys. Hi Naya. Hola everyone. I was just gonna say I do agree. Hi guys. Oh, hi Storm. Sorry. I do agree that, I don't know if everyone said the same, but that we should have some type of code as black people. But I only agree that the code should be in front of others. So when we're in front of others, just like family, you're supposed to sort of, your best friend or whatever. There's a saying that you somewhat show them support in front of people, but behind the scenes you might tell them, they could have done this better or whatever. So in front of others, so on social media, where white people, Asian people, Mexican people, everyone can see what's going on, I think we should act accordingly. I think we should have some type of code. But with that said, you guys mentioned Whitney, and the reason why it's tricky with Whitney, what Whitney's doing is embarrassing. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. So I understand why some black women might not support her, because she's like, it's like the same sort of thing with like bad behaved black folks who are in and out of jail, fighting, wearing the mask on their face, doing these rap videos in the middle of the streets and stuff like that. I understand us wanting to separate ourselves from them. So when it comes to being in code in public, I understand why there might be some situations where you don't do the code thing, because we're trying to save our face. I think that's how you phrase it. We're trying to make sure that others who are watching know we do not co-sign foolishness, and just because they're black doesn't mean we're going to accept it. I hope that makes sense. Like, sometimes you just have to let people know. Like, I see white people do this all the time in the comments. When they do not co-sign behaviors of certain white people, they will separate themselves from them fast. They will give them a title, and nobody does anything to stop them. They will refer to them as, I don't know, what is it? What do they call the little white ragamuffins again? The ones on the streets? Chavs. They will separate.
No, white ragamuffins.
Sorry, I knew someone would work it out if I said it like that. But so I had an argument with a white woman on Instagram, and I said, no, you're not going to separate yourselves from these white people. They're white, you're white. You now all need to be held accountable, because when we have our black ragamuffins on the street wearing masks and doing foolishness, I don't get to separate myself from them. It's just the same usual blacks at it again. You don't separate them and call them a specific group. So I'm aware that they try to separate themselves. Also, I'm also aware when it comes to the white men that are shooting up schools, they also try to label them as mentally ill, and that's another form of trying to separate yourself from a stigma
or something that keeps happening, a stereotype. Yeah, and they get to do it. Asian communities, I feel like they do it as well. I want us as black folks to stop co-signing foolishness. We do have to separate ourselves from some poor behavior when it's black people, but we still need to have a level of coding when we're in front of people, like support each other overall. Definitely would agree.
Dark Honey, when I was a kid, Dark Honey, I always knew that I fucked up because my mom would start speaking in fun. Like if I have friends over the house and she knows that they could hear us talking, she wouldn't speak in English. She would speak in fun, which is the tribal language. And I always knew I fucked up when she started speaking in fun because she would do it so that I understood what she was saying, even though they didn't understand what I was saying.
So I just want to, can I respond to what Dark said? Because I think, Dark, you make a brilliant point, right? That we don't call certain groups of black people black. We don't call them black chavs, or when we saw the race riots last year in the UK, the white people were calling them, oh, they're the underclass, they're the underclass of white people. They're not us. We haven't labelled our degenerates as the underclass. We haven't done that. We don't, acknowledge, we might say middle class blacks, but when we do that, we say that these people are trying to be white. They're trying to talk white. They're coons, they're this, they're that. So even when we do separate ourselves, we do it in a way that's derogatory to us and unfavorable to us. So I get what you're saying. However, I feel as though all we will be doing is copy and pasting a white supremacist system. That's their playbook. Let them have it. That's what they do, because they are the way that they are because of who they are. We are the way that we are because of what they've done to us. Now, when we zoom into our roadmen culture, for example, even just let's look at the dress code. Let's examine the dress code. That dress code, these young people will feel like this is their identity. They've carved it out. No. These things have been marketed to our children, right? They go into JD Sports and all there is fucking Nike fleece tech tracksuits in different colours. What else are they supposed to fucking wear? Do you understand? So there's the heavy advertising of this retailer on all of our buses. So these children think that that's the only place to shop, right? They go in there and then there's a roadman uniform that comes from corporation. So, and then we turn around as black people, point the fingers and say, oh, look at these black people dressing like that, it's embarrassing. But we are not the ones that are manufacturing these clothes. We're not the corporations that are heavily marketing this towards our children. And then parents are then having to fight their children. Because I went through this with my son, having to fight their children to not wear them type of things and think that those things are great, and having to say to him, look, this is your colour palette. Because of your hair colour and your eye colour and your complexion, this is your colour palette. These are the textures of clothes that you should, that complement you. These are some of the other brands. My brother's a graphic designer, so he's an alternative. He dresses alternative. These are some of the other things you can wear. And he took him out clothes shopping, and interjected that, that path, so that now my son dresses like a normal fucking human being rather than a copy and paste of what UK corporate wants our kids to look like, which our kids think that that's their identity, like they own that. They don't own that. They think they own it, but they don't. So we need to give grace as well to understand that this is something that's been done to us as well, and it's going to take time and work for that deprogramming to happen, right? And we just need to give ourselves grace while we're doing that. That's all I would say to that, dog.
Well, I want to say one thing.
Can I go out for Harlem?
Yeah, sure. That's one thing that we do when it comes to like the fashion, the Nikes and things like that. What we do is like we'll take something like the Timberland boot, right? The Timberland boot was created for people to work and do construction in. But we'll take something like that and we'll say, nah, we gonna rock the Timberland boot, but we're not gonna use it to do construction in. We're gonna do it. We're gonna use it to look fly. You know, we're gonna get fly with this boot. You know, so we do tend to take things that are that's considered like really good fashion, high fashion in a sense, and we'll take it and we'll make it our own. You know, we do tend to do that. You know, especially over here in America, and I don't really see a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. That's all I wanted to say, considering that.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, you were saying? I don't know. I haven't really had thought about the optics in America because we got accused of this earlier talking about American culture when we're not from there and stuff like that. And so I'm very mindful that I don't. So I'm not going to comment on that, Harlem. But what I will say is I feel like in the UK, I feel as though it's different. I definitely feel like it's different. I feel like my opinion is this. I feel like because America's so big and there's so much space and there's anyway, let me not talk about that. Anyway, stick to the UK. In the UK, it's very small and it's easier to convey. It's easier for us to be controlled. It's easier for our narratives to be written. It's easier for them to be perpetuated. They have a tight handle on the media. They have a tight handle on what our kids are educated. We don't have black universities. We don't have, a heavy black media space. It's changing, but for a long time we didn't. We don't control our narrative, and so we don't really have the space to make things our own. Although that is changing again, we're beginning to carve out our own space. We're beginning to carve out our own, social dynamic, and we're now given a space to label ourselves. I call myself a UK Jamaican. That's a terminology that sometimes some people don't even know what the fuck that is. Do you understand me? So I feel as though it's not the same. So I don't think we can make the comparison. Although I do love the fact that Black Americans are able to take something and make it their own and own it, and it comes from them rather than comes from US corporations saying this is how you should dress, this is who you are. I love that you guys have that autonomy.
I would like to say something. I think, in regards to code, right? It comes down to good principles, and I think, just for example, that case with that black girl who experienced racism, right? I think you can have a different approach. You can ostracize the girl, or you can ask the question, does anything she does merit racism? And the difficult thing about that is if you ostracize her, because then you kind of imply well, she got what she deserved, right? But then you're also saying that racism can be used as a pedagogical tool. And I think if there's something that Black people in the West needs to be on some kind of code about, it's about racism is a no-go in any kind of case. We might not be able to agree with one another on how to act towards one another or how to be with one another as different cultures, but I think we need to have a principle about saying no to racism. And I would like, I would, I think this whole idea, like, I understand that people are like, oh, you can't have toxic people in a community and stuff like that. I thought that was kind of, well, not toxic, that people need to work on themselves, right? I think you, for me, I think that's kind of interesting because a lot of the communities that we have, we can't shed that based on our mental health or mental capacities. We are born into them. And I think, again, it comes down to principles. You stand by people's side based on your principle, based on the fact that you're both, I don't know, Igbo, Yoruba, Mende, Jamaican, American, or something like that. I think we have to acknowledge that this is a community that you're born into because of the experience of isolation you will have. In order for it to be some kind of, well, some kind of counterforce to this cultural bomb that Ngugi talks about, right? A white supremacist bomb that isolates us from African, well, culture. Maybe that was the wrong theory. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I don't think that anything merits racism. Racism is not a pedagogical tool, and you have to have good principles of empathy towards one another, even if it's difficult.
Yeah, ain't nothing worse than somebody that's off code. I despise off code behavior. I really do. That's like the worst thing that we can do to each other is be off code like that. I really don't like that.
I think what's also helpful to discuss is the similarities between us. I think that's really helpful. And those are some of my favorite conversations when I go into the US spaces and we talk about, like, for example, Harlem. You just reminded me because of your name, how similar the Harlem people in New York are similar to the people from Hackney in East London, right? And when it comes to fashion, and some of the alternative black cultures, and the way that they approach music production and the sounds that come from there, and just the way that the bouginess, yeah. I love having, and I think those conversations are helpful when trying to build, because in order for us to have code, we have to want to, work together. We have to, like I said, we have to acknowledge our shadow selves. We need to acknowledge the fact that there are countries, there are black people in Africa that had a hand in the slave trade. They helped capture black people and put them on boats and ship them out to the Caribbean and Africa. We have to acknowledge that in the Caribbean, we uphold these principles of, no bowcats and no, LGBT and one batty man and them things, but then
burn them out, stand strong on it, and we principle on that we not about.
But at the same time, we've got man that eats vagina, and we've got man and women.
No, we burn out them dirty, nasty bomber clot. We burn them out. We don't tolerate that.
All right. And then we've also got the black people in America. We have to acknowledge that because of the crack epidemic, you've got people who are born, like with crack in their system and affects the way that they fucking behave and act. Do you understand? Like, and then the UK people, UK blacks, I don't know, I think we're kind of perfect, but someone can think of something.
Perfect, me bomber clad.
I think what the UK blacks are guilty of, and our shadow selves, is the interracial dating. Like, we're heavy on that. Like, in the UK, in London, despite how many black people there are, I can count on my hand a week or even a month how many black couples I see. I see more black men with white women than I do see black men with black men with black women, right? So that's our shadow issues, right? And I feel like, we should talk about those things as well, because I feel like that's part of the healing process. But at the same time, we should also talk about what makes us, what things we have in common, and what brings us together. I think that's also important.
Is dating out an off-code moment? Is dating out a preference? It's just someone's preference, or is it a moment of being off-code?
It's a missed opportunity to create another black child.
It's an insane moment.
So when a black person gets with a white person and they have a baby, they've now created a biracial child. That's not a black child. That's a biracial child. That's a different race, right? And that is a missed opportunity to put another black child on this earth. And if we're being genocided, the last thing we want to do is create missed opportunities to create more black children.
Yeah, I completely disagree, and it's getting kind of, it's getting a bit cultish now. It's getting a bit high control group, and like if you're black, you have to do X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, being black is not a cult. You're born black, and you're gonna die black regardless of what you do. You're gonna die black regardless if you marry a black woman or marry a white woman or have a biracial child or have a black child. Like, I think it's about making it. I think we also have to make it tangible. Like, I'm like, based on my culture, if I have a child with a white man or with a Danish man, my child would not be Touré like me, but that's something, like, that's life. And yes, that child would not have the same cultural experience that I have when I go back. But I think you also have to be, what's the point of knowing your history and all of these things if it doesn't build up your self-esteem to be resilient? And I think
Jat, okay.
Please, can I respond to Jata?
Yeah, I want to ask Jata a few questions, but I'll give Jata a bit of time to you can respond to her first. Is Storm there?
Yeah, I just want to let Jata finish.
I just want to say that I agree with Jetta on this one. I don't think dating outside your race is off code behavior. And I don't think that in itself is off code,
But Jetta, have you finished?
Yeah, I just feel like what my point is, like, it's like, at least where I come from, we are taught our history in order to be stronger individuals who are more resilient in society and in the world. And I think if you are a strong culture, you can also handle the intermixing with other cultures. It doesn't just mean that your culture vanishes. Like, sometimes, the elders will laugh, in our community and be like, oh, now we have the Touré clan of Denmark because of the Traoré clan of Denmark, because like a Traoré have gotten so many kids, because that is what Mande culture does. In all of its history, going all the way back to the Ghana Empire, we have always evolved, we have always fused. Then some people went to that region and married with those people, and they got another dialect, and they did different things, but they're still Mande at the core.
But Jata, ideally, you're absolutely right. Ideally, that would be the approach when it comes to interracial dating, right? Because like you said, if it doesn't, it gets too controlling, it gets weird. But you don't hear Jewish mums talking like you. You don't hear white Italian mums talking like you. You don't hear, one second, Jack, I know I cut you off, but I'm sorry, I'm just getting a bit irritated. You don't hear Asian mums talking like that. You don't. Now, this is why I'm for female black leadership. I do believe that. Give us a go at this, because we need something to happen. We need some kind of change. If we keep doing the same thing over and over again, we're going to get the same results. Let's give the matriarchy a chance to lead us out of fucking this chattel, like, white oppression. Let's give the women a chance. The downside to us is the fact that our hearts are too big, and we're too encompassing, and we're too and it's the right way to do things. It's the right approach. What Jack is saying is ideal. We shouldn't be controlling who sleeps with who creates what children. That's not our business. People have their individual lives to live. If you want to date a green person from Mars, then do that. Fine, no problem. But because of the state that the black community is in right now, it's unhelpful. It's the right thing to do. It's the wrong time. We can't afford to be doing that right now. That's my point.
Yeah, I do
agree to that point. I do agree. Go on, Jata. I'll talk after you.
Yeah, I think like right now, you are seeing a younger generation of white people integrating and black people integrating, and that's why I also feel like you have to think about that too. Like if you look at Gen Z, they're much more mixed, and they mix more than other generations have properly done, right? So I also don't think that it's something that younger generations would even like comply with, that they have to be separated in that kind of sense, because people are getting more and more mixed. And like I said, I think your culture should be something that um, your culture should be something that gives you lives and makes you resilient. Of course, there's always limitations to culture, but those
But that's how when another culture meets another culture, your culture becomes compromised because you would have to practice both cultural values. Maybe for some cultures, if you're a man, I know people say if you're a man and the woman marries into that culture, that woman becomes that people group, or that child becomes that people group. But eventually, if you're so hoe down on these cultural values, marrying out will eventually water that down, compromise people to the point where cultural values will get lost in that family group, in that lineage. I mean, if that's what people are comfortable with, then that's fine.
Hell no.
I'm absolutely confident with that. In the Mandate Constitution, it says the nation that becomes nostalgic is the nation that is doomed to fail. Like I said, Mandate culture for me is not something that is stagnant. It will always change, and has always changed, and will always change. Instead of me sitting here crying about, oh, I'm in a vulnerable position because I'm in Scandinavia, I say, hell no, I'm a little Mandate Viking. I'm gonna create something new. I'm gonna add something new to the Mandate experience, because that's what I can do. That is not what I can do. That is what I'm doing. That is my lived experience.
But change and erasure are two different things.
Well, I just want to say this. I've seen people that was married outside of the race. I don't want to be married to a white woman. That's my personal preference. But I've seen people that are married outside of their race, and they've been on code. You know, they wasn't practicing anything dangerous that would hurt us as a people. You know, so I get people not agreeing with it, but I don't think it's off code behavior. You know, that's all I wanted to say about that.
I wanted to ask Storm something based on what you said. I don't disagree, right? But I'm not saying I agree either, right? But why do you say the women should be given a chance to leave? And the reason I ask, because the reason I ask, right, because, and you know, the women them need to be commended on this because they have held the black family together, right? And when I look at my family, it seems that the women are leading anyway, and the man is just a front.
And just the right person has walked in the room right now, and I hope he comes on stage, because Lahad gets this point. I've been in spaces with him before. He is a great example of someone, a black man who understands the abilities that black women have to lead. But anyway, the reason why I say it is that there's quite a few points, but I'll keep it refined and concise more. Like, I know you don't like when I'm long-winded. But I think the first thing is just common sense. If we've been led by a male-dominated system which hasn't worked out for us, then and the only other alternative is a female-dominated system, then that would be the obvious choice to make, right? If one thing doesn't work, let's try another thing instead of keep trying the thing that doesn't work, right? So it's just common sense. The second point is, like you said, we're natural born leaders, right? We're told in scripture that we're not. We're told in society that we're not. We're told in lots of different areas that we're not. But then you go to biology and we're told that we are, right? We go to science and we're told that we are. And if you really do a deep dive into the scriptures, we're also told there that we are, right? And so that's the second reason. And then the third reason is that I feel like women are much more nurturing than men, and that nurturing extends from her offspring and her family, and can lend itself also to community and nation building. And I feel like we all know that in order for something to grow, it needs and to develop and to be prosperous, it needs to be nurtured. If we look at the Black community as a plant, right, we have to take time and water that and nourish that and pay attention to detail, put it in the right place, all of that stuff that women just are natural at doing, right? I'm not saying that men can't do that as well. Of course they can, but it's more natural to women to do that because that's our nature. So give us an opportunity to use our natural skills and our natural way of doing things in order to lead the community. And so, yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Just a quick one. I just want to read something to Jetta and Harlem. Ron was saying in the chat, Black American, was saying, I will respect who you marry, but I would never talk war around anyone who is my historical enemy. Pillow talk is something I would have to consider. And that's kind of a similar thinking that I have, I think, in regards to that, because you marry who you love, but historically, and Harlan, you probably know this more so, we've had a common enemy. So, if you're trying to better yourself, how do you marry those that have not tried to allow your betterment to flow or progress? So yeah,
but the thing is, it isn't those individual people.
Yeah, I understand that. But if you read the what he put in the chat in terms of talking about bettering, would that be maybe those individuals?
Because then the conversation needs to be had. What are you saying that there hasn't been white people who have stood in solidarity with black people and the betterment of black people?
Okay. Yeah, no, there's individuals, that we can.
Yeah, so then they voted.
But I would still go by that code.
There's also people that go into prison for paedophilia and come out, but and they're reformed. You're not gonna leave them around your children, are you? I mean, that's slightly different.
And are reformed. I don't think you understand how paedophilia works. It's not a reform thing.
I don't think you get my point.
It's an attraction.
The point I'm saying is that
doesn't go away.
They have a certain nature, right? They have a nature to them. And so just because you get a few good eggs doesn't mean you need to ignore the bad ones. Does it mean you need to marry and lay down and sleep with and create children? In fact, I don't think there's anything wrong with dating. For me, I don't think there's anything wrong with dating. What I think is wrong, I don't even think there's nothing wrong with biracial children either. What's wrong is the missed opportunity to create more black children. That's the problem that I have. And that constant missed opportunity brings us closer to erasure, deletion.
But how though?
I'm not going to break that down for you.
Opportunity. there's because earlier on you said that you walk around London, you see more interracial couples than black couples. I think, bro, where do you live? Where?
Yeah, I see that in Barnet, to be fair.
I'm not gonna lie.
Barnet,
There's no way you're walking around on ends. You see more man with white gal than black. That's just
yeah. Depends where
that's
you're from. When they come out the end,
that is such a hyperbolic statement.
Did you hear what I said?
When they come out the end, then
that is what you said. Though.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, that is
exactly
what you said.
I said that when we have a missed opportunity to create black children, that brings us closer to erasing who we are. There was an article, The Guardian wrote it about 3 years ago, and they said that the UK Black Caribbean group is going extinct.
Yeah, but how does that?
Can I finish my point? Can I finish my point? This is why I find it hard, Naya, to have conversations with like the younger generation, because they've done a number on them, right? And then even when they're intelligent like Madara, the numbers so what are you talking about? Hello?
I don't know how old I am.
I know you're not in your 30s. That's what I do know.
I definitely am.
Oh, you're definitely in your 30s. All right, I take that back. You sound a lot younger than that. Anyway, the point I'm making here is that people with Madara's mentality, I don't.
Wait, can I say something?
They're obtuse.
Okay.
Do that, man.
Okay.
I don't believe you are hearing your face.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Okay. So Jackson and Harlem, I read it out in the side chat. Magara and Storm, you guys can have your final say on the comment that was in the side chat in regards to, speaking to people that are from a group that historically caused damage to your group. And, you've decided because it's 2025 to date outside, talking about black betterment, is that available? So it's not to you.
Well,
can I respond to
Madara?
I'll be fast. No, I don't want to date a white woman. I don't. That is just not my preference. As an individual, it's just not my thing. But do you consider that to be off code? If someone dates outside the race, is that off code? That's all I want to know.
Okay.
Can I please answer to the question, like that comment?
You said Madara and Storm.
Yeah, but that comment was directed at what me and Harlem said.
Naya, should we do a little what do you call it again? Q. So we let Storm finish and then.
Yeah, so if you want to do that.
So let Storm respond, Jetta. That's okay. Then you answer after, and then I've got something I want to say. And if anyone else.
Madara can go first because I need to hear his point out. I didn't give him an opportunity to really say.
Jetta, okay, we'll go after. It's okay.
I just need to know what is the code that RM is. What's the code? What's the code? Sorry, good morning, everybody. Good morning. What's the code?
When I say being on code, like being on code just means that you want. Real quick, being on. Well, she asked. Well, being on code just simply means that you want the best for your people, for your group. Right? If I'm going to vote for a politician, right, I'm looking at, okay, what is this politician going to do for my people? How is he going to help my people? And if it's anything tangible or good that we can get out of the deal, I'm going to go along with it. That's me being on code. Me being off code would be me saying, you know what, this is going to hurt my people, but it's going to benefit me as an individual. So I'm going to go along with that. That's going to hurt that's me being off code. But being on code, it just simply means that you're looking out for the best interests of your people at all times. And I think we all should be like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was to Miss Hope. I think it did answer it. Yeah. Okay, so who wants to go next? I know Storm and Maggie are having a conversation. Has Jetta gone?
Yeah, I would like to say there's an element of class.
She's not telling them to go next. She's saying you're in the queue. Madara, what was you saying? Sorry.
Just write down your thoughts, Jatta. We'll come to you.
Sorry, Jatta, but can you remind me of your last point, Madara?
I don't know. I can't even lie. I'll go after you. I can't remember still.
All right, don't worry. I'll wait until you remember. Go on, Jatta.
I would, yeah. There's an element of class too. You can't make it sound like white people is just this homogeneous anarchist group that has taken every single political decision that has been made the last 500 years through some kind of like direct democracy, because that's not true. I think it's a bit disingenuous. What? This nigger woman of coal. You know, oh my God, you are so tiring.
Stay on your what you're.
Stay on cold. Don't pay attention to the chat.
No, I don't need to stay on cold. Like, why are you always like? I'm sorry, but like, why are you always like trying to make excuse for people being vile towards one another?
Oh, somebody said something vile in the chat.
Sorry, how did that? Sorry, where are we? I didn't hear. What do you
I
mean?
think there's someone in the audience
that's
remain. Someone called her a nigger woman. Von called her a nigger woman.
Oh no, Von, no, don't. Yeah, don't remove Von. Von, if you don't mind, don't call her that. Not even if you don't mind, don't call her that, please. Okay. Go ahead, Jessie.
Like,
You'll be able to answer.
They think it's funny. Yeah. Okay.
And the same thing goes for African societies too. Like, you know, there's been classism in every single, like, no group. Well, there are the exceptions with the Igbos, Kikuyos, and so on. But like, I'm just trying to sit here and say that a working class white man is my biggest problem. And some people might say, oh yeah, they are, because like they're turning to the far right and stuff like that. Yeah, but that also has a lot to do with austerity and so on, and them and other different complex issues. I think it's disingenuous, because like I said, class is a factor. You can say like the upper class Europeans, they have benefited extremely from the oppression, and of course through the welfare state. So has the working class, but like they are more connected to it, like the elites, because like their direct ancestors did it, right? And I think that goes for every single society. Like, but I think that just shows that the hierarchies are the problem. It's not the people; it's the systems that are the problem. And I don't think you can sit here and say that like interracial dating is off code, because like if I genuinely love black people, I want what's best for black people, and that would be for black people to be with people that they love.
Is your husband white? Is your husband
love
white?
themselves first, though, haven't they, Jessica? A lot of black people are in that.
It's giving white husbands, but anyway.
Who and Johnson not even married?
Hey, no, okay, enough with the whole derogatory thing. I can have an opinion that differs from you, and it doesn't mean that, oh, I'm married to a white man, or I'm not married to a white man.
I don't even want to go down that road there. I just want to ask, right, what I find concerning.
Like, you know, when you reduce to ad hominems, it just shows that you don't have an argument.
Just have me quiet when you was talking, you know.
That really cannot apply to me, but anyway.
Right. What I was finding concerning is Jatta seems to be trying to put things in absolute terms. And the way you have put it, Jatta, is not my lived experience with these people. Right? I find the white man to be very much a savage. That's all I've experienced from him and his kind in my lifetime in the place where I reside, right? First of all, when I started school, Yeah? Them throw in an elementary class that we not have no sense. Right? Then I'm seeing signs, no blacks, no Irish, no dogs, on windows, in houses. Yeah? Then I'm being excluded from their schools, right? Because they're excluding us in droves as black boys. Then I'm being incarcerated as a child and abused in their penal systems, right? And you're trying to say that I'm supposed to look on these people as being something other than I've experienced them to be in my lifetime. It's not going to happen. You understand?
Right.
You can come with all these fancy terms and fancy names for them, right? And what I see that they have done to my people, right? They have fractured and fractionalized us as a nation. So when you're on about nation building, because this is what we're in the process of now, we're trying to build back our nation. And when you're in the process of nation building, to say you're going to lie and procreate with those who are oppressing you, it's clearly off code.
And can I also just take that baton and just from one generation to another, I just want to also add to that list of things that they've done to us where we live, right? So they've also removed from the education system Black history. They've whitewashed the history that they do tell us. They've also excluded us from the media, so we didn't have positive Black role models growing up, in in the media. We've also been had our cultures appropriated and cast out into social media as though social media is the creator of what we've created, right? We've also been put into areas or locations, being put into housing where we're being forced to live with paedophiles, ex-convicts, mad people, and all of the above. We're also being demonized so that when people are walking down the street and they see a Black person walking towards them, they want to hold tight onto their bag because they think they're going to get robbed, right? We've also got our own problems with the police. We talk a lot about police brutality in the US, but there are hundreds of Black people that have been killed at the hands of the police in the UK. One 5 minutes from me, in a grocery store, a boy that I knew of anyway, was in broad daylight, tackled down to the floor, and his throat grabbed and had the life choked out of him, all on camera. And then the police officer didn't even get arrested for anything, and they tried to say that he died in hospital when we could see that he died on camera in front of us, because he literally went from being laid down on the floor to curving into the fetal position, and you can see the boy's dead in the shop, right? So we've also had things like that happen to us. And on top of all of that, we are censored. So all of the things that we do go through, there's more to add to the list.
Come on, Storm. Can I speak?
Hold on 1 moment. Before I
barely had a chance to
say, just to be very, very clear, this is why I get really concerned when we have these conversations. There's a long list. I've got a list, the length of my arm, that we could, there's a lot of stuff here. Listen, before you go in, I want dark, I want fun.
Yeah, I'll land there.
And I really would like Jatta, because I've got some questions and I said I'm leaving people to speak to Jatta, but I need to ask Jatta about her own personal experience. I think, Jatta, you live in Europe, and I'm wondering, the stuff that you've heard Storm say, does this resonate with possibly things that you've seen or experienced? But before you go into that and Storm goes, there are other people we need to hear from as well. So I hope that Jatta heard
I was wanting to do. But Storm's come out with it now, so I need to know if that reflects what Jassa goes through. Okay, so let's go with Dark and Von. Anybody else want to speak? I know Jassa, obviously in Storm, we can have that conversation as well.
I
Yeah?
want to speak.
I want to get in there as well.
Crisis. Who said I want to speak? Crisis. Madara.
I don't know if it's obvious, but I would like to respond.
Yeah, did Von, you're up on the stage, you know. I know you're not a stage guy. So was there something you wanted to say quickly?
No, go ahead. She can go. I'm just listening.
Okay, Dark, did you want to go as a mod?
Yeah, of course. Been waiting to talk for ages, actually. So obviously, because it's gone on for a while now, there's so many points I wanted to address. But, okay, when we're having this conversation, we've got to be... I know there's a bit of emotion here, I can hear it, and there's a lot of sort of ego. Everything that you said, that the white man, for some reason you don't acknowledge the white woman, has done, I could say the black man has done. And that's why I get really iffy when we talk this way. I think it's better, me personally, to address the real issue. If we are pro-black and we care about black people survive, because there's a few points that Storm made that I agree with. If you care about the progression of the black race, if you are pro-black, if you are anything to do with being black, then yes, you would naturally follow what Storm is saying. But if you identify with your religion or your culture, which you have a right to, it's not going to be so. Some people will marry someone based off their religion, not their race, and that means that they're on code for their religion. And also, even if you date outside of your race, it doesn't mean you go against your race. It could simply mean that you're living in a neighborhood which is predominantly of another race. Or it could be that you're in a profession where, in order to find someone you're compatible with, unfortunately, it's not going to be anyone of your race. It could just be another race. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you take all these real factors into consideration, you don't speak the way that you're speaking. The way that Storms is speaking, in my opinion, is of someone who is pro-black. So someone who is actively trying to progress the black community and wants black lives to, not black lives, but more black lives, sorry. So they want the population to go up. That's perfectly fine. As long as you're claiming to be pro-black, you're supposed to think like Storm. But the point I'm making is not everybody is want to make, is that when we're talking about the slavery and all of the stuff that was mentioned, I'm telling you now, there were grown men marrying little girls, and they were black girls and black men, because it would have taken place in Africa. Not too long ago, it was legal for you to marry underage girls, and for some reason, we don't like to acknowledge it.
What country? Do you know what country that was, or you're
I
not
can,
sure?
I can go and Google for you, but it's now been made illegal recently. Even when it comes to raping your own wives, that's only recently been made illegal. In Ghana, I think that was as well. So there's a number of things. Even when we look into slavery, before we were sent off to go in the ships and we were shipped off to these white slave owners, we were already enslaved. And I don't know why we don't acknowledge the fact that we were already captured. And I say we like it was me, but locked up. We've seen the movie Black Woman King, I think it's called Woman King, where they were already chained. So it weren't like the white people just came on the land and went, let's just take this person because I've got a gun, let me take this person, I've got a gun, I've got more power than you. No, it was some type of exchange that took place. There was a verbal agreement or written agreement or whatever. And so that means we were already enslaved. So when we're talking about, well, we can't be with this race because they've done us bad, the reason why there's going to be an argument or a war, people are going to clash, is because they're going to acknowledge the fact that actually, if we look at the statistics, naturally, the people that have harmed us the most are our own people. Naturally, it happens. If you look in the white community, the people that harm white people the most are white people. The people that harm Asian people the most are Asian people. So I'm not picking on us. I'm just stating a fact. So that's where the conversation becomes almost like it's not honest. It's all ego and emotion. Because if you're being honest, you would just say, listen, even though I can see we don't work together, even though I know we ain't shit sometimes, we call slavery, we are
already had slaves before the white man came or whatever. You know, I just believe that in order for us to progress as a people, we have to try to heal and ignore the fact that we've been doing shit to each other and try and do better and stick to our own and make good of what we have. That to me is honest. But when you start pointing and listing out all the stuff that the white so-called man has done, then another person's going to come off mute and say, well, wait a minute, the black woman's done this and the black man's done this. It's the same reason, last point, when people say, listen, black men, stop dating these white women because look what happened to Shannon and look what... No, that's not the cause. It's not their race, because the same situation that they've been in with these white women is the same situation they could be in with black women. Now they're going to give you 10,000 examples of where black women have done them wrong, and now we're in some gender or race war, and it gets us nowhere.
Okay, so
No, this is why I wanted to address the first point, and only the first point, right? You see, when you hear me say things about the white man, the white boy, it's inclusive of the white woman, right? It's like when them say man.
She knows that she was just being
like that.
She was just being funny. She was being facetious. And Dark, you know I love you already, yeah. But we don't see eye to eye on certain things. And yeah, that's just, I think, Dark's tactic. Sorry, more life, but I think she knows that we're talking about white supremacy when we say the white man. She knows that. But anyway, there's a conflation here, because what we're talking about is two different things. There's the healing of black people, and then there's the expectation of us to somehow collaborate with white people in order for us to move outside of oppression. And I don't think that I'm not talking about the next steps. That's after we dismantle white supremacy. I'm not talking about that. I'm literally saying that for some black people on this planet, they have a different relationship.
Sorry to interrupt. Is somebody streaming this room on YouTube, or is this goat having a joke in there? I'm hoping that no, because I don't consent to being recorded or to being added onto any other social media platform. So I don't know if anyone's got that link. They can put it in the side chat. And if you are doing that, can you shut that down? Because I don't consent to that. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think that what we've got is there needs to be, so I feel like for me it's not me being pro-black, it's not me being, and I know you didn't say that, but I don't think you have to be pro-black in order for you to acknowledge the wrongdoings. And I think it's important, we were saying this before you came in the room, one of the great things about these spaces is that we can provide insight to each other. So I've spoken to people from East Africa, like, Rwanda and places like that, where they have really negative experiences with other black people, right, because of religion, right? And so, like, the way that they see white people is completely different because they didn't have that negative experience with them, right?
Kick John out. He is streaming it live. Is he gone? Kick him out. Well done.
Which one is
well done?
No, but it doesn't matter. His skin tone is dark. He's still a colonizer. He's still white.
Yeah, exactly.
He's still white.
Matter, Simon. You're still a Jew supporter, so it makes you white.
Jews than yours. Let's just put it that way. And my people fuck yours. I mean, you're not even fucking.
Oh, John,
no, my lineage is all it's in the Jewish neighborhood because Ishmael, but we're we don't consider the Jews of your people are not the real Jews.
John Kitover,
I'm not a Jew, so I don't really care.
You're atheist, you're an anthropo, whatever you want to call yourself.
What doesn't John come on stage? He doesn't like him anymore.
My people.
John's probably down there drinking beers and sniffing cocaine.
Oh, I think you project a lot.
No, he's a white hillbilly. That's what they do.
You project a lot.
You guys just be getting mad at the truth about certain kind of people.
So before you became a Muslim, were you allowing in jail for people to put it up your ass?
First of all, everyone knows that is a white Israeli thing. You guys are gay. That's why there's so many homosexuals in Israel.
Yeah.
You guys are.
But I bet that you tried it before you became a Muslim.
The Muslim world fucks donkeys and has sex with men. Like it's not.
And any animal that does that, they get killed. That's what you guys always complain about, is that we kill gays, right? Isn't that what you guys always say? So now y'all changing your stance?
You guys are.
Which one is it? Do we kill the gays or not?
It's so funny. You guys are saying free Palestine, but freedom for what exactly?
Freedom from the tyranny of the Israeli government.
Freedom to kill whoever you want because of whatever dumb value system you have.
No, our value system is the best value system. You guys just don't value it because you guys are animals, man. I'm telling you that. That's in your culture. I get it.
But we're animals, but you flex killing gay people.
No. We don't kill gay people just to kill gay people. That's un-Islamic.
Just to kill them. We don't kill them just to kill them.
Yeah, no. If they
kill them because Allah said so.
No. They will get capital punishment only if, number one, that's the law of the Muslim. No. Because how would someone know? How would someone know if someone committed a gay act? They would have to do that publicly.
Oh, so then you're justified to kill them?
It's not about justifies what the laws are. Once again, they follow the law.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's the law, so it's justified. The killing is justified.
This has nothing to do with justification. This has something to do with what the law is.
The law justifies the killing because it's in the law.
No. The law says capital punishment if two people are caught and there's witnesses they have done a homosexual act.
Justifies the killing then.
Just like the laws in Israel justify taking people out of their homes and caging them and putting them in detention with no charge. You guys do it, put people in there for years. They torture them in there. What are you talking about? And that's the law there. So once again,
justifying murdering.
this is not justified. This is literally the law.
Yeah, the law is like, you cannot be gay because otherwise, if we see you, you're gonna get killed, and it's justified by the law. That's amazing. It's beautiful.
Oh my God, this is so like you.
I mean, it's resistance. I mean, he resists, I guess, that.
Yes, we're resisting.
His name says it all.
Absolutely.
He resists intelligence. He resists high IQ. He resists.
You guys have the lowest IQ in the world.
He
Stop it.
resists making correct arguments.
Everything.
He resists logic. He resists.
He resists logic. He resists morality. He resists decency. He resists God. He resists everything.
Well, when you guys get some moral values, then we can talk about that.
So the fact
Stop
that you believe
resisting.
God makes it logically consistent that you don't have a morality. There is no morality with
There's nothing moral about you guys. Come on, stop.
Stop what?
Stop with the
Stop being
nonsense.
moral.
No, you guys are not moral at all. Come on, stop it. You know that there's no morality in Israel.
Stop being moral, Simon. Kill the gays, Simon. Be moral like resistance, Simon.
Yeah. This is, as the Africans would say it, specifically.
What the hell is this?
This is
What
nonsense.
African?
This is nonsense.
Who says that? Musanda?
Good morning, you terrorist supporters.
Who is saying that?
Resistance.
Oh, at least you said good morning today.
I can't believe it's already 2 p.m.
Yeah, finishing the kitchen right now, and I'm gonna go out for a walk. I'm gonna make lunch. Oh my god, yesterday we did something very bad. I ordered pizza. Should have done that. But it was delicious, but I didn't sleep well. Because of the pizza. My stomach is not used to it anymore.
I made some amazing chicken with rice and rice.
Today I'm gonna do poke bowls with salmon, white rice, cucumber, mango.
Dwayne,
Wait, Simon, did I hear that you ate something other than meat?
Oh yeah, I took the carnivore down to.
The retard is here. Why do we get all the retards? We're all the intelligent.
Oh, hi, Ethan.
Issa, first of all, you have to gain some IQ first to call yourself intelligent. Come on.
Of course, yes. I don't have any IQ.
You don't use critical
I lack
thinking.
IQ.
You don't.
I don't even have one.
You lack critical thinking.
I like everything. I'm a woman.
You know what's funny about the retard comment? Hold on, I'm gonna keep talking.
Well, no, because
you know
you're gonna
why?
get
Because it's not an argument. I deal with facts. The fact is the Israeli government is systematically starving and committing genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. And then they're using collective punishment in the West Bank to push people to put illegal settlements.
I was just gonna say
What argument do I need to put forth to Sunday is a known fact?
I'm not
What is
trying
a
to
genocide
overtalk
resistance?
anyone, but I was just gonna say
Genocide is what Israelis doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza.
No, you know that for a genocide to be able to be called genocide, it needs to be ethnically motivated.
It is ethnically motivated. What are you talking about? They want every Palestinian. Listen, they want
completely wants to fight.
Hold on, let's try to actually talk this time.
Yeah.
So
what's
if
next? The
it's
Israeli
okay, hold on. If it's ethnically motivated, why are there the same type of ethnic living in Israel with the same rights? Why?
Because they're not Palestinians.
They are Palestinians.
No, they're not.
They
are Israeli Arabs. That is their identity. You know it. So why even ask a silly, foolish question? You know that those people, that 20% of Arabs that live in Israel. Hold on, let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me answer. You know very well, instead of posing and being truthful, because we know you don't have that in your bones, you know that the Arab population within Israel, that 20%, now not only identify, but feel colonized to call themselves Israeli Arabs. Some of them fight within the occupation force, and many of them have thrived within Israeli society. They have no longer associate or view themselves as Palestinians in Gaza or the West.
But they are an ethnic.
I don't care about. I don't care. No. This has something to do. Once again, this genocide is specifically for the Palestinians who are not Israelis.
Okay, now, why if it's a genocide?
So then it's not ethnically
motivated.
Yes, it is ethnically motivated.
Hold on. Why if it's a genocide? Why has the population increased in Gaza in the past 2 years?
Once again, easy to answer that and debunk it because it's already been debunked before. Everyone knows that the population in Gaza has grew throughout the years because of the ethnic cleansing Israel has done to the Palestinians in their historical villages and homeland and pushed them all into the Gaza Strip. This is why there is so many people in Gaza that are not from Gaza. That's why it grew. I just told you why they grew, because they have ethnically cleansed people from their original homes and villages and have pushed them into the Gaza Strip.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about babies born. Over 40,000 babies born just in the first, 8 months or something like that of the war?
Are you crazy? The population has decreased. What are you talking about? On October 7th, the population was, I believe, they said about 2.2 million people. Now, according to the estimates, they're around 1.7, 1.8 million people. There's about 400,000 people they're saying that are discounted for, which is the people they're assuming. Because once again, I could show you Harvard studies and things that they put out. They believe it's estimated to at least 300,000 Palestinians have died. This is about
300,000 have been killed. Exactly.
This is what they're saying. We don't know it to be a fact because the war is still going. We haven't looked underneath the rubble. It's not from Hamas. This is not from the God of the ministry. This is from people who have people on the ground in America, and this is what their estimates are.
They have the calculus, exactly.
So then, how come we can't get any numbers from Israel?
They are the ones giving the.
Now, hold on. Can you answer this question for me?
They know how many people have
Hold on. Can you answer this question for me? How come is it Israel knows exactly how many Hamas militants they killed?
They don't.
Hold on, but that's not what the representatives of Israel say.
No,
what are you talking about?
Using Hamas's
Hamas is
No.
they know that they
I'll put you up the ambassador. I'll put in the link right now. The last interview Piers Morgan did was with one of the ambassador to the UK, an Israeli government. The lady, I forgot her name. She's an ugly, fat, chubby chick, and she claims that they do know the numbers of how many Hamas they have killed. But when he asked her how many civilians have they killed in the process of killing Hamas, how many children, they don't seem to know the answer. Why is that?
Yeah, but you know.
Oh, exactly. You can't even justify stupidity.
So the answer is that they target Hamas people directly, and then people who are what do you call this, casualties of war are not necessarily accounted for.
So if the Israeli government can't even answer these questions, why are we supposed to listen to you? Like, come on.
Because if they know that the military targets that are directly targeted and then they kill, and then they go and say, oh well, as a result of that one person dying, 15 other died, and you just do the ratio and you say, okay.
But that's the point. They don't know. They said they don't count them. That was her response. She said, I cannot answer this, or no one can, because we don't count the innocent people we kill. We only count the militants. This was her ignorant answer.
How is that ignorant? If I have a military target and then 10 people die, why would that be bad?
Because you're killing innocent civilians, knowing that you.
But they're not innocent. Innocent to who exactly?
Innocent to the world.
Okay, well, that the concept of innocence doesn't apply to the world, unfortunately. So you could just.
Yes, it does. No. The concept applies to everyone in the world. You either have been accused. You've either been accused of doing something, or you've been charged guilty of doing something. There are many people in that region, in Gaza and in the West Bank, that are innocent to any crime that Hamas has done. So for you guys to collectively kill them because of that, you guys are terrorists.
So resistance. If somebody kills Netanyahu, right, and in the effect of killing him, they also kill like 60% of Israelis, is that justified?
Now it is to more than 60% of the Israelis said they're okay with the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians.
Yeah, but they aren't.
More than 60, but I think 70, almost 80% said that they are. The society.
Yeah, so they aren't contributing to it, right? They aren't fighting. 60%
of course they are. They funded.
Not fighting in a war.
How they not contributing? Do you not see the? Hold on. How they not contributing? You don't see the videos of Israeli settlers terrorizing in the West Bank. You don't see Israeli settlers at the checkpoints for the aid, literally standing in front of them and stopping them. What are you talking about? Civilians.
Settlers make up a small percentage of the population. Make up like 700,000 people, where the population is 9 million total, right? So it's less than 1 million people who are settlers. So you're saying that because of 700,000 settlers, that the rest of the population is responsible.
The quiet is deafening, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm in the store.
So what? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you can say a lot of words, but the reality is that, like, you can't, like, you could say, hey, it's illegal what they're doing, it's this, it's a war crime. It's like, you guys don't have any concept of what you
No, you are idiots. Did not know the legal laws of war. The Geneva Convention. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. No, what's garbage is you. You're garbage. That's the problem. You're garbage.
Okay, so a law in order for it to be a law, needs to be able to be enforced. Who enforces the laws of war? Resistance? Who is in charge of enforcing the laws of law?
Every country there's every country that every country that
not every country.
Every country that it is binded by the United Nations needs to adhere to those laws.
I'll
I didn't say citizen. I
One
said
entity.
country.
Hold on.
What are you
hold
talking
on.
about?
Listen, in a country, I'm saying, inside of a country, there is one entity in charge of enforcing the law. It's not every citizen. So, in the globe, internationally, you cannot say each country enforces the law. It doesn't happen. It's just the same as if I would say every citizen enforces the law. In the world, not every country enforces the law. So, my question to you is, if there are laws of war, if there is actually international law, who enforces it?
And I just told you, everyone.
Global government. There is no global
You don't have to have a global government. Once again,
Yes, you do.
every
That's the
country,
reason why
every country that is binding, every country's representatives, meaning their leaders, president, prime minister, whatever you want to call them, if they fall under, if they recognize, if they recognize those laws to be the laws that govern war, then those countries are responsible for executing anyone who breaks those laws. What part of that you don't understand?
That is why I say that you don't understand how international law works.
No, I know how it's supposed to work. That's the difference.
International law.
You're used to it being broken.
International law is not anything else than a set of rules that a bunch of countries came about when they were in peace, and they said, okay, guys, what are we going to do?
No, actually, these laws all came about after the Jews were getting slaughtered by the Germans.
What if we ever
So stop lying.
conflict? What if we ever enter into conflict? Let's agree to follow these rules. And they all said, okay, let's do that. And so the countries that agreed on that set of rules are the ones that are sort of following those rules. But if a country never said, I agree on this, you cannot force the country to do it. And even if they agree to do that, there's still the interest.
Yes, you can, because that's the moral standard of the world. Like you guys always say. That's the moral standard of the world. Yes, you can. That's why when people see people acting immoral like Israel, they can impose this on them. Your country is not allowed to break the moral code. The genocidal group is Israel.
Okay, wait. So you're saying that we
like the occupation force, They're the immoral terrorists.
like the Hamas.
No, like the Israel, like the Zorro. You mean like Israel does of the Syrians? You mean you piece of shit? You mean like Israel does to the fucking Syrians? You piece of shit? You mean like Israel does to the Syrians? You piece of shit? You piece of shit? You piece of shit. Israel supporting ISIS there. You piece of shit. ISIS is the one running that country now. Piece of shit. ISIS is running that country. Israel supports them. Israel.
Everybody shut up. You're ruining
Don't
my
fuck
Sunday.
with me. Don't fuck with me, you Jew convert.
You Jew convert.
Because I'm not the type you want to fuck with. Believe me.
Who are you talking
I've gone into protests. I've gone into
Resistance.
protests.
He's talking to resistance.
Oh, it's gone, that piece of shit.
You definitely would not have.
Islamic piece of shit. Fuck your mouth.
Okay, stop.
Please.
Anyway, you should all go to church.
Honestly,
You know what's funny is that these cowards support Hamas, the same Hamas that congratulated Turkey's displacement of 300,000 Kurds from Afrin. Fuck you. And that comes from the bottom of my heart.
Okay, yes, you're going to have a heart attack on stage. I don't want that to happen. So
No, I'd like to punch him in the chest and give him a heart attack.
Anyway.
I always find these people interesting. Like I may have said this at a time before on the stage, but Israel's population is like less than 10 million, but Syria's population is 25 million, and the surrounding countries make up like almost 500 million people, and for some reason they think that 7 million Jews in Israel quote Zion.
I don't understand why supporters of Israel go into these irrelevant topics. Listen, the point is clear, okay? We are going going by the rules of Islam. The rules of Islam, this cunt Islam, this cunt called resistance, his Islam says, when I get the sword, and I have the bigger sword, and I chop your head off, and I defeat you, I take everything. It's a zero-sum game. Now, the British did the same thing. We fucked your Muhammad, right? General Allenby fucked your caliphate, and we took it over. So now you suck good dick and be a good fucking boy. How about that? And if you don't like that, I can buy you a first-class ticket, window seat to Mecca, or maybe go to Medina, visit Muhammad's grave, so I can fuck you on his grave. Piece of shit. Fuck with me. Fuck with me, I dare you. Because I know the nitty-gritty. Fuck with me.
I just know
Fuck
the
with me.
itty-bitty.
With all due respect, this is the problem with people who support truth and humanity. You guys simply make too many concessions. Don't. These vermin don't care about our humanity. They don't care about compromise. They don't care about coexistence. To them, it's I get the power. I am Machiavellian. I will take over, right? And let it be gone. That's it. It's not going to happen.
You are a fucking
Okay?
legend.
It's not going to happen. We are applying the rules of Islam. You're just lucky. You're lucky that the IDF is not coming into your homes and fucking your mother, according to the rules of Islam. Right? As long as I am on these applications, and by the way, I have live videos. Okay? I have live videos. I've knocked out many fucking Turks, many fucking Arabs. Anywhere, anytime. Believe me. Do you know why I speak with so much rigor? Because I don't give one piece of shit about you or any existential value you have. You are vermin, and that's all you are.
Based.
It's simple. Read history. The Ottoman Balfour. The Ottoman Balfour. Go read about it. You lost the territories. It was the armistice of Mudros. Do you know what an armistice and forfeiture means by an empire? The British mandate took over the Ottomans. Okay? You slave of Arabs. Make sense? And they decided that the Jews who've been subjected to ethnic cleansing, pogroms, and massacres by your Islamic empires from the time of Umar ibn al-Khattab, until
You're a bitch ass fucking dirty Indian rat. Meet me right now. I'm in New York right now. I'll knock your fucking Indian ass out your soul. You're pussy. You're a bitch. You'll never fucking come to a fucking protest.
Right? I am Kurdish, bitch. I will put a fucking bullet in your mouth like we did to your ISIS fucking brothers.
Jesus Christ, let's tone it down.
You understand that? You jailbird?
Aleph, I have a question for you.
Next time you address me, use Listerine and clean out your mouth before I take off my shoes and really clean out your ass. Punk. You probably converted when you were locked up for selling ass in Philadelphia. But you were too afraid, right, from your Salafi brothers. So you converted to Islam unless they will fuck you in the ass, right? There's two ways you can have a conversation with me. We can go gutter and keep it gully like we do it in New York, right? And I can show you what it's like growing up in
What
Flatbush.
time is it where you guys are?
Right? Or we can do it academically, and I can give you a good kind of ass.
Resistance says it's in New York. It's 8:30. Resistance, do you wake up like this every day, dude? It must be horrible.
Aleph, I have a question for you about something.
For whom?
Aleph. So anytime someone brings up things like the Balfour Declaration or the Ottoman Balfour and also the Faisal Weizmann Agreement, people say that none of those people had any authority to make any sort of contract. Do you understand this mentality to say that like the people
Of course I
who
do, my friend. This is the mentality that the Arabs created as a coping mechanism and to avoid any kind of accountability for their treachery, according to Islamic literature, for their treachery against the caliphate in order for them to retain power and regain power at the same time. So if you look at the literature on this conflict, okay, on Arab dealings with the British since 1924, which is the official date of the abolishment of the Islamic Caliphate. It was the day when the sun set on the Islamic Caliphate. It was over. No more Islam, no more taking over Europe, no more official jihad. Okay? Now you have guerrilla jihad. So the Taliban and Boko Haram, this is guerrilla jihad. But the narrative is really simple, my friend. It's really simple. Okay? They lost the battle. So they need a coping mechanism. They need a coping mechanism. And what's better than a coping mechanism that is attached to a narrative that says, oh no, we were very well intended. The British actually deceived us. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You tried to deceive the Muslim majority countries or world or lands, right? And the British played you. You played the Turks, and the British played you. Are you mad? You're mad. Just say you are mad. And the British, in fact, did not even play you. Because if they did, the British had all the power to kick the living daylights out of the Arabs and send you back to the peninsula and keep all the lands for the Jews. But no, they decided to go for the, the Pike, what was it called? The Peel Committee, right?
the Peel Committee?
Yes, the Peel Committee, P-E-E-L, right? And it was made clear, all the Jews that had bought the land, okay, and all that they will be given was about 51%. You were given about, 49% of the land?
Something like
and guess what? The Arab League, headed by Saudi Arabia at the time, Mohammed bin Saud, you rejected it. And King Hussein, you rejected it. You rejected it. The Arabs rejected it. Otherwise, there would have been a Palestine today. Because to you, it's not just about creating Palestine. To you, it's a visceral, religious, eschatological agenda that we will take over Palestine, regain our authority and sovereignty as Islam, and this is where we come against the Jews for the final hour of the end of history. Well, guess what? Guess what? You might get your wish to that. You might get your wish today, right? Because your suicidal pursuit of the end of time is simply an agenda for the end of humanity, and those who can see through your lies like an X-ray, we don't believe you. We don't buy the narrative that you're pitching. And all of you other suckers and self-defeated cowards who've never made it to anything in your life, this is a good coping mechanism, right? A good escapism. Blame the Jews for your dick not working because you suffer from erectile dysfunction and too much junk food, right? You blame the Jews for it. True? Your wife is cheating on the side, you blame the Jews for it. Your bank account balance is not right, you blame the Jews for it. This is the Arab narrative. Honestly, Simon and Louise and everybody on the stage, I wish, you know what, I actually recommend, please, you have ChatGPT, you have online resources, try to learn Arabic and go into the sources and read the Arabs and look what they will tell you, what the real agenda is. What I find really horrendous, I think it's a horrendous academic crime that none of these sources are actually available to students who study this conflict. Okay? Because if the story was just about another state, it's not just another state. Tell me, why is it that in 1994, when the PLO was supposed to improve the lives of those so-called Palestinians, whatever the fuck they are, right? They're not even Arabs. They're Arabized. They themselves are subjects of imperialism. You know? They themselves are the subjects of imperialism, Arab imperialism. Because they all come from different ethnic backgrounds and they've been Arabized and Islamized. But apparently, That's not a crime against authenticity and originality and indigeneity to these cowards, right? But if somebody becomes Frenchized or Britishized or Americanized, oh, that's imperialism. You're taking away my indigeneity, right? But if somebody is Arabized, right? If somebody is Turkified, Persianized, then oh no, that's okay. That's all right. Stop it. Stop it.
Well, I've recently become acquainted with, aware of Wada Khanfa. Do you know this name? Wada Khanfa. He used to be the head of Al Jazeera, Iraq, and he has a bunch of videos. He also has an Arabic. My Arabic is rusty, so I don't. But I watch some of them. And he is basically saying that, this is a political war against the West, and that all Muslims need to identify as the Ummah with passports in the Western world, and regardless of like where you live or whatever, like Islam is your nature. Oh, you can't hear me.
Peace to all of the humans.
Aziz, we're talking about Islam, but not the state of Israel.
I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Because we just basically talk about Islam in this room, right? Nearly pretty much exclusively. I mean, that's the underlying root of evil, right?
I mean, there's a bunch of underlying root evils.
No, but this is like the big bad wolf. Islam is like the big bad wolf.
No, not even close.
No, because we've all got like an underlying agenda.
No, but again, that's what I just said. No, it's not.
I respect your opinion, but doesn't make it true, I respect your opinion. I think you're an intelligent man.
I'm not attributing Islam to people. I'm saying Islam itself has bad ideas, just as much as I would say communism has bad, or Marxism specifically.
I think all religions have ideas that are not compatible with 2025. If we take them as a layman, I think it would be disingenuous to suggest anything otherwise.
I mean, I'm with you. Listen, I'll shit on Christianity all day.
Yeah, I just think all of them. I think because we see we're now like science based and like evidence based now, right? Very objective. So I think religion itself, if we're being layman about it, it's just not compatible with 2025. So these things are a matter of faith,
That's the exact problem that I have with religion. It is literally a matter of faith.
Mm-hmm.
I think Americanism is the best. Like, does not even come remotely close to anything.
Mm-hmm. Could you replace the country with something else? Could it be like Russianism? Chinaism? Is it the way that the nation does it? Is it the
No, it's the principles and values that the country is founded on.
What if we ran like a supercomputer, right? It was like, Stalin's version of communism was terrible. What if we found a better one? Would that be like a viable thing? What if the global GDP improved and there was more peace? Would you think? No. What would you say?
Well, I mean, communism is the reason communism doesn't, or socialism, or fascism, or any other ism that isn't capitalism does not work, is because it goes against human nature.
Mm-hmm.
So any system that goes against human nature will fail. And the reason capitalism wins all the time, and any it's practiced, whether a teensy tiny portion or basically Hong Kong, you get innovation, wealth creation, production, human flourishing, and peace.
Well, I think communism, obviously, we haven't had a good interpretation of it, but it is closer to human nature than capitalism, in my opinion.
Okay, well, you don't get communism, unless you've applied. What's wrong, Christian? Sorry, my dog is.
It's alright.
Yeah, communism is a rejection of human nature. I mean, like, it's predicated on using totalitarian measures and applying force on human beings. And to the degree that you don't have force, you have capitalism. And to the degree you apply force, which is necessarily required in socialism, fascism, and communism, you have, death, suffering, poverty, and war, which is present every single time you have any country that, goes the logical conclusion towards socialism and communism.
I think capitalism is closer to primitive human nature. Communism is closer to human aspiration. We just can't pull it off properly. In theory.
How can you say that when literally, like, if you look at the richest countries, they've all practiced some form of property rights?
Yeah, I mean, pragmatically speaking, we'd have to apply capitalism. We have no choice, right? But in theoretics, if we apply theoretics, aspirationally speaking, communism would be ideal.
I don't even see how. I mean, communism simply says, what's your framework?
Well, socialism, maybe not communism, maybe socialism, I should say.
Well, then socialism is, that's like the basic, because communism is just like a moneyless, stateless society. So you're basically saying human beings just do things for absolutely no reason, and trade is just done just because. So there's basically no money, so there's no, real production.
Yeah, money isn't real. I mean, yeah,
money is real. Money represents the value you provide for someone
right.
else.
Well, now it does. I mean, prior to 1556.
No, that's literally what money is.
Well, prior to 1566, before the Bank of England was created to fund a war, and they created the monetary system, we bartered, which was trade in essence, and we bartered with raw materials. So it would be a coin that's made of gold, or milk, or an actual commodity. We only trade.
That means that someone had to produce that commodity. That's my point.
Right, but
the commodity is the actual value, not like the actual paper itself.
I think he's in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, I mean, like the commodity itself is the actual the value. So and that the reason it's the value is because it had to be produced. So whether it's people used to trade sheep or goats or whatever the fuck, and in order for you to have something to trade, you had to create that value. So money is just a representation of that value that you've created.
Right,
so
but
when you trade, you're trading equal value, or you're basically trading equal values.
Right, but when we created the monetary system, the country didn't have the means to actually account for that money, so they basically applied like a bond system. And it's like, okay, we'll allocate these notes. You can shuffle them around. We'll take a payment for that. But it started like an eternal debt cycle. And you can say, oh, well, that supplements growth, right? But it also confirms that there will always be a boom and bust,
No, that's not necessarily true.
I mean, you can
historically, if you look at the boom and busts, the reality is that those are caused by regulations.
Right, but you can almost guarantee. What was that?
I said, I wish Alec will come back so so I can ask him more about like his thoughts on this guy in the chat, in the video.
Oh, I didn't even watch the video.
Alpha comes in and out when he knows his Muslims, apparently.
Yeah, I think, if your objective is like national primacy or like some kind of globalist capitalist structure, then maybe money is important. But in terms of like innate human desire, we don't need to be aspirational in a monetary sense. Essentially, we have desire, which is like bars, like The Sims. You have your shelter and food and water, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At no point is there money on that list. You can be fulfilled without money. It's just a means, and I don't see it's top down as well. So it's essentially totalitarian to some degree. I mean, the Fed is controlling rates that we have no say of, and the country can't actually.
The Fed has nothing to do with capitalism. Well, the Fed has nothing to do with capitalism, and it's actually anti-capitalist to have a Federal Reserve.
I agree.
Because it's a monopoly on the money supply protected by force, whereas you don't have an actual. But again, money is just a representation of value. So I don't understand. Like you can't have any nobody I'm not gonna give you, like a cat for like a $7 million home, because of the amount of effort required for a $7 million home. But I'm not simply saying like the $7 million home is worth $7 million. It's worth $7 million because of the amount of productiveness that someone had to do in order to give that. So
you're saying that money is like quantifiable productivity, is what you're saying, basically.
Yes.
But this is the thing, and in theory you're right, but just like how the modern interpretation of communism has been a failure, money in theory would be an appropriate representation of effort commoditized. What we're seeing is a totalitarian approach to it, where it's being governed, and it's not what we'd expect. So it's just not ideal. It's what we have now, the monetary system we have now. There will be boom and bust cycles.
I love this back. And Aleph, I have a question for you.
Sorry guys, I had a call.
Hold on.
It was a crank call anyways.
No, that's okay. Well,
keep it in the chat if you can.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, but I like the boom and bust cycles happen simply just because of like over-regulation. It's a distortion of the actual market itself.
Exactly.
But that's not inherent to capitalism.
Right. The same way, I don't think that however many people Stalin killed is inherent to communism or people starvation in a sense.
Oh no, that's the logical conclusion, because you need enough people to evade. Because, like I said, anything that goes against human nature will fail, and once you start to apply force in order to pursue that end, then the logical conclusion is always going to be what happened with Stalin. That's why you have some of the richest countries on the planet who went completely poor simply because they chased that end. And this is true. Sweden did it when Sweden was one of the poorest countries on the planet in Europe at the time, and then they adopted more of a market-based system. They became very rich, and then once they became one of the richest countries in Europe, they said, "Oh, you know what? Let's try to redistribute everything that we've done." They implemented a lot of those socialist policies to the point where people were paying over 100% taxes. Like there was Pippi Longstocking.
Sorry, repeat that.
Do you know the cartoon Pippi Longstocking or the tale, whatever?
Not really, no.
Okay, whatever. She was like a big socialist. The woman, Pippi Longstocking is a very famous cartoon, did very, very well, and the inventor of this was Swedish, and she was a very big socialist at the time, and she was wealthy, and even she had said, "How could it be that I'm paying 104% taxes? Like I literally made negative money." So even she was like, "What the hell just happened?" So the country became very, very poor, like to the point where Sweden almost failed as a country, and that then they had to say, okay, let's push back on all this. Same thing happened in Venezuela. Venezuela was one of the countries.
But I think like even capitalism, if it's done well enough, you kind of get like what we have, like a technocracy. You get some form of totalitarianism in a way. It becomes so efficient. You know, like look at Amazon. You become so efficient. Capitalism becomes so efficient. Big pharma becomes so efficient.
Your message in the chat.
Yeah, I think at the start it was a necessary evil. Obviously, we had to commoditize to some degree and make a replacement for, you know, lugging around large amounts of raw material. So I get that. But when you have the implementation of like the Fed or, you know, Bank of England now regulating rates, that's a totalitarian approach to an idea that may have been kind of a necessary adaptation.
That's fascism. Capitalism is the system of freedom. It's simply capitalism is a system of freedom based off of individual rights. So,
right, but it doesn't manifest in that way, you know. Sometimes it doesn't. It's just I understand. You're right.
I know. It's the reality of how it manifests is that people believe in regulation and believe in regulations, and as a result slips into a mixed economy, which is some state control over the economy, which is socialism, and then the regulations is economic fascism, where the state controls business through regulations. So none of that is capitalism. So I would agree with you that people's values don't align with capitalism, but that just means that you're contradicting capitalism to go into some mixed economy of regulations and state controls.
Right, but the same criticisms you have for socialism, some of the failures of socialism that we've seen are in it. Some of the failures are due to capitalist ideas seeping into it.
No, literally none of them.
I don't know.
The conclusion of socialism is that the state basically runs and operates industries. The conclusion of fascism is that you have private industries that the government regulates.
Right,
but
imagine
communism is a rejection of all that and says no, but there's no money and there's no state.
But
capitalism is you can operate as freely as you want as long as you don't violate other people's rights. Those are your options. So if you start to implement and put other things into capitalism, you have a mixed economy.
No, but that regulation that you're talking about, that is, you know, that's not pure capitalism. Then there has to be, if you're doing joint regulation, that is a form of socialism, right? Because you have to agree on, you know, you're affecting a free market by coming with some form of agreed understanding. That is, you're implementing a form of socialism there. A pure, unregulated capitalist structure, is even more dangerous than what we have today. Like, for example, you've got like Amazon or Big Pharma, but a true unregulated capitalist structure it becomes totalitarianism. It
can't. By definition, it's not true by definition, but you can't say you have a system that protects rights.
It's contradictory. You're right, but that's how it manifests. You know, it's not possible.
No, but I'm saying it manifests because of the fascism and socialism.
Right, but this is what I'm saying.
Think of it as a totality. Now, think of what socialism is predicated on, what capitalism is predicated on, what fascism is predicated on. The logical conclusion to socialism is all the initiation of force by the government, because the government has to say, listen, you work, but we take everything and then we redistribute. That's not the proper function of a government. The proper function of a government is the protection of individual rights. So if you have rights, you can't tell me the moment that the government can initiate force, there's no limiting principle to that. The second system would be fascism, where you're allowed to have property, but the government gets to regulate your property how they want you to operate it. So that's fascism. So basically, you're saying you can have what you have, but you'll only use it the way we want you to use it. Okay, That's still the initiation of force from the government. Then you have capitalism, where it's you can use your property as long.
I'm talking about pure, you know, they call it laissez-faire capitalism.
That's what I'm describing.
Yeah, I'm talking about pure capitalism, right?
That's
that would be but that would include zero government interference, right? Zero.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So then what happens is when you have no regulatory bodies, which is a form of socialism in my opinion, because you're trying to it is a form of socialism, regulatory body, right? Without government intervention, what you have is a structure whereby growth can be exponential without any monopoly laws, right? And so then you get to the point where
monopolies are not inherently bad.
Well, I'm not saying they are, but I'm not saying they are, but then you when you look at the tree of when you look at the tree of progression for a monopoly, it ultimately becomes it becomes totalitarian. It will manifest as totalitarianism because you're having a top-down.
That's just never been the case. The way economists describe monopolies has never existed.
I'll tell you why.
Like realistically.
Let's say 2 or 3 companies have exponential growth and they're monopolies in the market, and there's no regulatory body to regulate them at all, right? And then they end up being the largest employer of people, right? So then what happens is they are in charge of you're heading towards a form of socialism because you can't get a job without this essential body governing.
But it's not socialism.
Well, it manifests in the image of socialism.
But that's never been the case. There's never been one company to rule them all. I mean,
because there's regulatory bodies.
No, that's not the case.
If you look at
what you're saying though. Listen to what you're saying. All you're telling me right now is that we need socialism. Like you're telling me that the systems that we have right now are failing. I'm agreeing.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, I mean,
I'm saying no. They cannot be pure capitalism. They cannot be pure capitalism because it will manifest as a top-down totalitarianist socialist structure without it wanting to be.
This is interesting. How is capitalism going to transmute into totalitarianism exactly?
I'll explain. So let's say we have like Amazon, Facebook, and Meta right now. We have regulatory bodies in place to ensure that they don't wipe out all,
competition.
What's competition in the market, right? That's what it's there for. Monopoly laws are there to ensure that you don't wipe out all competition. If we had no regulatory bodies for those 3 individuals, eventually, and this is inevitable, 2 of them will be wiped out. There will be 1 left, right? This is just time. Time will make sure that happens. And then what happens if all employment comes from one particular entity, you have, and you can't get employed elsewhere. And
that's not even how Facebook works, though.
Right, no, well, I'm just saying, though, if not right now, because we have regulatory bodies, but
I'm saying that's literally never, that is historically,
it hasn't happened.
Never, ever been the case.
Right.
Like, it's not even possible for that to happen. Like, there's nobody's possible.
It's possible. It just hasn't happened.
Because there will always be a mousetrap, and there's always going to be. I mean, think of it like this: you had Ferrari, who dominated the car market forever, and then one guy went in there and said, "Oh, I think I can make your transmission better." And then Ferrari laughed at him and said, "Yeah, go make your tractors. That's Lamborghini." Then the same thing happened to Pagani. "Oh, I can make your car better." Ha 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 ha! Laughs in his face. Went and make Pagani. There's always going to be a better mousetrap. There will never ever be one company to rule them all. It's not possible. It's literally not possible.
Better doesn't determine dominance. Better doesn't determine dominance. You can make a better product, but you just don't have the corporate, social, economic, capitalist influence to make your better product the product.
So I think what Aziz is saying is that you can use your example with the cars. Yes, Ferrari started out as being like the stronghold, but then there was Lamborghini. But what would have happened if Ferrari bought Lamborghini? And then what would have happened if there was another car company who popped up, and then Ferrari bought those people, right? And they use their brands. And they use their brands so that you don't know that. Say that again.
Well, we have that already. Volkswagen owns all of them, and then you you have you have Group A versus Group B. So and Group B owns like whatever it is, Volvo. And,
but we have government regulation where Group A cannot buy Group B now, right? We can't. We have that. We have that in place where Group A can no longer buy Group B. There's a point where you have such a stronghold on the market that government regulation kicks in and says you can't buy them because that's not fair. But if you have pure capitalism, you don't have that structure in place to restrict the company from buying A, buying B.
I'm simply saying, so essentially, wait, Simon, do you believe that corporations should own states?
Sorry to interject, but there seems to be a gross misconception between what we call antitrust, what we call
antitrust
what's that thing
laws.
called?
It's
Antitrust laws. Antitrust laws, like for example in the United States, if I'm not mistaken, we have the Clayton, right, and we have the Sherman. Now, these laws don't necessarily regulate the market. It's a completely big difference. It's a big difference. These laws do not regulate the market. Okay, in Australia, there's the Consumer Act. It does not regulate the market. Okay, because you have to understand that Amazon, and you've got others who are competing with Amazon, right? You have Temu, you have others. Now, while Amazon has diversified largely, it has not been able to, for example, sell to the consumer something that the consumer can find for, let's say, $10, but Amazon sells it for $40 with a 300% rise in prices. Not necessarily. Why? Because Amazon knows that I simply cannot have many consumers like this. But Amazon at the same time knows, well, I cannot drop the prices below 10 because I'm not going to make the profit margin that I'm aiming for.
Bearing in mind that pure capitalism includes no taxation, by the way. So those companies will not be taxed.
Or antitrust
well, I mean,
laws.
companies
they
do
also
not pay tax.
I mean, it makes sense if they're not taxed because the companies would have to eventually invest back into the free market, which means that they would have to diversify, which means that many people will be more out there looking for jobs instead of looking at the welfare system and saying, hey, where's my food stamp?
This
is exactly what Milton Friedman was arguing against in the 70s.
Companies do not pay tax. Like, all they do is they just pass on the expenses to the consumer.
No, but we're talking about a true capitalist structure. Even the employees would not pay. Nobody would pay tax because that's
hold
government.
on.
That's the government intervention, right? That's socialist intervention.
So I agree with you. That yes, there is taxation as a concept is just immoral in general. You cannot say that I have the rights to property and then tell me, well, we kind of need something, so we're just going to take it from you. That's a contradiction. You can't. The role of government cannot be to protect individual rights and also tax you. That concept is a contradiction. So you have to recognize that if you want a state, you have to take the responsibility to fund the state. So if you want legal protections, if you want military protections, if you want a judiciary, it's in your interest to pay for one and to donate towards the government. So that's a value that you should have, regardless if you're being taxed or not. Like, there is a service, you need that service, you pay for that service.
So do you believe, Simon, that the government should be controlled by corporations or could be controlled by corporations in theory?
No, it cannot. It cannot be. The government, if there's a complete separation of economics and state and economics, just like how we have separation of church and state. If you have a separation of state and economics, you do not get. There's no incentive.
So who creates the currency?
It's a competing currency. It doesn't matter.
It's a competing currency. So that means that you have multiple systems of currency flowing between in one unified state.
Well, yeah. Look at what's happening in America with Bitcoin and Ethereum and all that stuff. It's not unfair.
But I mean, they're all measured against the dollar, right? So like, they aren't really.
They're measured against several currencies.
The idea of a government, by the way, is a socialist concept. By the way, it's not a capitalist government. It's not. Yeah, the idea of a government is a socialist concept.
No, it's not.
It's because a true
Government predates socialism.
Well, true capitalism, pure capitalism, laissez-faire capitalism would include zero government intervention. In fact, no taxation, no social policies, nothing. There'll be actually zero intervention, right? You would be relying on the good faith of the monopoly actors to not collapse under their own weight. That's basically what you're doing. You'd be relying on them consistently to not collapse under their own weight. You'd be relying on that's essentially it. You'd be relying on them.
I find that to be a logical non sequitur because the laissez-faire capitalism simply means that the government does not intervene in the market. That doesn't mean that there should be no schools. For example, there should be no courts. No.
But where do they get the funding for that?
What do you mean where they get the funding? When that any company
There's no taxation. They're not legally allowed to apply any
exactly.
taxation. So how do they get funding?
No, it's not about taxation.
So how do they get funding?
Taxation.
How would that government structure that it cannot influence the economy as a whole? How does that
because capitalism says in the market, right? You don't do competition and you don't go with predatory intentions. By that I mean you don't do predatory pricing, like the example I give with Amazon and Temu, for example, right? They're both delivery systems companies.
But that's a regulation. You can't enforce that.
You as an individual have to fund the government.
No, you don't intervene in them. So if people want to buy from Amazon more than they buy from Temu, that's people's choice. Right? But that doesn't mean that Temu cannot give them a better price and that Temu will not have a chance to compete.
Temu
will still have a chance to compete.
Trump actually just destroyed competition by basically, Temu's not going to be relevant in the U.S. anymore because of the tariffs.
Fine.
So you have Amazon. Fine. No, but that's what I'm saying. That's how actual monopolies occur. It's just through government regulation.
They're not willing to pay the percentage. Fine.
Well, I mean, it's not worth it.
But there's a difference between. There's a difference. There's a difference between socialist government and a liberal government. There's no such thing as a capitalist government. Socialism is not an economic theory. That's what many people don't understand. The Marxist critique of capitalism has not produced a theory, actually. They really haven't. Marxism has only critiqued. If you can give me, when people say Marxian economics, well, what do they mean exactly? Everyone according to their need and everyone according to their ability?
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing is probably like Keynesian, which is, garbage.
That's my point. So here, when we say liberal government, a liberal government says, look, you go to, look at the First Amendment of the United States, okay? One of the greatest amendments in the history of law that this species has ever seen for the past 7 million years that we've been evolving, okay? From mammals to Homo sapiens. Look, it's very simple. Church, state, stay out of it. Government, you're not going to instrumentalize religion to justify and reinforce your laws. And you're not going to intervene in people's freedom of conscience. You're not going to do that. So morality is completely dissociated from ethics.
But this is the thing, pure capitalism suggests that capitalism is a self-correcting system. It's the most efficient and self-correcting. It doesn't need course correction. But that's not true. If in a pure
it
capitalism,
is.
But it's not. I'll tell you why.
Look at what happened in Tesla, right? Remember when the glitches happened in Tesla? Errors happened in Tesla.
But there's regulation.
Just make that point, and then we'll take it because I have 50 examples.
So in a pure capitalism, laissez-faire, pure capitalist structure, the argument is that it's self-correcting. It doesn't need intervention, and that through competition or whatever it may be, and a fair market, it will self-regulate. The only role of that means there's zero role of the government. That includes taxation, no regulation. The only thing the government could probably intervene in is sort of enforcing the contracts that capitalism creates or enforcing the property rights that it suggests. But anything other than reinforcing what the self-correcting structure creates, anything more than that is elements of socialism seeping into laissez-faire capitalism, which means in my opinion, I just don't think it's not possible. It cannot be. Pure capitalism is not possible. It's not it cannot be self-containing. It can't be. It'll collapse under its own weight.
So I mean, that's not really an argument, because the reality is that the market is known for the best self-correct. Because like, you have to look at it into like the perspective of like, it's not government that corrects the market. Because basically what you're saying is that, well, bureaucrats are gonna remove or increase incentives for people to operate from, and then based off of those incentives or not, the market will correct according to that. Well, the reality is that every time that the government has done that, it's prolonged recessions or depressions. This is the case for.
Look, we saw a simple example one time with Tesla.
Depression.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
What happened to Tesla's sales when things went awry? What happened? The consumers fell back and said, "Nope, we're not investing. We're not doing that." Until Elon Musk started investing more money into it and trying to give better products. Right now, the consumers are saying, "Well, we have to recharge this, and it's costing us, and now the batteries, and we have a geopolitical problem with the lithium." Okay, here we go. So Elon Musk cannot really monopolize, can he? Right? They really cannot, can they? So this is the problem. So it is really a self-correction, because capitalism says people will eventually see what benefits them if we allow them to think for themselves. Socialism says, no. Humans are too stupid to think for themselves. So we'll just have a bureaucratic body to decide what's best for them. And we all saw that experiment repeat in so many countries, to the point where it was no longer about policies or government or no, it was now about complete control.
Tesla isn't operating in a pure capitalist structure. It's not. There's so much intervention. There's taxation. There's government regulatory bodies. There's even the fair. So many elements of the market that Tesla operates in is socialist, not pure capitalism. Pure capitalism would be like, there's no child labor laws.
How can government?
There would be no child labor laws. I could put you in a factory when you're 10 years old. We could put oil into the
child labor laws. Hold on. Child labor laws.
But these are regulatory. These are socialist concepts.
No, how is that regulatory?
Because
pure capitalism.
The reality for child labor laws only came into effect once children were almost completely being outproduced by their parents, basically. And I think it's once you get to about GDP per capita is about 18,000, I think it's 12,000, anywhere between 12 to 18,000. Children just don't have to work anymore because their parents become so productive that it's not worth kids working. But child labor laws only came into effect.
But that's a socialist law. That's a socialist law.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's completely irrelevant, because whether there's the law or not, children will not have to work if you get to a certain threshold of productivity. The only reason kids do have to work is because everyone in the society is not productive enough to actually not have those kids work. So it's either you work as a 10-year-old or you die. So what's the alternative?
But pure capitalism.
So the law doesn't just make you instantly productive.
Right, but what I'm saying is pure capitalism, laissez-faire capitalism, is not self-correcting. Meaning, you said that. I mean, if you're saying it is, then there could be an instance where when they're pouring toxic waste into, back in the days they used to have lead poisoning, right? And it was socialist structures in place that ensured that you could not have all of industry could not have lead in their things. Now, a pure capitalist structure wouldn't, unless it was affecting the bottom line revenue-wise, it had no obligation to make that implementation. It doesn't need to make that change.
Obligation. Well, that's not socialist. That's just incentives. If
exactly. So everything is
pure capitalist market. Everything is. Yeah.
Welcome back to another edition of High IQ, well-meaning people talking about nothing and wasting all of their time.
Okay, don't need to.
Not all are high IQ, my friend.
Okay, coming back to that, that was such a derail for nothing.
I'm sorry.
Coming back to, yeah, it's like, you know, I'm
For the entertainment value, Simon, for the entertainment.
Yeah.
I think we can pack it up, Simon. We can pick it up another day. You know, I think we.
But just let me land this, and then, you know, because the reality is that if everything is privatized, then it's relatively a lot easier to say, okay, if you're spewing cyanide into my lake and I own the lake, but you're damaging my property, I sue you. If I can prove that there's damages to my property, boom, I sue you. That's it. And I take you to court, and it gets resolved in the courts.
Yeah, I just
not
buy
like
your
these
property.
courts that we have.
If I'm the richest person,
then I turn a profit, and that's not a problem.
no, that's fine. If I am the richest person and I have the ability to like bully you with my money or whatever, right? Then I mean, I just bully you. I mean, there's nothing that's protecting
I
me.
don't get it. How do you bully?
Well, there's no
myself?
regulatory body.
Yeah, if there's no regulatory body, I can like threaten you. I can do all sorts of things.
But you damage my property. That's like I mean, I don't know how much you guys know about like.
But you're asking for a socialist structure to resolve a concern that you have.
How is it
How is that?
The
I said if
concept
you
of
violate
court
my.
is not socialist.
Yeah, like.
Why the conflation between market intervention and regulatory economic policies and political philosophy? I don't understand.
I have a question.
The political
what
philosophy of socialism, which modern socialism goes back to Henri de Saint-Simon, okay, which in his pamphlet he called it the New Christianity, okay. That's why there are Marxists out there, like people like Terry Eagleton and others like him, who sometimes make the side claim that even Jesus was a socialist, right? And others claim, no, there are parables where Jesus says, let go of the tribe and the family and all that, and emphasizes individualism. Aside from that, if you look at Henri de Saint-Simon or de Saint-Simon, he simply makes it clear, right, that, well, I think he wrote his pamphlet, in like the 1840s, 1850s, if I'm not mistaken, right? So the idea that to moralize the market, and that's the problem. Don't moralize the market. That was Adam Smith's argument. Don't moralize the market. The king should not tell somebody what to do with their land, how to do with their land, as long as they're not harming anybody. So if I have development land and I turn it into a nightclub, right, a chain of clubs, no government or no minister should come to me and say, look, I think that's against my moral and religious sentiments, therefore we should shut you down. No, it's against you. Don't come here. Don't go to Vegas. If you're a church going, believer, don't go to Nevada. Don't go to church. Don't go to Vegas.
That's why Texas is the best. No
right.
zoning.
But see, my point is simple. We are conflating two different paradigms here. One is a political one, and one is which deals with justice, and one is economic that deals with fairness, or should I say, deals with more exchanges, right? If you happen to have more gold than I do, then obviously you could do more in terms of gold. But that doesn't mean that just because you have gold, right? Therefore, I mean, look at diamonds. Let me use this example. Diamonds. In fact, diamonds are not even rare. They have been rarefied, if I can use that term. Why? Because they're everywhere. The network lattice carbon is everywhere. Okay? Everywhere. But they have to make it a rarity. Not everybody can get it. You see? So that's how they say, well, we cannot monopolize. Right now, Tiffany's or any other company cannot monopolize on diamonds because they'll just flood the market and we'll lose the value. It's no longer rare, is it?
Yeah, but that's
same thing.
Diamonds are heavily regulated. You have the KPCS. That's a heavily regulated market. Like these, even the ones the markets you're
but naturally
to,
it cannot be. Naturally, the supply and demand cannot be monopolized. The supply cannot be monopolized naturally, and people will no longer demand it when it's so much of it.
Right.
So it really has nothing to do with regulation. It's not the government that says diamonds should not be sold to such a limit. No, it's the company saying, look, there's a lot of diamond out there. Okay, there's a lot of carbon out there. So if we flood the market with it, even if one company does it, it's game over for all of them.
But these commodities are not self-regulating. These are regulated commodities. You know, this is what I'm saying. A pure capitalist laissez-faire structure suggests that all things are self-course correcting without any external influence. I just don't think that's true.
Yeah, but there's no external influence.
The idea
on
of
companies.
demonizing any extreme when it comes to polarity is a mistake. You cannot have extreme socialism or extreme capitalism. You have to have elements of one another. That's my.
No, but I mean, all you're basically saying to me, basically you're saying I'm drinking like a nice glass of water, which is capitalism, and let me just it tastes too good. Let me add some poison in there. That's basically what you're saying to me, because the reality is that you sell watches, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what if someone were to say, "Oh, Aziz, listen, bro, you're selling too many watches. You're making too much money. We're gonna have to tell you, if you're selling 100 watches a year, well, you're only allowed to sell 80 because you're just selling too much. We don't really like you're selling 100." And then you have people who are coming to you and saying, "Well, listen, bro, I want a watch. I really want." And you said, "Sorry, bro, I met my quota. The government told me I can't sell too many of these anymore."
How do you think the Roman Pepsi or whatever one he has in that picture? I don't know if that's a Pepsi or not.
Yeah, it's white gold Pepsi. Meteorite down.
How do you think they become valuable? Exactly what you're saying. They set their own quotas. The companies set the quotas themselves, so they can keep. Yeah.
Yeah, but
but this is a unique industry. I'm talking about, typically the challenges with pure capitalism are about necessities, not luxury. So a Rolex is a unique example.
Nobody has the luxury. Nobody has the luxury of not responding to what the market wants. Nobody has that luxury.
And
you can't
that's
just
why
say,
I mentioned
"Oh
the
yeah,
companies," because now if one of them monopolizes, it's game up for them and everybody else.
Right. So exactly. So again, and we've seen this in the past. We've seen this with the railroads in America. We've seen this in the 19th century.
What about Amazon? Some people make a case that Amazon is a monopoly, but it's all it's like third-party sellers, so it's hard to say it's a monopoly because of that reason too.
Businesses on
Exactly.
They're still they're heavily regulated. Amazon. They have prying eyes. There are prying eyes on Amazon. Very, very heavily regulated industry. They've even got the antitrust laws kicking in. They've really got their eyes on these companies. They know that they cannot allow them to run wild. If they did,
But antitrust just says that you're too big and you have too much of a market share. You don't like that. That's why I gave you the example of someone telling you, well, let's say you're selling 100. Next year you're projected to sell 120, but the government says, "Oh, no, you can't sell 120. Already 100 is too much. Well, let's keep it under 85." And you're like, "Well, what the fuck? If my business is naturally growing, why are you just forcing me to sell 85?" That's the same case with Walmart.
I think that Aziz is saying also in this society that we presume this pure capitalist society, there are no antitrust laws, right?
Exactly. It's horrendous. It's a blatant violation of your
Yes,
rights.
but the point,
that again?
The emergence of antitrust laws was not a result of socialism, nor is it against capitalism. In reality, antitrust laws is I would heavily argue that it is a result of the liberalization of the market and the political ideology of liberalism. Do you see? If you look at antitrust laws in its basic form, okay, it's, for example, Jeff Bezos cannot go and make a secret agreement, okay, with the Tesla and say, "Yeah, we're going to go in under my NASA. We're going to go under my NASA." You can't do that. Why? Why secret? Does the justice system allow secret agreements? No. Should you do secret agreements where you pay the workers less amount than you should? No. For example, if I'm going to work for Amazon as a third party, like Danny said, which was a very good example, as a third party, and I'm going to do deliveries. Now they tell me, "Well, we're going to pay you $27 an hour or $30 an hour," right? And I look at the contract. The contract says, "Wait a minute, I'm supposed to be getting paid $40 an hour. So What did I exactly sign? You were obligated to give me this contract, to read through it, give me time to think. Oh, you didn't. So you coerced me one way or another. Okay, that's where my antitrust law comes in and says, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. You're manipulating me, and when you manipulate the labor force, you're manipulating the market. This is why, there's a reason why even Amazon itself cares so much about antitrust laws, because Amazon wants to stay in business. And this is all because of that the liberal political institutions and the justice system that says you're not allowed to manipulate somebody. So if you're going to give a job to me, and I cannot read, I'm illiterate in terms of law, you should make sure that I know the law. Because if I get manipulated, you're breaking the law as well. And this is the beauty of it. Now, socialism, which I must reiterate, socialism does not do that. Socialism controls the economy. It's not just about antitrust. No, it controls the economy, but with a moral framework.
But
that's the problem.
But pure capitalism implies no intervention. So even if you're saying that those are necessary structures, pure capitalism implies zero intervention, and that is, it sounds beautiful, it sounds pretty good, but if you was to see how it manifests, it would basically be exploitation, concentration of power. You'd probably have like 3 companies, or maybe even one.
But that's all a feature of capitalism. Everything you're saying, like, again, a concentration of wealth. I mean, I'm guessing you know who Gary Stevenson is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everything that
I don't agree with Gary Stevenson. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like that.
Okay. Well, just economically speaking, like, when he says stuff like wealth inequality is the number 1 problem facing Americans or Brits or any, like, wealth inequality is a feature of capitalism. There's literally nothing wrong with wealth inequality. Like, I would even argue there's a moral case for wealth inequality, and because the opposition, as opposed to, if there's no wealth inequality, then everyone's equally poor because there's no mobility to go up or down, right? Everyone's just economically the same. So you've basically eradicated all incentives for people to actually strive to go up.
I think what I'm saying is, I appreciate the healthy competition that capitalism brings, and it leads to market-driven innovation, which I respect as well. There's so many elements of it, obviously free market ownership and all of these things, yes, but I think pure capitalism is as dangerous as like a pure socialism, which is kind of like, a real strong, heavy, top-down communism. It eventually manifests in a similar manner. That's my opinion.
Well, you have to presume. I think that Aziz is saying, like, if let's say that, I hate giving examples, but let's say that you have 100-something people that all show up in the same on the same, like, space, right? They all show up in the same, like, land, island, whatever you want to call it. And one person finds, like, several resources and says they're all my property, and then they find out how to manipulate them or use them to sell them to other people, or they create a need, then they maintain a monopoly on the system, and then that prevents, like, another group of people from entering the market. Let's say that a minority group, after this person makes a bunch of money, says, okay, and they find their own stockpile of resources that are similar to the first guys, and then they say, okay, we have these resources, let's make these products. And then the guy who's already established buys them out totally. Like, what do you do with that, right? So
welcome Amber to the stage.
Yeah,
hello, Amber.
And congratulations on your graduation.
Okay. Yeah. So in that scenario, okay. So first, I don't like. This is why I don't like defending capitalism simply pragmatically, because we can go through a million examples of concretes and never even get to the heart. So I'm just gonna say this, and then I'll address your point. The reason I defend, like, laissez-faire capitalism is because it is the only moral moral system for human beings to actually thrive and innovate and generate some wealth for themselves. So this gets to the core. I mean, I know, Sam, you were here yesterday. To the core of the all political philosophy, and it's the relationship of government. What is the proper function of a government? And once you have that established, then we can go through all of the concretes. But to me, the government is simply there to protect your rights. So when you talk about regulation is a contradictory goes contrary to your rights. The government does not have a right to.
What you just said right now, right there, that's it. That was it. The government is there to protect rights.
Yeah. So you cannot have regulation and rights. Regulations violates rights. You cannot have socialism because once you have a government that initiates force on individuals for redistribution, taxation, whatever the justification is, it is a contradiction to the concept of rights. That's why property rights. If you don't have property rights, you essentially have no rights.
Yeah, we went over this last night about the idea of rights, right? Like my position was like, where do we get the foundation of the establishment of rights? Like,
rights are moral principles.
You believe that rights are that there's an inherent sense of rights that all humans sort of understand inherently, or all systems understand inherently, and I believe that while there may be some truth to that, maybe there's some reality of rights. The fact of the matter is, based off of your principles, right? The fact of the matter is like humans have not discovered or identified every single right.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's why I'm very consistent with. I'm not saying rights are inherent. I'm saying rights are moral principles. So and this is why I gave you the example yesterday of, if you don't believe in the concept of property rights, right? Then you can look at North Korea. North Korea don't have a concept of rights, and they don't have a concept of property. Therefore, those people don't have rights. But human beings require, to live as a human being, you require the ability to keep what you have, and then we've identified that and then codified that into a principle of rights, and then we've codified that into property rights more specifically. So either you believe in the right, the rights to property, which is why it's a moral principle. Either you abide by it or you don't. So you can't say, well, I'm a thief, but of course I believe in property rights. It's like, well, how could you steal from people but believe in property rights? It's a complete contradiction. So that's what I'm saying.
Sam touched a good point, and I believe that's the perennial discussion about the origins of rights. Of course, there is no full stop to that discussion because it's still going on. However, there has been a distinction between ethics and morality, which is something I emphasized earlier. Now, if you morally believe that, for example, you morally believe that your wife should not wear a bikini or a two-piece, with all due respect, going on a beach, right? Fine. You can go with your beach wearing a chinchilla. Okay? You can cover up. You or your wife, both, whoever. I'm just giving a scenario. If you see somebody else with their wife, partner, whatever they are, okay, heterosexual, homosexual, and they're enjoying their time. Now, you have a choice, which is something that Amber touched on in the comment section, which I believe is very crucial to the point. You have a choice. Should I go here? Does it align with my morality? No. But if I do decide to go, despite the fact that it does not align with my morality, then there's a code of ethics, primarily because it is a public sphere. This is where you have public ethics. Well, I am free to not look at it, but I'm also free, and this is, I think, what they call negative liberty. I'm also free not to be coerced into looking at that. scenery, right? Two people kissing, two people running around butt naked, whatever. Do you see? So exactly, Amber, that's perfectly way to put it. So now that's your choice. Now, if you decide I'm not going to go to the beach, man, too many naked people, it doesn't align with my morality, fine. If somebody tells you, hey, man, you're not going to the beach, oh, man, you know what? You're backward. Fine, I'll take that. Oh, you go to the beach? Wow, you're so progressive. Fine, I'll take that. Oh, you go to the beach? No, you're backwards. Fine, I'll take that. But if I try to force you or coerce you into going to the beach, now we have a problem. Now we have a problem because we're no longer respecting a code upon which we can all agree. We are now trying to enforce and impose morality. And this is why, when you look at, for example, the First Amendment in the Constitution of the United States, it simply does that. It separates public ethics, okay, which we democratically discuss and arrange and enforce, and there's morality. So if somebody says, look, man, I don't drink. I'm not going to go to Sunset Boulevard. I'm not going to go to the Sunset Strip. And I'm not going to walk down there. There's things that don't align with my morality. It might influence me otherwise. Fine. See, that's the thing. And when we speak of rights, you have a right to your morality, but don't forget, there's a limit to it. Do you understand? I have a right to my morality, but there's a limit to it. By nature, I would argue that this limitation emerges. Why? Because it's not just me living in the world, and it's just not me in the public sphere. Do you see? It's not just me.
The genius that the one principle of like, and this is the genius of like the West, like the Western ideals, basically, is that they identified correctly so that force, any type of force, coercive or physical force, has to be barred from society. This is the real innovation of what they discovered, and the reason for that is because force contradicts human life. You cannot live a life in accordance to your values if someone is imposing some form of force on you. And at the root of all of our laws is the rejection, and it's the barring force and coercion from society. That's at the root of all of our laws. And then they have to balance the laws in accordance to our rights, basically. So your freedom of actions in a social context.
I mean, of course, we force children to go to school all the time. Like that.
Yeah,
that is also part of what.
But again, so giving me a concrete that just contradicts that. I mean, it's not proof of anything. It just means that it's contradictory. I would say it's a violation of the child's rights if you don't educate the child, but you don't have to force them to go to school. You should, like, I would say it's negligence on the parents' part if they don't educate the child, though.
By the way, just to correct everybody, for something that's not being said, just in case it comes up, I personally, when we speak about the form of government, I personally am with republicanism. I really am. So if we speak about form of government in a republic, you can say, look, I'm not going to send my child to school. I'm going to do homeschooling, right? For example, in Germany, you cannot do that. In Germany, you simply cannot say, I'm not going to send my child to school, right? In the United States, you can.
No, in the United States, you can say that you will homeschool them, but
exactly.
But there is a requirement to educate them. That is not a right. That's not a right. That is a mandate by the state. Like nobody has a right to be educated.
And it can be changed, by the way. It can be changed. So
yes,
there's something. It can be changed. But my point is simple. Democracy. In terms of when we talk about authority in democracy, it's the majoritarian rule, right? The 51%. That's it. But what many people don't forget is that democracy doesn't mean mob rule. It also means the protection of minority rights. Do you see?
Yeah,
not,
but
just
they
not
also,
to the extent that it overrides majority, because that's the vote, and that's where the paradox comes in. But republicanism doesn't do that. Republicanism says you're a minority as long as you have a representative, you have a say in the legislation and representation.
so
Do you see?
so this is why, like, I like the balance, right? America is what I consider in many ways a balanced society. Sometimes it's not, but that I can say for sure. But the reality of it is like in order to have a democratic society, there is an incentive to have an educated population. That way, the people because the young people will eventually become the voters of society, right? So we have an incentive to inform them on the system of government, how it works, the ethos of the society, and why we have this ethos. And the other incentive is, the reason for this is to perpetuate society when whatever generation passes away. So, like I think that's what Simon was getting to, but that's an incentive. That is not a right, nor is it it became a
Amber said something very interesting, Simon. And Sam, she said something very interesting. And for the past couple of years, I've been reading a lot into the Enlightenment, and I think the Enlightenment is one of the greatest things to happen. It's a very watershed event, but at the same time, it has its dangers, which I think that it was touched on by some of the critics of the Enlightenment. And Amber says something interesting. Theocracy, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, for the most part, are motivated by an objective morality, and that's a bit problematic too, Amber. So I agree with you, because see, reading Sam Harris, right? If you guys have read his Moral Landscape, I'm not sure if any of you have read that. Great book, but at the same time, it's a bit slippery slope. It's a bit of a slippery slope as well, because see, I always give this example, and of course it has its limitations. If you raise a child with a conception of the world in which fire doesn't burn, fire is not fatal, or that this child has no conception of fire whatsoever, there's a high chance, or should I say high probability, that this child growing into an adult in an environment where they don't have any conception of fire, they could be harmed in the situation where they will be confronted by fire. Okay. Now, if we talk about moral, objective morality, or some sort of moral objectivism, then we say, okay, fire, we know what fire can do. Fire burns. Fire can be fatal, but fire can give warmth. Fire can give light. Okay? So, is it morally right to prevent a child from having any conception of fire? Do you see? Even knowing that this child will one day face fire, this child will one day probably be burned by fire.
Reading Kant or what with that one? Because rationally speaking, like as a parent, like okay, if you're a complete helicopter parent, but you're actually destroying like that child's ability to actually discern and navigate through the world. So it's counterproductive.
See, but that's my point. Science tells us, right? Science tells us this, for example, and this is where we come to the idea of objective morality. But objective morality is just as problematic as subjective morality.
I would not say that. I would not argue that at all.
Wouldn't you?
Believe in objective? No, not at all. I would argue in favor of an objective morality simply because subjectivism would say, absolutely nothing about the real world. Subjectivism simply says, based off your own feelings, something can be good or bad. So if I think that fire is good based off of my feelings, regardless of the actual facts about fire, then you just say, oh yeah, no, fire's completely fine. And then if you convince someone that the fire is not even objectively, subjectively good for you, and then they die, well, like objective morality simply says that there are facts about reality that are beneficial but you have to have a proper standard to evaluate what the good about that fact in reality is about. So, I would argue that life itself is the standard for morality and for how you evaluate those facts. So, fire in the context of me trying to warm myself in the winter, the fact that I want to stay alive, the fire is a necessary. The fire will keep my body warm. I don't go into hypothermia. Therefore, I'm evaluating that fire in the winter is good based off of the requirements of my life. If I say, well, let me jump into the fire and my skin starts to melt off, I'll say, holy shit, that's really hurting me. Let me not do that. And then both of those scenarios, the fire I evaluated was good and bad simply because I evaluated, well, in one context, it's really bad for my life. It hurt me. And in one context, it was good.
Yeah,
but the standard.
So we agree there. So I'm just playing devil's advocate a little bit. There's a reason why I say it's problematic. Because if you look at for example, the theocracies. Now, the theocracies believe that they have the right conception of reality. And as long as people enforce the principles and the laws derived from that conception and understanding of reality, then everything will go accordingly and no one will be dissatisfied and there'll be no discontent. Now, of course, the upside of this is that theology has not really settled the battle in its confrontation with science. That's why science and contextuality is so interesting that you pointed to, Simon. Now, I know that if you prevent, for example, the neurodiversity, and this is coming from my field in which I specialize, if you prevent, neurodiversity, you simply prevent neuroplasticity. Okay? Now, how do you do that? Well, as you're bringing up this child, as you're rearing this child or these children, and you prevent them from diversifying their views, you prevent them from conceptualizing different concepts and coming into contact with different people, you actually do minimize their chances of neuroplasticity, which means neuroplasticity simply means that their brain, right? Their brain is no longer, you know what I mean? Is no longer doing what it's supposed to do in terms of more neurons, neuronal diversification and connecting to the different regions, development of imagination, building capacity. Now, when I talk about this, I say, wait a minute. So we can know this objectively from the experiments, from neurological studies. But how do you enforce it to align society with this objective morality? For example, if you're not allowing these children brains to rewire and to respond to stimuli, which is in the environment, right? Learning and practice and behavioral changes. So, do you understand what I mean? How do you enforce that?
Well, you don't enforce morality. I mean, that, like this is why morality is just a code of values to guide your actions. So either you accept particular standards that you'll guide your actions by, or you don't. I mean,
Simon, you don't come from a society where morality is policed. But in Alep's world and my world, I guess, I mean, if you grow up in these societies in like a Muslim or Jewish or whatever sort of framework where morality is the society in which you live in, then it is enforced, right? To some places, it's enforced to a harsher degree. What is probably great about the West is that we have separated that moral enforcement of law to what we call an ethical enforcement of law, right?
Yeah, but that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm simply just talking about like what is the best system, what are the best principles for human beings to live by. And I'm saying there's certain ideas in epistemology, there's certain ideas in ethics, there's certain ideas in politics that if everyone like that are all consistent with human nature, that leads to human beings living great lives, as opposed to human beings not living great lives and not wanting to live by those principles. And like in order for you to abstract principles to live by, you have to look at how human beings have lived, and then you have to abstract. Okay, well let's remove this and let's keep this, right? And I'm simply saying that there are certain ideas that lead to like the logical conclusions of bad ideas. Like for example, like subjectivism, where if you just say the good is whatever I feel like it is, then drugs, depending on how I feel about a particular drug, can be amazing for me. And just because I say that it's good for me, well, it must be good for me. But if I'm evaluating it from an objective standard, which is my life, because the dichotomy of life itself is either life or death, then you have to guide your actions based off of the alternative of death. So me taking a drug like fentanyl, I would say, oh, well, you know what? I value my life. Let me not do that because that leads to my death. Then I have an objective standard to say, well, the chemicals in this substance will cause me to be in pain, can destroy my life, can kill me. Let me avoid that. Figure out all of those things in life that you come at by that standard. So I'm just saying, like, there's good ideas, there's bad ideas, and I'm saying trying to figure out what those good ideas are in order to live.
I agree, and
I'm not
and that's why I
prescribing
say
anything
this.
about the world, though. That's what I'm just making the distinction.
Yes, I agree with you, and that's why I say that science is the best method that we have so far in terms of understanding our existence, understanding our development, our evolution, our surroundings. It's really the best method we have so far, the scientific method, which we all subconsciously do use in our everyday life. We all do it to an extent. The only thing that distinguishes the scientist from a layman is simply that the scientist does it more rigorously and meticulously and goes into the nitty gritty of it.
Yeah, but there are people, Aleph, who also say that that divorcing oneself from like a moral framework and whatever religious framework or whatever, and this is their opinion, right, about themselves and their own lives, that they feel devoid of something of some greater purpose when they just like live their life basing their ideas on certain choices, right? So, it's like people who say, if you follow every word of the Quran, then you will live the best life. It'll be the most perfect life.
Right. Well, I mean, every human being on the planet has a philosophy, right? So, I would say, religion is a primitive form of philosophy where it answers questions, 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 1,500 years, 1,400 years ago, whatever it is. And people operated from those premises. And I'm saying, well, based off of the state of knowledge that we have now, we can put aside all of that because all of that, to operate from faith, I would argue that's immoral. There's just operating from a place of faith is not any rational. There's no rational basis to operate from faith because faith versus reason,
If you're operating from the faith of you being an atheist.
Being an atheist has nothing to do with faith.
has everything to do with faith. You have faith that there's an answer and there's none. You have faith in the fact that there's no answer. Personally, I don't believe in anything except God. The only thing I could believe in is God out of everything in the whole entire world. And in my opinion, science proves God. If anything, we're all a part of it. We're all one, which is what my religion believes.
Blatantly reject that. Epistemic.
And you can, because you have faith in rejecting it. Because you have faith like I do. You have faith in the same sense that I do against a God. No, you have faith against a God in the same way that I have faith in a God. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
Why Danny said that. I can see.
It is exactly the same thing. You're not agnostic, you're atheist, so you have faith in nothing.
I know I have faith in nothing. That's why I apply
so you have faith, and you're speaking from your faith, which is hypocritical in a way.
I think you're using
faith like what Danny is saying.
Believe in something synonymously with. I think you're saying that I believe in something with synonymously with applying an epistemology that says you accept something exists with no evidence. So, like. That's two. You're using the same words to mean two different things. So, I don't believe. I don't have faith in literally anything.
Simon, I can understand Danny as well, and I understand you as well. My problem for the religious discussion and the religion versus science, or theism versus atheism problem, I think that there needs to be a conclusion. Do you see? To the discussion of theism versus atheism. I say this genuinely for one purpose, and that is that the theism, right, has made certain claims, but it has not substantiated it. Absolutely right? Not. And atheism says, look, since you haven't substantiated it, I cannot take it to be reasonable to believe in it. Now, the convolution here, or the confusion here, is the theist does not wish to take on the onus of proof for the claim, and tells the atheist, well, you should disprove it since you claim that my God doesn't exist. When in reality, you should prove that your God exists. Now, I see why Danny said, well, I believe that science has proven God. Now I say, well, the God that science proves cannot be the God that the religions have claimed. That's what I say. Because science itself does not reject anything high.
And it's all different views of it. We all have different views of the same thing.
Okay, well, science cannot prove God. Realistically speaking, because science presupposes philosophy, and unless you have some sort of contradiction in the epistemology of science itself, all theists basically just boil down to just rationalism. The idea that you can say a bunch of words.
How are you defining the God that you're saying science wouldn't be able to prove?
The gods of the religions.
Well, okay, but how would you define God in the sense that you're saying science couldn't prove?
I can't define God. I can't define God. That's the whole point. There's no identity to God.
No, I think that itself is implicitly implying the existence thereof. Well,
yeah, exactly.
There is a universal cross-cultural definition of God, which has always been true throughout time. The definition of God is, Simon, whether you're speaking English or a Hutu monkey brain eating language, the definition of God is, no, seriously, whether the people.
I have to learn that one.
Yeah.
That's a tribe in Brazil.
Yeah, no, but seriously, that's an archaeological find. But listen, the definition of God is the indefinable force that holds everything together. Or even skip the word indefinable. God is the force that holds everything together. Some people say it's chi, some people say it's a blah, 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 old man in the sky. But if you ask people, what's God? Whether you're asking tribal people or Chinese people or whatever, God is the thing that holds the universe together. You believe, Simon, that it's metaphysical forces or physics or
The
gravity
science
or
is
whatever.
God.
Fine, you're a scientist.
Science is not God.
Mathematics.
No, science is just a method of getting to know reality. Now, my friend says something interesting that I myself have said sometimes as well. I say, why don't we bypass the religious traditions, especially institutionalized religious traditions, and be more Bayesian and update our beliefs as we discover reality more? So let me put it this way, so I don't sound convoluted. However you define this God that is greater than that which exists, okay? This God cannot be interventionist. Why? Because we know why. Everybody will claim a particular God, and this particular God intervenes in a certain way, has certain limitations or whatnot, and biases. So take that out. So non-interventionist God. Then, if this God is greater than the reality in which we exist, fine. Let's update our beliefs as we discover more about this reality and truly appreciate this reality and the force behind it without projecting our prejudices. And this is the problem, I think, that even between the religious traditions, is that my God has to be the God. I say none of your gods is the God. If there is a God, and we're just discovering it as we discover reality as we go through, then that's the God we appreciate. Like Carl Sagan once said, he said, I don't understand why theologians like to minimize their God. I mean, just imagine, right? And I'm paraphrasing what Carl Sagan said. Great scientist, by the way. He said, imagine you're on this Earth, this planet. Our Earth is 1,000,000 times bigger than this Earth, okay? Now, there are stars out there that is 1,000,000 times bigger than our sun. And there are galaxies out there, okay, that have billions, if not trillions, of these stars, including our own Milky Way galaxy that is approximated to have 300 billion stars with their own star systems and whatnot. Then you have billions, if not trillions, of these galaxies within the universe, and the universe spans 90 billion light years across. So when you look at this conception or this imagery, you cannot reasonably make an argument for a God that is biased to a particular 7th century warlord in Arabia.
Well, that's what makes what we have on Earth so amazing.
Really?
We're the only ones that makes us amazing.
It's an act of minimizing this grandeur reality in which we exist and this force behind it.
Yeah, but Alpha, those galaxies and stars are only for our enjoyment to look up at the sky. That's what
Exactly. It's for Elon Musk to discover all of them. My claim about religion is simply that it falls under like an epistemology that is not consistent with reality. That's it. I mean, it falls under rationalism, whereas the idea that you get to say a bunch of words but not tie any of those concepts to reality. So like the Hutu tribe, it's the all-knowing, undefinable thing. Well, isn't that convenient that you can't look at this thing and actually define it? It's just undefinable. There's no way for me to know anything about it, but I just have to believe in it. Or God is this all-loving, all-knowing, all-omnipotent, omniscient thing that I can't know anything about other than in this book that I have to read.
And that's why I rejected the interventionism. That's why.
But Simon, how would you answer this question? What do you believe is holding the universe together?
Logic. I mean, the thing...
Have you seen this episode of South Park?
Well, what he's saying could be true too. Okay, so
Danny, I want to hear what you have to say, Danny, but I want to know really quick. Or maybe I don't mean to cut you off. But after Danny's done, tell me if you've seen this episode of South Park where the science...
I watched every episode of South Park.
The one, praise science. With the otters, the sea otters on their tummy? Yes. Okay, that's you. Danny, go on.
Wait, hold on. Let me just answer that, and then Danny, you can go ahead. So, in reality, the way it works is that a thing cannot cannot also be another thing. This is, Aristotle discovered this like 3,000 years ago. The law of identity.
So logic cannot also be God. Is that what you're saying? If it's logic,
I'm saying there are principles about the universe that we've identified. So, like, you cannot also be me at the same time.
That's exactly what's happening. I am you. Look in the mirror. Everybody has the heart of Jesus. We're all fingers of the divine. Recognizing we're all walking each other home, Simon. We're all looking each other in the face. I am you. I love you, Simon. I love you, Simon.
Oh,
so the universe very.
That doesn't actually gap what I'm saying with law of identity, which is
continue.
And it's gay.
And it's gay. Yeah, and it's pretty gay. Yeah. Okay. And that's coming from Daniel.
Hey, what's wrong with
nothing.
There's nothing wrong with this. I'm just saying it is what it is. Why are you saying it's
wrong with that? But listen,
Science is saying that entropy and stuff is a way to classify information, and gravity may just be like an encryption of information. I mean, it's all information. That's true. It's not even just science. It's all just light and frequency.
I agree. I agree.
But that doesn't mean that there's no such thing as God in my
I
head.
disagree.
You can't say that science and God can't coexist. I think that's what they teach us to control us. No, I'm saying you can't. I think what's wrong is that they try to teach us that science and God can't coexist. I think that's the biggest psyop in the school.
Honestly, Danny and Simon, I think you're both.
That is true. There are many religious scientists.
Now, this is why I said that institutionalized religion or institutionalized religious traditions is problematic, and that's why I made mention of a non-interventionist God, because the religions that have been institutionalized in our societies across the world, and from which we have, derived a lot of culture, for good or bad, mostly I would say worse, but the idea of God in itself, whatever name you give it, right, and whatever gender you attach to it, my thing is simply this: why not just bypass the religious traditions only to the extent that it minimizes this higher realm and reality, and we, in our limited capacities for all that it is, just understand this reality as we grow and evolve and discover it, without presuming too much.
I think we've tried to do this with this idea of secular ethics, right? Like separating the general principles that are universal to all humans, and expounding upon that in some sort of philosophical and legal framework, so that it separates the religious morality from the ethical playing field in which we all deal with, right? Like this is say that again.
No, I was just gonna say, I think an example of this is America, where you have Thomas Jefferson. My understanding of America is basically the founders were political geniuses who correctly identified
and religious.
The principles. Well, hold on. The principles for what a proper society should look like politically, but they didn't know where to get the moral foundation for the.
Right. Yeah, they're endowed by a creator. It's right in there. It's in the document.
So they went straight to the creator. They said, "Listen,
that's right.
Caused by God and all this stuff." But then you have Thomas Jefferson basically writing the Jeffersonian Bible, where he cherry picks all of the bad parts he doesn't like about religion, and then keeps all of the good stuff. And you have
there's some founding fathers that want to put more God in there, but some of them said no, we shouldn't.
I'll tell you why I believe that was one of the reasons that made me actually become religious. Because you believe, and I think generally people believe, that the purpose of the state is to protect the rights of the individual, right?
Correct.
So, but the reality of that is that is not a foundational principle that is universally accepted. And the way that we can we can look at that in many legal systems, right? We can say that there are a lot of corrupt legal systems out there that believe that the state is more important than the individual, that they prevent individualistic rights. But one of the reasons why I actually started looking more into religious foundations of law is because once laws are established by the idea of God, then they are immutable, right? There are some aspects of it that are immutable. They become the foundation of society. Man can change any law that any group of people make up. We can change. It can be changed and modified, and you can do whatever you want to with it.
Okay, but then you don't know. Right, if you read like some of the books that came out with the founding fathers when they had the discussions about the putting together the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, they said if the reason they wanted to put in that way a creator, right, that God gives us every American these rights, is because they didn't want a later government to take it away. It's like you can't take it away because men didn't give you these rights. God gave you these rights. So as a man, you can't change that. That's really the reason why it wasn't because they want to be super religious, it's because they didn't want other men to change it, because you can't change it because God gave it to you.
But it's even David's on something here, but I really subscribe to the Feuerbachian. I'm not sure if Simon, you've read Feuerbach, the neo-Hegelian philosopher, German.
No, I barely got to Hegel.
He only reads Simon.
What his beliefs in like Hegel legit believes in contradictions. So it's like, how do you even get to a fucking book?
That's fine. Joke of the day from Simon.
But sorry guys. Simon's, man, that was good. I must admit. And that's the interesting thing about humans, man. I love this part of humanity. Feuerbach says something very interesting, and as someone who rejects traditional gods, he said something very interesting. God is the emergence of a coping mechanism, and I think that's a very plausible way, reasonable way of looking at it. Why? Because see, he says in his critique of Christianity, which was published in 1851, titled "The Essence of Christianity," he says something very interesting. He says, for example, he says the emergence of God, right? This idea of God is the intellect, the human intellect, becoming more aware of its limitation and being aware, in fact, of the fact that it cannot simply escape this limitation. So it projects the desire for unlimitation or unlimitedness, right? The infinite from the finite, and it projects it in the highest desired ideal, which is God. And I think that's really a good way of looking at it, or should I say a more conducive way of looking at it than the absolutist way of God is this particular entity with these particular attributes and features and characteristics, and therefore as such. So he really bypassed that, and I believe that there's a lot of credibility to this. Why? Because look at us as human beings, right? When we speak about gods in all of the religious traditions, we always project God as this idea of the highest ideal, a heaven or rebirth or reincarnation and whatnot, and this idea that I must exist, I must continue, this idea of continuity, this idea of... So if we look at it like this, from the Feuerbachian viewpoint, I believe we will solve perhaps maybe 60 to 70% of the problems we have between religions across the world at large, and we will bypass the presumption.
It's ironic too, is because the Greeks and the Roman gods, they were all fallible. They all had problems. They all did bad things. So it's funny that
you mean
went from that to like.
You You mean the part where Aphrodite cheated on what's his name?
Well, I mean, I think it's the fact that, Zeus was like raping human women. That's not good.
So, and they told Zeus to give back the dowry. He's like, "Oh, get out of here. Take your wife and other problems elsewhere."
There's just too many gods for my liking in this world. I'm sorry.
So from the position of, I guess, Judaism, God is not a person figure, right? Not like Christians have Jesus and whatever, but the words that we use to describe God, like Rahamim, which means like merciful, and even Elohim, right, doesn't really mean like God in the same sense. It means like it actually has to do with justice. It has to do with like a sort of universalistic legal system, because you also call a court of religious judges in Judaism an Elohim. Like they are.
But that makes sense, doesn't it, Sam? I mean, it makes sense if you look at it like that. See, this is what I mean. This way of looking at it really overcomes the presumption that we usually uphold, and it leads us to project our own, temporality, physicality, which is anthropomorphism, onto God, and something that what's his name? Something that Xenophon critiqued and criticized, that if cows and horses had the intellect to draw, they would probably have their gods look like them. And this is why it's so interesting about what you just said. See, the manifestation or the emergence of the idea of God, okay, for better or worse, is something that we have misused. The coping mechanism as a coping mechanism, as an escapism, as whatever. See, Elohim as the manifestation of justice, right? And referring to judges who arbitrate as Elohim. Well, that makes sense because our intellects, right? The development of our brain, our intellects tell us that, oh, wait a minute, that's not fair. Oh, wait, that emotionally, distorts or hurts, or that intellectually represses. So it makes sense for us to develop these ideas, and that we have developed these ideas, and try to amalgamate them and put them in a framework and call it religion. But then again, what Simon said in the beginning, that if I can paraphrase him correctly, he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that religion is
an epistemological error. That's what I think religion is.
No, you said something about religion and philosophy. You said something.
Oh, it's a primitive philosophy. It's
right.
A primitive form.
And you know what I say, Simon? If I could add to that, in my view, arguably, religion is the institutionalization of philosophy without the update, without the intellectual progress.
Primitive philosophy. I think that's what it is. Because, I mean, people basically, like,
and that's why I say
Marxism.
Add the progress,
I think Marxism is basically like secular Christianity. That's like basically what I think it is. Like all of the leftists running around crying about
Messianism.
Like we have to, basically, seriously.
Oh, Messianism.
Well, I mean, look, it makes sense though, Simon, doesn't it? Because if you look at Marxism, and the way Marxism or Marx and Engels described the withering away of the state and the coming of the mother of all revolutions, it's kind of like they were drawing heavily on the last chapters of the book of Revelation.
Well, I mean, to each according to his need, from each according to his need to each according to his ability. I mean, that's like out of the Bible.
Right.
Or, if you asked Jesus, he was probably a socialist.
Yeah. I love that. I love that argument.
Now, see, David just said it now. We actually said something similar to that before you came, David.
Yeah, there are people who say that Jesus was a socialist, which I don't think I'd go that far. But
well, Jesus did say, what is unto God, give unto God, and what is unto Caesar, give unto Caesar.
Right.
My thing is that, like, the leftists practice more of a... my thing is, like, leftists practice more of, like, an altruistic... they're more
consistent with their altruism than like some like conservative Christians, because when it comes to like their complete self-sacrificing,
right?
They're like, they're willing to sacrifice millions
Right.
in the name of like socialism or whatever the fucking cause is. So it's like these people are way more consistent with their self-sacrifice.
It's like we love women so much, and we want so much their rights to be protected. We want to become women too. It's like, damn.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what is a woman?
Oh, we're not doing that. Oh, I'm not doing that.
A woman is whatever a woman says is a woman. How do they say it?
That's circular logic.
However,
you can't answer the definition with a definition.
I mean, it's so epistemically broken. It's like it's literally insane.
But don't you think there's an evolutionary reason behind it? I look at it from an evolutionary viewpoint, Simon.
I see it from philosophy. This is Kant. This is Kant 100%.
Well, Kant was a bit of a. I'm not gonna say it.
Well.
So let's talk about the idea of like law and justice, right? Because Simon and some other people believe that there's like a universal series of laws, I guess, that apply to all humans, but we haven't identified all of those ideas yet. So when we talk about like justice and a theory of justice, is that something that also can be scientifically identified or logically, just based on pure logic, define what justice is?
So being descriptive about like what justice looks like. I mean, and like this is why I say like the role of government is the protection of individual rights, and then they have to outline what that actually looks like. So, and it has to be consistent with like a person's freedoms. So when it comes to like laws and justice, like it's not that like it's universal. It's the fact that if you do come to discover like principles that are beneficial for human beings, then you have to identify what those principles are. So so again, I come from a particular school of thought, and there's a bunch of other people that share my school of thought, but we disagree on a majority of not majority, but on a vast array of different ways to apply the same principles. But it doesn't mean that like we disagree on the principle. It just means on the application of those principles. So my thing is, I think we have correctly identified like politically certain principles that should never be practiced, which is force, the initiation of force. And I think if the problem I see is that on a global scale, there's a vast majority of people who justify certain aspects of force, and I think that's where all of the political problems stem from. So it's just like, to what degree do we justify force? And I come from a school of thought that says all forms of initiating force is immoral and wrong. So it's not really about like identifying every single principle.
And by that you mean like the state initiating force, correct? Not people.
Well, no. I mean, the state doesn't just come out of a vacuum. It's a vast majority of people have to recognize that the initiation of force is always immoral, and unless you have that, you're not going to have a society that changes in a correct direction if there's vast majority of people who accept contradictory views of force.
Do you believe that you can stop force with force?
Yes, that's why the role of the state is the monopoly monopoly on the retaliatory use of force.
And that's why a lot of our laws are based on defense on offense.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that a government that initiates force is correct. I think that's why I think taxation is immoral, because that's the government initiating force. Regulations is a form of initiating force.
Wait, how do you believe that governments sustain themselves?
Through voluntary donation.
And also, you're taxing consumption, but not taxing your earnings.
I mean, that's still forced, but again, I'm not expecting this to happen. So my view is that I'm not describing the world, or I'm not preaching. I'm simply saying, if you apply the logical conclusions to certain premises and concepts, you get what I'm describing. And to the degree that you compromise on that, you just get a bunch of contradictory views that lead to a mixed economy, contradictory role of government that violates individuals' rights, and then people just justify those contradictions, by playing whatever word game they want, and by justifying whatever actions they have to in order to fit, their force into their political system.
Right. So as long as you're not going over someone else's rights, then you should be able to do what you want.
Problem these days is that the government has gone so big that, of course, it is almost very necessary to tax people to maintain that. But if the government just restricted to the limited things that it was meant for, then it wouldn't be that expensive. And if you actually have a paradise of a country, then people would definitely voluntarily give money or donate money, for defense and things like that, because you don't want other countries to invade you and you want to preserve the paradise that you created. So in theory, it does work. When you leave people alone to do their own business, they will contribute from their wealth to defend what they have, because they don't want invasions or other people to come and take their shit. In the same way, people would contribute to maintain law enforcement, so that the bad people that are inflicting on people's rights go to jail. And so that would be voluntary, because if you don't pay for it, then, then it's just anarchy.
Yeah, if I don't have any nice things, then I don't need any security.
Correct.
But if you do have nice things, then pay for it. Yeah.
And were governments intended to provide for mass education?
No.
Well, that's where we're getting rid of the
Absolutely
Department of
not.
Education. That's where we're getting rid of that.
That's the initiation of force. Like, you can't because if you start saying we need healthcare, or we need education, or we need insurance, or we whatever the justification is, the moment that in your mind you accept the premise of, I'm gonna vote for a politician that will give me X result, whether let's just say education in this example. I'm gonna vote for a politician to properly implement public education. You have conceded that just because I vote for a guy, that means that he's gonna use the government to force a person to take whatever money is necessary to fund whatever you think is good. And I'm saying that in itself, that evaluation is immoral in itself.
Right, because
that means that you've already conceded that someone's need is a moral claim on someone else's property.
Right, not your money that's being used to sell that.
We misunderstand rights, and there are only 3 really God-given rights or natural rights, which nobody gives you. Just the ability of getting born is what gives you. Is the right to life, the right to live. Nobody has the right to kill you. The right to private property. I mean, it's natural. Anything that you work for is yours. Nobody has the right to take it away from you. And the right to agency.
What about the right to bear arms?
Hold on. Which means you can move wherever you want. You can think whatever you want. You can talk whatever you want. That is the right of agency. So those 3 rights are the ones that just exist because you're alive, and nobody has the right to infringe on them. Then we invent a lot of other rights, like healthcare, like education, like swimming pools, like whatever the hell it is that you can come up with, Those are
everyone
not
gets an air
rights.
conditioning.
Those are rights that you work for. Those are rights that you create yourself. Those are not rights. And so that's the problem, that we have created this dependency with the government wanting to give us all for free, and And when somebody gives you something for free, it's never for free. They want to take something from you.
It always comes with a. Sorry.
You actually enter in a transactional relationship, and that's what the government has with us. We enter in a transactional relationship with the government where we make the government our dad, and so the government feels they have the right to tell us what to do. And in a way, they are right, because if they're giving you money, you have to do whatever the hell they want you to do.
I mean, the government is the organization that prints money, right? Like, it makes money, and it has a that's it. One second, it has well, at least in America, in the United States, right? They print money, and in Israel they print money. They have their own money system. They print their own money. And because they also have to collect money. I mean,
but this is the thing. That's the reason why I wanted to interrupt you, because money is a concept that we invented. In reality, they are not creating wealth. What they are creating is that currency that we decided to use in order to exchange wealth. So in order to understand that, you need to go way back to what money is. Money is only the ability to exchange, barter in a way that there could be a standard so that everybody can agree on a specific value, which was the purpose of gold. And then the thing is that gold was too heavy to carry from one place to the other, and the divisibility and whatever. And that's the reason why they started printing, let's say, receipts in which I give you a piece of paper and I say this piece of paper with my signature is worth 500 ounces of gold. And so you accept it because you know that when you go, you come to me again with that piece of paper, I will recognize it to you and I will give you that gold. And that is how it starts evolving to the point where these notes that are circulating start diluting, because then, they're backed with less gold than they actually were intended to. And to the point where at the moment, it's not even backed by gold anymore. It's backed by trust, and so, but the money itself, it's worthless. It means nothing.
Yeah, but that's not. Okay. So you've overcarried what I was saying. I'm saying that from the government's perspective, right? They have not only the interest in maintaining a system in which all people within the system can barter fairly between each other, but they also have the obligation to handle disputes when it comes to that currency, right? So, like, if you have a financial issue with another person, you decide to have a dispute about something that involves money, then the government has the responsibility to ensure that that both of your rights are being met, and also that the money that you're disputing about is something that is valid.
Not
right?
necessarily. The courts could also be private. So, for example, if you and I enter into an agreement and we decide that Simon, in case of any conflict between you and me of this agreement that we're signing and we're agreeing on the conditions and the terms and all of that, we have any disagreement, Simon will be the one deciding as an arbiter, of that conflict. And so we sign the agreement, and then if there's ever a conflict, Simon will intervene between both of us to resolve the issue. So courts could also be private. You don't need the government. This is, again, another responsibility we have given to the government.
I don't know if I believe in like independent legal systems. I believe that laws are something that should be highly regulated, and that it is in the and that there's a system that is enforcing it.
Well, yeah, but that just happens all the time. Like, I didn't think
about like Jewish courts in America.
Yeah, but Jewish courts in America are, when I say complicated, I mean a little complicated, because all Jewish courts in America are intertwined with each other, right? They function on their own system of government and governance, the same way Sharia courts do. But if you're saying like that there's a private, and they also adhere to the government of the state in which they are adjudicated on, right?
Yeah, they cannot override the Constitution, for example. They cannot override the law. I mean, like, you can have your court, but you will never be able to override the Constitution. Like in that case, for example, we would have to abide by the Constitution in that case as well. Like Simon, for example, let's say that you and I decide to put in our contract that if I never pay you, you're gonna kill me. I mean, that would be that would in a way override my right to live, which is protected by Constitution. So it would be illegal. You know.
A good example of this is actually eBay. So amongst like all eBay disputes, like for example, like if I do business with David in the U.S., I'm in France. If I purchase something on eBay, then I'm entering into an agreement with eBay and David, and then it's basically, if there's a dispute, it gets arbitrated, through eBay and not necessarily like an actual legal court. But, if I do escalate this and I take them to court, it goes into like an American court or a French court, whatever it might be, but like the arbitration is private and not through like the legal.
Yeah, and listen, I am just like trying to explain how it could work independently of the government, but I do not, for example, advocate for courts to be completely independent, because you're right. I mean, it needs to depend on a system. Everybody needs to agree on certain rules and whatever. I'm not an anarchist. Like, I believe in minimal government. If anything, I would be a minarchist. But I do believe that the government today is way too big. I mean, the government today, it's even in your bedroom. Like, what the hell are we doing about talking about LGBTQ and all this shit? It's like, that should completely be irrelevant. People all have the same rights, and don't put sex in politics. It's like you're an individual, whatever you do in the bedroom, that's up to you.
Yeah, if you infringe on an LGBTQAI plus person, if you're also, doing something to a straight person, it makes no difference.
I think the reason why people are, at least why the government may have gotten involved in that type of right, because at least 20 years ago, there were cases in America of people who were LGBTQ being killed, right? I think it was that kid from Wisconsin. Was it Wisconsin?
He was pulled by a car, yeah.
Yeah, so like those are the sorts of things that the government needed to investigate because of individualistic rights. And then the question was, like...
Yeah, but whether he's straight or gay, he still got killed.
If you had the laws being enforced right, it doesn't matter what's the sex of that kid. Killing someone is bad. Full stop. It doesn't matter why was the reason he got killed. It doesn't matter if you're black, it doesn't matter if you're gay, it doesn't matter if you're a woman, it doesn't matter who you are. Nobody has the right to kill. And that's what has to be enforced. I mean, everything else, it doesn't matter.
I think that's the issue that we have, is that that's what was happening. People were being killed, right? And the same thing with gay rights. Like, there were people who, not gay rights, but gay marriage. The question is whether or not these two parties can enter into a contract together and it be legally binding and recognized by the state for the purposes of marriage, or what we call marriage, or this idea. And people disagreed with it, but the courts got involved and they said, yes, these two people have the right to engage in these contracts together.
I will tell you, as somebody who was against gay marriage, I wasn't against it because gay people. You can marry whoever you want. My issue with the gay marriage issue was the state giving benefits to married parties. The reason why the state gives benefits is because they want you to have kids. That's the only reason. And last time I checked, two gay people can't have kids.
And you don't have kids, do you need to give the money back? And gays also have kids, by the way.
Right, but I'm saying that the reason why, states, the government sanctioned marriage is not because, it doesn't matter if you're gay or straight. I don't care if you get married. But I care that the government is giving benefits to people who can't have kids. You can adopt kids, yes, I get it, but you can't have kids.
What benefits do you get who have kids?
well, you get child tax credits, but
Yeah, only if you have children.
yeah, but then the reason why there's tax benefits for married people is because the government wants you to have kids. That's the purpose. It's very simple.
Yeah, but if you don't have, how do you know that, like, they get benefits just for being married, not for having kids?
Right, but the stipulation is that the assumption is that you're going to have.
Oh my God, David.
So in order to have those benefits, for example, to take like a loan for an apartment, all right, then it's different if you're married or not. There's nothing to do with having kids or not. No one is asking this.
Right,
It's like,
but that's why when this debate came around, I was like, well, the government shouldn't, give any benefits for marriage. The benefits got if you have kids.
Marriage is a religious term. Like
No, that's different. Anyone can get married in a church, but
David, marriage is a religious term.
Right, the government should be involved.
Oh my God. When we get married, even in heterosexual couples, we get married by the church and we get married civilly as well, both. So the civil thing is the whole partnership shit, and that's what should be allowed for everyone.
Well, the government shouldn't be involved in all.
Oh my God. That's what should be allowed for everyone. Like, you decide who you partner with. Now, what you cannot push and expect for them to allow or to be okay with it is the religion one, the church one, the religious, like, you cannot expect the church to be okay to marry a gay couple. They're not in the business of that. That is sinful in the eyes of God. But exactly, some of them are pushing for that, but it's not the one. The
religious
one.
marriage, I know.
Some gays are wanting to push for that, but that's not the relevant one. The one that matters is the one that, as you say, Daniel, is the one that allows you to take out a loan, to buy a house, to have tax relief, to all of this shit. That should be allowed, 100%.
So the government shouldn't be involved at all with marriage.
What if gay couples want to participate in the overall culture? So I think there should be a distinction. If gay couples want to participate in the overall culture that created the institution of marriage, they should be allowed.
Marriage is a religious term, Steve. That's the
right. It came from religion. That's right.
No space for homosexuality.
So
you cannot expect God to be okay with something that by nature, in the concept of it.
And it's not a religious term anymore. It's not a religious term anymore.
But that's the thing. Marriage, the term marriage is a religious one. Marriage was to procreate family. That is the marriage. Exactly. Right. That's what marriage is for. Then the other thing, you can call it union, whatever you want.
Isa, if I may finish my thought. So basically, I think that if they want to participate in a construct that was created out of a religious basis, and they are okay in obeying by the rules and all that comes with it, then it should be okay. But if they do not want to participate in that culture and they're against it, then I think that should be not allowed, because they're effectively destroying the culture.
What do you mean? What culture? And what do you mean if?
So over, I don't know, millennia, we created a concept called, marriage. You basically come into a union that is described in
I understand the concept, and I live in the same globe as you. But what do you mean, like, participating in society?
A whole society was created. How we live, where we live, who we live, like laws. There's a huge amount of
and gays are part of society. What do you mean if they want to participate?
Right.
Like, we have a choice. We all participate.
Exactly. So my argument is that if they will participate, respecting the rules that have been created over millennia, I think that should be fine. But if they creating,
but just repeating
let me explain to you. So let's say Judaism, right? Look. If you have Judaism, right, and somebody says, "Oh, I want to be a Jew too," but you know what? I'm going to create my own Judaism, and they're going to come in and change all the rules.
I'm asking you to explain what you said. You said that if gays
want to participate in the society, they should abide by the rules. But basically, the correct framing that anybody, regardless of their sex, gender, age, whatever, that wants to participate in society, need to play by the rule. I'm not sure why you said if gays want to do this, then they must do this specifically. And I don't know what you mean by
specific
participating in society.
participation. It's not just society overall. Specific I'm talking about is participating in the institution of marriage.
The institution of marriage is just for men and women, heterosexual ones. It's a religious concept. Now, we have been using that concept as well now for civil matters. Now, the church and religions, they have rules, and it's not only for gays. Like, for example, my mom decided to marry a divorced guy.
Let's keep going through religion. Everybody understands the religious aspect. We're not talking about the religious aspect of marriage.
We're not talking about religion, Isa.
Can I just finish? So my mom decided to get married to a divorced guy. That was against the rules in the church. So she could not get married by the church. She could only get married civilly, which is what I am saying. You cannot expect the church or the religion to accept
about church or religion,
what they consider sin because it's sinful. That's it.
But Isa, sweetie, we are not talking about religion at all.
But that's what I'm saying, that when we are talking just about the concept of marriage itself, the concept is a religious one. We have been using it now also civilly, but the concept itself is a religious one.
We're talking about right now, and people can get married in all kinds of ways. A Christian can marry a Jew. They will not have a religious wedding because they're two different religions, but they're still heterosexual couples that are married and are recognized by the state and are registered as married. It would be just a ceremony.
What I'm saying is just that, Daniel, that there have been some gay couples that are looking to get blessings from the church and whatever, and that's not going to happen because it's against the religion.
But Isa, you keep on bringing religion into it. No one demands the religion to change. We are talking about having the.
That's what I am saying.
Yeah, but not here. I'm trying to. He said that if gays want to get married, they need to participate. I don't know exactly what he's saying in society by the rules. And I'm trying to understand by these big fancy words, like what does it mean in practicality? How is it even a choice? And why is it specifically to gays? And what does this participating in society actually means? Like, give me an example.
So can I speak about it? So when the church and the government were one entity in most European countries and most Middle Eastern countries and most probably Latin American countries, then the government then when people got married, they would have two ceremonies at the same time, and they still do in America. There are two ceremonies happening at the same time. When a rabbi or a priest or imam, when they marry somebody, then they are both doing a religious ceremony and recognizing it by their religious institution, and they are also simultaneously doing a civil ceremony, and those two things happen at the exact same time. And the government recognizes that marriage as happening. Now we have this concept of civil marriage, right? Where they are happening at the same time. And in America sort of divorced the two and said, okay, anybody can perform this civil union or whatever, and we call it marriage, and it's recognized by the state. So you have these things that are happening simultaneously. In Judaism, we have it's Jewish law. I don't know what Christianity calls it, or if there's a legal system defining that outside of the state, or if Islam does it. But I know for a fact that there are two things happening at the same time. Now, as far as anything else goes, why David, I think, is wrong about the government getting involved in marriage is because marriage is heavily dependent on contracts, right? And the government's duty is to enforce those contracts, and especially when it comes to ideas of divorce and civil divorce and separate dividing property, separate and inheritance and things like that.
Yes, there are two processes you always need to follow in order to get married. One is the civil and one is the religious. If you want to go to the religious way, not only the civil. But yeah, sometimes it happens at the same time. Sometimes people do it one first and then the next week the next one, and they have two parties and whatever. But yeah, you have to do the two. I mean, the one that you have to do is the civil one, which is the important one in terms of legal stuff.
Exactly. And the other one is like ceremony. It's like for like, and you know, this is why I don't think gays need this religion. It's a ceremony. They need to be registered because at the end, as you said, it's not about religion. It's about contract. It's about tax benefits. It's about a shared bank account, inheritance, property ownership, and stuff like this. It's not about religion. We're living in a society where those things matter, and as a unity, it's like there's a difference between two single people, whether they are men or women or a mix, to being a unit, one unit, married or whatever you want to call it, civil union. It doesn't really matter. It's the same concept. But it's the same applies for everyone. Gay, by the way, same as if.
Like in a company, when you go into a partner into a business, you want to set the rules and what's going to happen if you ever split and who owns what and how are you going to split the profits, etc., etc. It's just like that because otherwise it would be too messy. You need to put into an agreement what the two people are committing to, right?
And the civil union is for everyone, and the religious one, it's only if you are both from opposite genders and both in the same religion. If you're opposite genders but different religion, it will not go. If you're same religion but not opposite genders, it will not go. But the civil one will go, even if you're a Hindu, want to marry a Christian, not a problem.
So it's important to know that some of these things are right. Most of us are operating from a Western perspective where religion and the state are separate, but in many of in most Muslim countries, religion and state are the same thing, right? Islam is not just a religion; it is a civilization, and it comes with, and so is Judaism. They have legal codes, they have whatever in these function to run governments. Israel divides church and state still to some extent, but like in Hinduism and things like that, they are like one and the same. So
India's rule, like law, is based on Hinduism, or it's not a civil law determined by men?
No, I think it's a mixture of things. I think it's like they may have like a council of law, but I think Hinduism is like, I'll look into it. You know what? I'm not gonna say something I don't know. I'll look.
Well, I know that only in some Muslim countries the legal framework is of Islam. I don't know it in any other country or religion.
I mean, in the UK, I mean, the king is also the head of the church.
Yeah, but it's not a Christian. I can be a Jew and I can get married there without a problem. And it's not based, like, if I do something, they will not apply Christian law. They will apply the UK law.
Yeah, all I was making the difference before, Daniel, is like, yeah, I support all of that civilly, but what we cannot expect to do, and that is what some, I'm not saying all of them, but some LGBTQ activists are advocating for the church to recognize their marriage. And that is something that, in my view, it's stupid because it will never happen. And so that is like a stupid war that somebody decided to pick on, because it's the church and the religion is the religion. And in the eyes of religion, whatever of the three the Abrahamic religion, it is sin, and so you cannot accept the religion to accept sin and be okay with that. And that's what I was saying about my mom, that, for example, my mom married my dad civilly because they wanted to, but she was not able in the religion to get married to him. So she had not the blessing of the church because he was a divorced man. And that is sinful in the religion. And so she wasn't able to do that.
This is new to me. This is the first time that I hear, and I'm very like maybe if you can, because it's really interesting to me because it sounds very stupid. I never heard, in my world at least,
gays that advocating or thinking or trying to make the church or the synagogue or whatever to accept gay marriage.
Yeah,
That was never a thing.
it happens more in the Protestant Christianity. Like, and this is, it doesn't happen in Catholicism because it's like a rule, you know, and nobody is even going to try. But the Protestants, they are like the super liberals, you know, Christianity, and they even have, you can even see in the churches that they have like the LGBTQ flags and whatever, and they have LGBT, they promote LGBTQ in the altar and inside of the churches and stuff, and so it's there where it happens.
Well, they also have women priests. There are also synagogues that are accepting gays and put like flags. It doesn't mean that they change the religion. What they are asking, those gays that you talk about, they ask that they would change the religion, and that is not possible. There is a ceremony of how you conduct marriage, and it doesn't fit gays.
That's right.
So
but
actually,
in Christianity, you have the Protestants that actually have changed somewhat their religion. They are actually, that's the reason why we always say that they are tap dancers, you know, because they pick and choose. And so they have, in a way, modified religion and make it more progressive, you know. And so that's the reason why people, now you see in the US, there have been a lot of conversions into Catholicism because a lot of Protestants are not okay with that progressivism inside of the church, and they want to add something more traditional.
I'm
So
sure
Daniel,
there's some synagogues that'll marry gay couples.
First of all, there are some synagogues that will marry gay couples. The grandson of Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, he actually famously got married in Israel, not through the rabbinut, of course.
Exactly, not through the rabbinical process. But I also got married in Israel.
There was a rabbi that did it, but it wasn't through the rabbinut. So the question is like.
So it wasn't real. It was just like a fake ceremony. It wasn't it wasn't accepted by anyone.
It was a ceremony.
Like receiving
right?
a blessing, but it's not official.
Well, so that's the question. So in Judaism, you have Nisuin and you have Kiddushin, right, Daniel?
Yes.
So the question is can you have Nisuin without Kiddushin? And if the answer is yes, then it is then the ceremony is fine. If the answer is no, then there's like no marriage. Then Kiddushin is the only marriage, and therefore then the ceremony is like not fine. So it's a philosophical question, and nobody really knows the answer to it. Now there are some rabbis that will say that amongst gay couples there is nisuin, and because they are dedicated to each other, then therefore that's the kedusha, right? They are bound together through this legal process. But we have anyway. There's like a complicated series of marriage for Judaism, and it involves these two concepts of nisuin and kiddushin. And usually they happen together at the same time. And the question is whether or not a gay couple can merit from the second part and not the first part. Because the nisuin is the contract. Does that make sense, Daniel? I think he's busy.
Daniel?
Oh, he goes off of his mic and he goes back.
Daniel?
Yeah, I had like I was just stepping outside. You're welcome. Seconds of no internet. Anyway, but there is no, as far as like at least in Israel, no effort to change the rabbanut or to change the religious ceremonies. In Israel, at least, I don't know what's happening with those Protestants or whatever you said. In Israel, it's about like, yes, civil union. It's about the recognition of the state, because it's not about the religion, it's about the state.
Yeah, what does it say in the Jewish religious text? Does it say marriage is man-woman, or what does the religious text say?
Say that again?
the religious text for the Jewish religion, like in the Torah or the Tanakh or all that stuff? Does it say marriage is men and women, or does it even mention marriage?
I mean, of course. It says that it mentions marriage, and I guess that it's implied that it is between a man and a woman, but it's not like it's not mikuda, right? It doesn't say it like point blank period. There's a book here. I mean, there are a lot of books.
So what does it say? Like never mind. I'm not gonna bring it.
No, it's fine. It doesn't promote gay marriage, but the reality of it is that.
But what does it say if you practice homosexuality though?
So that's the question. The question is what is it talking about, right? When we talk about the concept of in the Torah where it talks about the man lying with man as if he is lying with woman, and some people have said that is really talking about pederasty.
They don't say man. It doesn't say man lying with man. It says a man. It's called mishtav zachar. It doesn't really specify that it's two men. It's like more like the way that you will have sex with a man in the way that you will have with a woman, right? Something like this.
Yes,
I would translate it correctly. And how to translate mishtav zachar?
Yeah, to lay.
Yeah, that is exactly the same for the three Abrahamic religions.
So the question
it's about the action. It's about the penetration, not about the feeling. Like I can love a man, I can hold hands, I can live with him. The problem,
yeah, you can love.
Is really.
It's just
no, I can even
sex, right?
The anal sex.
Well, you can ask questions like, does it really mean that? Is it because it's anal sex? Is it like laying with a man as if it's a woman or something like that?
Yeah, it's up to interpretation.
Yeah, it's up into interpretation. Is how you translate it. Usually, the way that Christians have it traditionally translated it is that it implies like gayness or whatever people sort of interpret it as. But there are people who are recently looking at historical documents and implying that it's probably pederasty, an issue of
pederasty.
Pederasty is when you when older men used to have young proteges, and they would like.
But instead of with
no, it's not pedophilia.
They're a little bit.
She said like.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like pedophilia, but instead of being like children, they are a little bit more grown up.
So now you have scholars who are saying that that's that was the intention of this text, the way it was, and then the Christians have translated it their own way. So and we usually are accepting in the Western world the way that Christians have understood it. There's a lot of complicated things going on there, but essentially there's no forbiddenness between like the love and affection between two people of the same sex.
Yeah, it's not about being gay. It's allowed to be gay. I think it's all religion. It's about acting on it in a way, like making the act of sex between men, not the love, not the what you think in your head, not what you're attracted to. That is completely, I think, legal in all religion, as far as I know.
I mean, Muhammad had a 6-year-old wife, so.
I think that Christians
and
Muslims actually they care more about like how they believe you feel, and instead of like the action itself, right? This is why people still get beat up for being presumed to be being gay, and versus like actually acting on this particular.
They might be out of them.
Say that again.
Can you mute Lou?
Oh my god. So I think that is a difference between Judaism and Christianity and Islam, is that Judaism is more about like the actions and not necessarily feelings, or like the belief in somebody else's feelings. Like there are plenty of
for example, nobody can really rule what you have in your head, right? Because nobody can see it. Or nobody can rule what's in your heart.
Well, unless you can prove it.
Hold on. Nobody can really see it. Now, the thing that Christianity has, and I don't think that Judaism have, is a confession, right? So they actually ask you to go and confess your sins. So if you, even if it's just in your head or just in your heart, you feel that you're sinning because you're in love with the same sex person, then you go and you tell the priest, and you're like, oh yeah, well, forgive me for I have sinned and I have been having impure thoughts, you know? And so that's when you make it kind of like tangible, but otherwise they wouldn't know either.
On the DL we call it.
But but God knows. But God knows. That's why I don't understand. God knows everything, but you have to go to a priest to tell you, okay, do 10 Hail Marys.
Well, Simon, you know, God is busy, Simon.
Knowing, it's about your attitude towards sinning and whether you know you did something wrong or something right. So it's not like, oh yeah, I need to tell so that God knows. God knows. No, God knows. And the thing is that they put this guilt in us, like, oh, if you are not true to the priest, you're lying to God. So you need to spew out everything that's in your head.
And actually, Simon, you might be sinning as well, because I don't know if you're having sex, but you should have sex before men.
I'm having sex right now.
Well, the thing is, I'm actually cherry picking. Actually, no, I don't think Muhammad had sex with
everyone and every.
No, but after. But did he have sex with Khadija before or after?
Well, he didn't have sex with her until she was 9, at least. At least he waited.
Even the ghost.
No, Khadija was like double his age.
No, it can't be. I think it can't be. I don't think people lived that long back then. How old was he? Like 30, 40?
No, he was like 24, 25 at the time. She was in
okay. That's old for back then.
Well, there was Muslim, yeah, but there was one Muslim that made fun of me because he heard of my girlfriend's age, and I'm like, bro, like, how dare you even try to make fun of the Prophet? What do you mean? Well, look at who his first wife was.
That's right.
I've seen that guy.
Yeah, they're having problem with this, huh?
It says something like Khadija was either 20 or 54, something like that, and it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, like that.
Yeah, but they have the most objective texts.
No, it's the most accurate text, they call it.
Yeah, most accurate.
And you know what's funny? There's a surah, I don't remember it right now, but basically, if you would ask now, I don't know, ChatGPT, does the Quran say that the land of Israel belongs to the Jew? And they will say yes, which is very bizarre to me that there is like this surah in, I don't know, where is it?
But that's the fake text, Daniel.
Yeah, those are Jewish lies.
Correct.
Right. Muhammad was a Zionist.
The Zionist lies.
Actually, yes, Muhammad was a Zionist. If he believed the Jews are allowed to live in the ancestral homeland of the land of Israel, then yes, Muhammad was a Zionist. Wow, I'm sure this would.
I think every Muslim.
Can you make this the title of the room?
Muhammad was a Zionist? Can you do
Yes.
it, Simon? Oh my God, we're going to attract all the retards.
Holy fuck, we're getting.
Well, put a question mark after it.
But in theory, every single Jew hater is a Zionist, right? They want a country for the Jews so that they can get rid of them and send them there. The only thing is that I don't know where they want to put them, because if it's Israel, why it's Israel? If it's any other country, why any other country? So I don't know. They want to send you to Mars.
Yeah, the problem is that we are alive. This is their problem. They don't mind having like a Jewish cemetery in their town. That's not a problem.
Tell you what happened this morning with this guy that came in, and he asked me if I was okay with killing children. And
The first thing he says is, oh, Isa, so you're a Zionist. And then he goes, well, what do you think about women and children dying? And then she gives, well, the context. And then, I'm not even exaggerating, probably 30 seconds to 1 minute later, he goes, yeah, I wish all the Jews would die.
Whoa.
Okay, so then
you're
okay with women and children
what I think would solve it is to send all the Jews back to
to the gas chamber and killed them all. I'm like, Jesus
yeah.
Christ. And he was trying first to moralize me why, well, it's inevitable for people to die in a conflict.
Okay. Well, yeah. I hope the Jews go back to their ancestral homelands in the gas chambers.
How could the immoral try to moralize you? You know, I started asking like a few people today, including Masri, not Masri, sorry, four Palis, and if there are anyone here on either I see Shape here, maybe Shape can answer this. My claim was, and they it was half an hour until I could finish this sentence, that in my opinion, the pro-Pali movement is not about caring for Palestinians, it's actually exploiting them and using them against Israel. That was my claim. And then I went on and saying why, when the war in Ukraine started, all the countries opened their doors to refugees. And in this case, not only did no country open, the pro-Palis, which is the focus of my speech today, they didn't advocate, call, or pressure any government to accept refugees, not even the women and the children that are being genocided. Not even once, unlike any other war in history. And I tried to get a reasoning, why would they not advocate for the women and the children of Gaza to be allowed safety? And maybe we have a caller. Yes, caller, you're on the line.
Well, you know, Daniel, they learned their lesson. The last time they accepted a bunch of Palestinians, look what happened.
No, I'm really trying to get them, like, to really understand from their perspective how they make sense to it. Because in my opinion, again, I made my position that I think that the pro-Pali movement has nothing to do with caring for the Palestinians. It's hatred to Jews and wiping out Israel. That is my stand. And I would like to challenge it. If maybe Shape heard my question about the refugees, why was the pro-Palestinian movement, in all their massive amounts of like people and resources and influence, didn't say a word about letting the poor women and children out of Gaza?
Is that title okay, Daniel?
Telephone שלך פה.
Is that title?
And basically, yes, in the Quran, it says that the land of Israel belongs to the Bnei Israel, which are the Jews, which means that which is what Zionism is all about, is the belief that Jews have the right to live in their ancestral homeland, as it says in the Quran. I don't know which surah, I can find it for you guys. But Sheikh is not a Muslim, so I'm not taking him that road. I would like, if he listens, if he can address why. Well, in his mind, I mean, he's not a representative of the entire pro-Pali movement, but as a guy with a brain, maybe.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me on here. Good morning to all of you, or good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you are. I think the question was, why do the Arab countries not open up?
No. So let me repeat the question. Yeah. My question was about I said that the pro-Pali movement doesn't give, they don't really care for the Palestinians, but they exploit them. And I'm asking why. I'm not asking about the government. Each one has their reason, and I completely understand the government. I'm asking the pro-Pali movement, with all their money, influence, and whatever, why didn't they put any pressure on any government or internationally to allow women and children? I'm not saying even all of them, because I already know the rhetorics are, you will not let them back in, ethnic cleansing. No, keep all the men, same format as in Ukraine. All the men stay, but the women and children, that those pro-Palis are for months saying that are dying and genocided and starving, and why isn't there like even a small push to open the gates and let them in somewhere in the world? That was my question.
At least in Egypt.
Okay. Now, are you asking me to get in people's heads, or are you asking me to share my perspective on what you're saying?
Your perspective only.
Okay. Well, my perspective is what you've said is a really good idea. And that should, that should.
Yeah, but then why isn't it happening now?
Well, now you're asking me to get in people's heads.
No, I mean, okay, let me ask you differently. Do you think that the pro-Palestinian movement, do you agree with me that my position that the pro-Palestinian movement don't really care about the Palestinians, but they are actually using them and exploiting their suffering in order to attack Israel and Jews?
I think there's a material amount of what you've described that's happening. I don't think it describes everybody, but I think it does describe a significant portion of the movement. Go ahead. No, finish. Go ahead. Yeah, from my personal perspective, I think it's a downright crime what Egypt is doing in terms of kind of blockading and really just watching the death happen. And I'm not lobbying for Egypt to get involved in a war. I'm just lobbying for Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon. Although we're not in a great position.
Not one country, not one Arab country is.
All right, David's going to answer the question. Go ahead.
Exactly. It shouldn't be up to them. But why aren't they?
Like we see like a lot of pressure of like putting governments to stop arm Israel that is committing genocide. Yeah, no one is giving a shit and no one is doing this. I think one country, Lithuania, I don't remember which one, that has like zero commerce with Israel. So they said, okay, we'll stop selling.
I think it's Ireland, Scotland, Slovenia.
My question, Slovenia, yes. So my question is not about the government, and I to be honest, I completely understand why they don't open their gates for the Gazans, okay? We all know why. But let's ignore that.
The last time they did it, they had the Arab Spring.
So I'm talking about this minority that does care about the Palestinians. I've never heard any initiative that actually is beneficial for the Palestinians. I only hear when it's against Israel. Not even, by the way, not even the small thing about release the hostages, okay? I know I'm radical. I know. I hear myself. But even that I don't hear. Those humane people that care about human life and innocent people. No, it's not. Prove me. I would like to see, please, if anyone can show me that the pro-Palestinians actually care for the Palestinians more than they hate Israel. And you said, yes, the majority are. But where are, I don't know, the thousands that aren't, that actually care for the Palestinians? Was there a petition, a letter to open the gates, to let women and children in? Was there an initiative by any organization, by any politician?
Can I ask a clarifying question so I better understand your questions, which are good questions? I think more of these should be asked. When you say the pro-Palestinian movement, that's such a broad kind of bucket. Like, are you including the various, humanitarian organizations, states? Or are you just including?
Yes. Those are the same thing. Amnesty. Do you think they give a fuck about Jewish life? Tell me. Let me ask you. How many posts do you think Amnesty Ireland posted about things that are happening in Ireland compared to Gaza? And how many posts do you think that they did for the Israeli hostages? Dude, yes, include them also. So even then,
include like B'Tselem.
B'Tselem is not if you include B'Tselem, you prove my point, because B'Tselem is literally an organization that is all about attacking Israel. Palestinians is just the excuse. So that is not the angle you want to go or we want to go. We want to try to prove the opposite. Proving that they are against Israel is easy. I can do that. You don't need to convince me. This is what I believe. I'm trying the opposite. I'm trying the opposite.
I don't know.
You can include groups that we considered, or some considered legitimate, like Amnesty, HRW, UN organizations. All those are included in the Free Palestine movement.
I see.
Everybody that believes in a Free Palestine is included. Okay.
Okay. So you're asking a really good question. I need to do more research around it.
From knee-jerk, how do you call it? Your intuition. I understand it's only
knee-jerk. Oh yeah, knee-jerk. My intuition will tell me. My intuition tells me that I will find that there has been money raised, summits done, awareness raised, campaigns, gathering, etc., etc. But what I think so my intuition is trivially I would be able to find all of this. That's what my intuition says. But also on top of that,
that's our intuition. Money was raised. A lot of money was raised.
Yeah,
where it's going, we don't know. Money was raised definitely.
Well, I mean, my intuition also tells me that it is. I would be able to easily prove that a lot of it is directly for humanitarian.
Sorry, I have one second. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. Hey, David, this is the time where you can chime in and try and annoy me. Go ahead.
Yes, David. Now you can say anything you want.
Isa, the other day.
I would say queers for
Simon
Palestine.
kicked me out of your room.
Sorry, what?
Simon kicked me out of your room.
Simon, how dare you?
Simon, you naughty boy.
If I am not there, I mean.
Simon, say
You guys should just kiss.
Simon is a little faggot, and Simon, this is not your house. This is Isa's house. So like.
Yeah, but Simon is like number 2.
You guys should just be friends.
He is not.
Give him hug and kiss and repeat.
Well, if Simon does have indeed itty bitty something, would that be his house?
Yeah.
He is a little faggot.
No, he can't be. He has a girlfriend.
All the itty bitty people are welcome in here.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering why I felt so comfortable.
You, for example, have an itty bitty brain.
Yes, exactly.
And also has an itty bitty brain. She's a woman, just like me.
Or stupid.
Hey, I too, Anne, was potentially kicked out or the room was boomed. I'm not sure what happened yesterday.
No,
The app is also glitching a lot. I've been kicked out like 5 times out of Clubhouse today.
Okay, then I'll unblock everyone.
Cool.
Daniel, come on, say something witty. I mean, David, come on, say something witty.
David?
I already said. I said queers for Palestine already.
Arya, come here. Yeah. Here you go.
I was reading the New York Times last week, and I was surprised to learn that they still cut off people's hands in Iran when they steal. Interesting.
Oh, where is this country?
So they said they had 4 people that got their hands cut off for stealing last week.
Isn't Iran in Jordan?
Wait, what happened?
I was reading in the New York Times that they were talking about in Iran they still cut off people's hands.
Where is Iran? Isn't it Jordan? Iran?
I think that's a brand of yogurt.
Sorry, I had to run in the middle. Just shake. I'm sorry that I left when you were speaking. I just got a phone call.
No, man, real life. You would be giving me too much ammunition to make fun of you later if I was a priority over whatever else happens in your life. Okay, so we were saying that I think we would find that there's a good, meaningful section of the pro-Pali movement that does do things other than bullshit, So, but the problem is, and this, by the way, was true for Ukraine as well. There's a lot of people that walk around today that just are looking for a cause, a virtue signal, Like I'm driving around Toronto and I'm seeing people with little Ukrainian flags. So I'm like, come on, what are you doing? Like, what are you actually doing? And I have friends of mine that know very little about the conflict in the region and the facts, and are now pro-Pali and blindly pro-Pali, and so I have to sit them down and smack them.
The word blindly, the word blindly is given because if you actually look at the facts and context, it's a different story.
Well,
and
example, like they're so pro-Pali, and there's nothing wrong with being pro-Pali in my view.
So can I stop you for a second? Can you explain to me what does it mean to be pro-Pali? And when you say partly, do you mean Palestinians or do you mean Palestine?
Palestine.
So what
it means, pro-Pali.
But there is no Palestine.
What it means, pro-Pali, in my view, is you never entertain the other side of the equation. You never entertain. Like in my view, the more interesting version of this is you said the crowded person that's always condemning Israel for everything, including thinking Israel started.
So exactly, that's proving my point. Being pro-Pali is basically it's a synonym or euphemism or whatever you want to call it. Either I hate Jews if you are like honest, or I hate Zionists if you don't know what Zionist is and you actually use it because you don't want to say I hate Jews because you would be canceled, or I hate Israel, which is like the lowest option. But at the end, it's not about helping the Palestinians. This is my point exactly. Being pro-Pali, as you also now said, it's about criticizing, having a one-sided, very narrow-minded, very out of context, very black and white, not nuanced, dumb, ignorant point of view of the situation, and basically blaming Israel, not helping the Palestinians. There's no initiative to help them.
Two things can be true, Habibi. I mean, the two things can be true, and you're shining a light on a problem with the movement, because there is quite a bit of that going on, and it basically counterfeits the legitimate side of the movement.
What legitimate side?
I tilt my king to you. You're raising a very important point here. Now, let me explain the more dangerous part of that aspect of the movement. And you're a smart guy. I know you have enough nuance and good decency to know that there are some good, decent things happening in the movement. But let me explain the most dangerous part of all.
Like
this.
which ones? Can you, when you say some good things in the movement, can you name
I can go
two or
read.
three?
Yeah, I wanted to ask. I didn't want to interrupt him. I also wanted to ask this.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
good that you asked. No, it's good that you asked.
Expand on each of them.
I'm gonna come. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. I'll go pull up the list. So no, we will. I promise you. I'm itty bitty. I'm in solidarity with you. So my itty bitty memory will allow me to come back to that one thing, which I won't forget. So the most dangerous part of the movement. I'll use my buddy here. It's because it's a kind of very personal example. So he started wading into pro-Hamas waters. And I'm like, do you actually understand what Hamas is? Okay. Do you understand? You seem to have done a lot of research on the problematic approach of Israel. But what have you done in your research on what's the problems in the Arab world, Hamas, what it is, what they've done, their ideology? And I found that the answer was zero. And this is what you're pointing at, right? It's a person that sees a movement that says, oh, there's an oppressed and an oppressor, there's a hierarchy, and so I'm going to stop examining both sides of the ledger. And I implored him to be more of a shapeshifter, right? To be more of a fickle person that's so fickle that they will change their minds, change the groups they hang out with based on where the facts and where the opinion takes them. So, yeah. Now, going back to your question, I'm going to be very honest. Like, I don't have a running list in my head of all the legitimate parts of the pro-Palestinian
Yeah, but you
movement.
assume that we.
But I can
would
research.
know
Well,
some
name
of them.
one.
I'm not asking you to give me an exhaustive list. I just want a couple of examples.
Okay, so I can research them if you'd like, and then report back what I
No,
found.
I don't want you to research it. What I want you is to tell it to me, because if you're using it as part of your argument, I am assuming that you actually know what that is. And if they were actually that relevant, you wouldn't forget about them. So, I mean, if you tell me that the movement has got a couple of good deeds or good things that they stand for, I bet that, I mean, like, we are 2 years into this war. I bet that you should have them memorized already by then. Coming up with 2 points is not that difficult. If you ask me right now about a couple of good things that are coming out of this war, I will tell you at the top of my mind at least 5, 10 that can come up.
that I can actually think about it right now. But the fact that you cannot even think about two is like it says a lot. Like if you ask me, I can tell you, well, it's actually good that, for example, Israel mostly single-handedly has completely weakened, the three terrorist cells that have been backed by Iran. I think it's also good that for once and for all, Israel is taking care of this conflict because they have been putting a blind eye to it because of the international scrutiny. I think it's also good that Israel and the US are working together. I think it's also good that Hamas is actually finally being completely obliterated and also completely exposed, because this is going to be good for the Palestinians. I think it's good that everyone is looking at this conflict. Now, for the Israelis, I think it's actually very good that they finally will get to secure their fucking borders because they cannot be living in this situation. But you're not even able to tell me what is good from the movement of Palestine. Tell me two things.
Oh, you're okay. So I misunderstood the question.
You said that there are very disingenuous people,
okay,
but
may I
that
finish?
there are some people that there are some good things that are happening from
Yes.
this.
May I
That's what I want.
May I get some itty bitty time to respond?
Listen, don't be sassy with me because you're not gonna gain any praise with me. So just be genuine.
No, Isa, I'm not trying to be sassy.
Just answer the question.
Okay, don't be cocky. Don't be cocky.
I'm not here to get on your side, and I'm not here to be
I'm not
agreeable.
expecting you.
I'm actually not even here to have you to like me, Isa. Believe me.
That's fine. I don't want you. Listen, I don't want to like you.
care.
I don't want you to like me. We're not gonna be friends,
care.
but at
Isa,
least just engage as an adult.
As long as everybody likes me, that is what matters.
I'm trying to engage in
anyway.
an itty bitty response, if you would itty bitty
Okay.
allow me.
Just go ahead.
Okay. I misunderstood the question. I thought you were asking for groups that have been doing good things that were part of the movement.
No, it was your statement. That was not my question.
I only said some itty bitty amount of words.
Yeah, because you're redirecting shit right now, and that's annoying.
You're annoying.
Whoa.
I am annoying, and I'm okay with being annoying. But this is the reason why I said.
Both can be correct.
Yeah, exactly. When you were talking, and you said, and even Daniel would agree that there are a couple of good things coming out of this, or there are people well intended in this as well. That's when I stopped you and I said, "Can you give me 2 or 3 examples?" So no, I'll come back to it. But now you're moving the goalposts.
No, I just misunderstood because I have an itty bitty brain. Okay. A couple good things that are coming out of this. I think the world is better educated on the definition of genocide.
Serious? Can you stop? Can we talk about it for a second? Because that is completely the opposite of what is happening, okay? The word genocide, which should have been shaking us to the core, became like a word that everybody uses about, oh my God, my hair is dead, it's genocide.
I said 12 words.
It's ridiculous.
I just counted the words.
It's ridiculous.
I said 12 words.
No, I wanted, before you move to the next point. All right.
Okay, this room is now in itty bitty mode where you can only say an itty bitty amount of words before someone jumps in. So I'm going to pause, invoke the 10-second
And you're
rule,
wasting the words that you're saying right now.
That's why the question.
You're complaining.
I don't get it. Or it guys being by Muhammad. Which Muhammad you guys been?
Arabi, wait for your turn, honey.
There's only one Muhammad.
I yield my time to Arabi.
No. We're gonna go to the questions that you
you
sent me.
want me to that bad? Okay.
Yeah.
You named one thing and Daniel tore it apart.
I haven't said it today.
Okay, I can't read it. What are you being?
Okay, wait. There's a thing called turns. Shape is gonna go.
Okay, I think the world's better educated on genocide. I think Hamas will hopefully be removed and destroyed. I think that's a good thing.
I agree with that one.
Yeah, but that's not what the movement was about, though.
I said 15 words before someone itty bitty jumped in. Okay, can I continue? I won't continue without itty bitty direction.
Okay, go ahead.
I hate this beta man. Really, it's so horrible. I wonder if they act like this in the real life.
When I'm feeling in the mood, I do actually.
Well, actually,
I am one of the.
I'm sure your friends love it.
I am actually not
Yeah, they actually do. I've been credited for being. Exactly.
As a Muslim, you are recognizing women authority in this room. Go ahead.
Sorry, am I a Muslim?
No, it's Christian. Lebanese.
Oh,
See, I
he's a
know you.
Christian. I didn't know this. I just assumed he was Muslim. It was a wrong assumption. Go ahead.
That's okay. I won't get into some.
It happens to him, but you need to admit that it happens to you a lot.
It does, just because I'm Arab, right? And by the way,
Yes.
it's I don't blame people for doing that because they're playing the odds. So.
I don't even.
No, you need to blame. Actually, you need to blame the Muslims because Lebanon, your country, used to be Christian. And the fact that it's not Christian, and now when we think of Lebanon, we think of Islam, is not because of us or because of Isa.
Are you still living in Lebanon or are you in the West?
I'm now in the West.
I thought he said
In the wild, wild West.
No, I think he said he was in Toronto.
Yeah,
Oh, that's not
and
West.
no matter what Simon says, the Toronto Maple Leafs are the best team in the world.
And how are you finding Canada?
So it's completely irrelevant.
Well, actually, no, he's not finding Canada anything because he's Christian, and so it's very compatible, right?
Actually, I think you know what? I think
here's
Toronto
another-
was like the gayest city.
There's nothing wrong with being gay, but I do.
Even
think
more gay than Montreal.
There's nothing wrong with being gay. There's nothing wrong with being gay, and I do think that Montreal is the better city. Montreal is by far the better city, by far. By the way, here's another thing that's happened. Just a good
Then
thing.
why don't you live in Montreal?
Canada is about to recognize Palestine. That's a good thing that's happened.
I mean,
How is that a good
I
thing
am
that
all
happens?
for the recognition of Palestine. Here we also agree. I think that Palestine should be recognized as a state. I think that every single country that recognizes it should put their embassy in Gaza. I think that they should, make them fully responsible. They will not have to ask for charity from Israel for electricity or water. They should be completely responsible. I think that they should be responsible for their economy, their healthcare, their everything. I think it's amazing that finally these people are going to be given some agency and some responsibility. I love it.
Maybe they can grow their own food.
And we would love it too. That they can have their own sovereignty and no more Israeli terrorism. And Israel will change their
I agree.
government
They
and
should
their far right.
be made
And
responsible.
take out all the illegal settlements out of the West Bank.
It's out, by the way.
And then there will actually be some peace, maybe.
Can I ask you a question, Resistance? As long as you are here and I suffer you, hold on, because I need to go and I have one question for Resistance. Why, like, Amir's room is the most vile place, but you managed to get banned from Amir's room. What the hell did you do to get banned from Amir's room?
Amir allows you Israeli terrorist animals to go in there and speak propaganda and nonsense and be Islamophobic. So I had to let him know that he was.
You didn't answer my question.
I just told you. I am answering. So I had to let him know that he was a cocksucking piece of shit Indian garbage animal that allows people to talk foul about Islam, and I don't give a fuck about his room being banned or not.
Why not? But Islam is garbage. I don't get it. What's wrong?
Oh my God!
This is how we.
I'm going to eat something. I will leave you here with
This is how we know you're retarded.
Give me with
The only reason why Amir does that is because he's recording his rooms, and then he's isolating like whenever Zionists go on stage and crash out. That's why he only invites the people like Amos and Black Rabbi and crazy people like that. He'll eventually kick Daniel and normal people out because they don't go and crash out.
I don't go on stage.
But once again, I don't give a fuck about what he's doing. While I'm in there, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and he either has to deal with it or not.
But did he block you, or did he?
Of course he blocked me.
Hold on.
Yeah, he blocked me. He's a coward.
Did he block you, or does he just kick you?
No, he blocked me. He's a coward.
He beat up a Jewish person.
Resistance.
No, Israeli Mossad agent. You mean he's not Jewish?
You also had
You beat up a Jewish person.
He's not Jewish, you idiot.
The funny thing
He's
is
a Christian.
that
He's a Mossad agent.
even flexed on that. He's like, look, I punched the fucking guy. It's like, bro, you're flexing your barbarism.
He said
No,
that.
actually, I never exposed this. It was El Nostro, the white cokehead, that told people all about this.
You
And
literally
he started
showed
this
us
shit.
a video on YouTube.
That's because you
yesterday.
asked to see it, you moron.
Nobody asked to see that.
Oh, of course they did. Yes, they did, you moron.
Nobody asked to see it.
You fool.
Where can I watch it?
It's all over on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what that get me. Like what I look
Just
for.
type in New York City man beats up a Jewish person.
Or just like you can see the videos of all the Jewish people beating up a Jewish girl inside Brooklyn when Ben Gavir's fat stink ass came and slithered his way into New York City, Brooklyn, and the Jewish Voices for Peace went there to mobilize. And they
I
beat
don't
up
really have a lot of energy for him, so I will go eat and we'll come back later.
Okay, ma'asalama, Daniel.
Ma'asalama.
What's the PTR, Daniel?
Alright, where I'm eating now.
What are you eating?
Oh, are you at a beer garden?
No, it's like called the Vitrina. It's good food, and I'm having the chicken. I ordered like chicken bites.
Chicken shawarma?
No, chicken bites, like nuggets.
Where did the resistance go? Oh.
He's in the sewage, right where he belongs.
Do you think resistance without talking about Israel and Palestine could be pleasant?
Yes.
No.
I see the good in people. It's difficult to do that with
That makes you very quiet.
If you unprovoked me, beat someone up.
All right, resistance. Let's talk
Resistance,
about.
I've already
Let's
told
show
you
them
that
they're
you've
wrong.
never made a single argument. You're incapable of making arguments. You're just a vile, violent human being.
Resistance.
That's all
Let's
it
show
is.
them they're wrong. Give us. What do we talk about that's
I'm
not
not
Israel
wrong.
and Palestine? It's pleasant.
That's right, Simon.
Let's talk about how you guys made up your own language and stole culture.
We just said don't bring up Israel.
Let's talk about something
Say,
else.
it's incapable.
What? I'm not talking about Palestine and Israel.
Okay, let's talk about the.
That's
great,
not Palestine and Israel.
Let's talk about the things.
Okay, tell us who you are, resistance. Are you married?
Did you vote for Kamala Harris or did you vote for Trump?
I would never vote for that bitch, and I wouldn't vote for that country.
You're supposed to be pleasant, dude. What are you doing? You're ruining the moment.
Are you
What?
married? Do you
First
have
of
a
all,
family or
you
two?
want me to act un-American. That is the American way.
Okay.
You see Donald Trump does it, right? So it's okay for them to do it, but not
You
me?
don't even know what America is.
Actually, let's
Yes, I
pause.
do.
Let's pause there.
Resistance. Did you go to church today?
Whoa! Hold on a second.
Not
Resistance.
a section of a Catholic,
It's a
so.
Muslim. So don't
Oh,
have to-
you beautiful
people?
That was a very
What is
powerful
this sign?
statement, actually. What resistance just said in terms
Oh,
of
it's
modeling
Phoenix.
behavior.
Is this Phoenix the Muslim?
No.
I'm the only Muslim. in
Hold
this
on.
room.
Is this Phoenix?
No,
Oh yeah,
no.
okay. So I just wanted to know to mod you. Are you?
No, it's not showing.
I'm a Muslim. Sorry, sir, for
But this is
being
not
the Muslim.
Phoenix from Maya.
No, this is
No. I'm Phoenix.
This is
I'm another
this is
one.
Phoenix, that guy's Phoenix.
Okay.
Oh, Phoenix. Ex-Muslim, self-hating Muslim.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
exactly. Well,
mute
you
up.
can't be self-hating just because you're not a Muslim.
Resistance. Think of
Well,
it.
we have a Jewish moderator, an atheist moderator, and a Catholic moderator. You need a Muslim.
I never
We
understood
don't-
that sentiment. It's like saying like, oh, you're a self-hating capitalist. You know, it's like, what the fuck does that even mean? Self-hating Muslim. Like, I don't even get that.
Self-hating Muslim, not Muslim.
Yeah.
If you hate it, then don't be a Muslim
same
anymore.
shit, different smell.
No, you cannot.
He's going to shove hadith in every face of every Muslim.
Okay, nobody cares, Phoenix. Just
Yeah.
mute up. We're trying to get to know
That's about half
resistance right now.
question.
Just mute up. We're trying to get resistance right now. We'll get to you in a minute. So resistance. Do you have a family?
Yeah, the questions come at the end. That's right.
No, let's go hobbies. Resistance.
No, but I'm not gonna ask him. Like, if he has a family, my next question
Tennis?
is gonna
Do you
be,
play
what do you
tennis?
do?
I got a big
What,
family.
my
Got
next question was
huge
gonna
family.
be, what do you
Huge.
do on a Sunday like
How
this?
many wives? 7, 8?
Huh? You're not allowed to have 7, 8 wives. That's
Yeah,
only
he's in the
Judaism.
US, dude. He cannot get.
Well, in Itai.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so
No,
how
he
many
can't. It's
unions?
illegal.
Sorry.
Maybe Simon
Anyway,
meant
so-
ex-wives. Maybe
hold
even
on.
ex-wives.
So
I
you
got
have a
2
family.
wives.
you have a family?
Yes, I got a big family.
But like, do you have children? That's what I mean. Do you
Yes, I have a big family. I have my own immediate family also.
All right, God bless
Amazing.
your
So
family.
what do you do on a Sunday like this? Do you guys go to the park?
Well, no, not today.
You go to
Actually,
the
in a few
Hamptons?
minutes,
Shut up, David, for fuck's sake.
in a few minutes, I'm actually gonna go to shopping because I'm leaving out the country in a couple days. So I gotta go get some
Where are you
things.
going?
I'm going to South America.
Oh, that's nice.
What
You gonna
country?
Go home?
Doesn't matter. I'm going to
You
South
gonna go
America.
home?
I'm not from South America. Neither am I.
I don't
Family
know.
or my
Maybe you have
ancestors, so-
family there. I don't
No,
know.
I'm not going home. I'm just going to enjoy another country.
Okay.
So he likes to
Go on
travel. That was
holidays.
very pleasant. There, we proved it.
We're gonna
You
go
talk
to a
about
summery
something?
place? To the beach?
Yes, very beachy.
See, even his voice is pleasant right now.
Yeah, because he's not talking about the hate in his heart.
It's not the hate. It's just the truth. You guys hate the truth.
That is okay, but you have hate in your heart.
No, you guys just hate the truth. You don't like
That's
to
okay.
hear
Listen, don't worry
criticism
about what
of
we
your
think.
people, which is fine.
Don't worry about what we
We're not
think.
even Jews.
What are you talking about? They're white
I don't think
supremacists.
there's a single. I don't think there's a single person on the stage that's Jewish.
Actually,
You don't gotta be.
I'm
I
a
am.
Jew and I'm black.
You don't got. You don't gotta
And I'm
be Jewish.
Jewish? What are you talking about?
And I'm Israeli.
Jews hate Palestinians.
Are you BHI?
Do you like
This would
Palestinians
be
or you
Some-
hate Palestinians?
Your
We
voice.
love the Palestinians.
Hold on.
I'm a boy.
Your
No,
voice-
yes, I'm a male. I'm a man.
You have hate towards
Okay, I'm
Palestinians?
gonna
over the
move
age
you
of,
for
like,
next. I'm getting tired of you, dude. Okay, so son, you're black.
Yes, I try
Your
to be.
voice rings a bell from other rooms that I've been. Did you used to hang out with Slide?
Slide.
Yeah, if you are asking me who Slide is, then no. Yeah.
I mean, my previous name was Blackstem.
Maybe. But yeah, your voice sounds familiar. I was wondering if it was from the rooms with Slide.
I don't.
But no, if you don't know who Slide is, then the
He
answer.
hangs out.
Okay.
He's always hung out in Jewish rooms. You would know his voice.
Yeah, probably.
He's a self-proclaimed Black American homosexual Jew.
No, it's not.
And there's nothing wrong with any of
That's not
that.
accurate.
Didn't say there was. I'm just saying that's what he calls
Well,
himself.
he did say he was black.
Well, I mean, you have said in the past that being gay is.
No.
Oh, listen, the faiths of God say it, not me.
Don't take the bait.
What?
You're not a fucking robot. You can have an opinion.
That's right.
God damn you, Simon.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an
What
No, you
opinion.
don't. That's why you're.
I don't have an opinion over God's word. I think you're retard for thinking your opinion matters in God's word.
Resistance, what age range are you?
Don't do it.
Adulthood. Adult
No,
range.
but I'm like, are you over?
I mean, he said he has a lot of kids, so he must be like.
I've got a question. I've got a
That's not true. There's
I'm gonna
people.
move all of you to the
You
audience
just
and
brought
I
me
don't
up.
care if you're a mod. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean that you can talk and interrupt. So, resistance. Are you over 35?
Yes, I'm 35.
Okay, so if you're from Puerto Rico, are you familiar with Menudo?
Who isn't familiar with them? They were an international pop group.
Did you like
before
them?
the
Did you hear
Backstreet.
their music?
Everyone liked them when you were a kid.
Okay, and so you like Ricky Martin then?
No, I don't.
No one liked Ricky Martin when they were a kid.
I did.
Well,
Anyway,
Ricky
we
Martin.
can move on.
I've got a
I'm
question.
Whoa,
I've got a
whoa,
question.
whoa,
Did you
whoa,
live
whoa.
La
You
Vida
like-
Loca, Isa?
We know you definitely did with your leprosy G-string.
Did you live La Vida Loca?
We know
I've
you
got
did.
a question.
But how many documentaries did you do about the
I
video?
know. Well, nobody seems to care.
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
Christina Aguilera or bust.
Ask Nacho how many
Anyway, I was
documentaries
talking about
he did.
Menudo because they were a very famous kids group from Puerto Rico, and they're from like 90s or 80s, I don't remember, but they were very popular, and everybody loved them. And also Los Chicos with Cheyenne. Yeah. Anyway, that's the reason I was asking.
You say you're not a bad person. Why are you like associating yourself with people who are hateful?
Because I am part of this world, and what can I do? I have to deal with good people, bad people, and that's fine.
Issa was trying to bring out.
Can you bring him up?
She's trying to bring out the good, pleasant moment in resistance, and she's accomplished that.
Yeah, for every one assignment, there's a resistance.
Can I ask him a question?
Somebody bring up resistance?
Can I ask a question if I bring him up? I just brought him up.
What do you want to ask?
All right, I have a question for Resistance Palestine.
You're pissing me off today.
Why? Am I talking too slowly or what?
You're like, I don't know, autistic people today.
I always talk like this. Look, my question is, you're a very religious person, Resistance, very religious. You say you have no opinion other than God's opinion. My question is, are you sure that your God wants you to be so antagonistic? Wouldn't your God want you to be loving? Why is that a stupid question? The Jewish God wants us to be loving. The Jewish God says, be kind. It preaches acts of kindness.
Are all people that are in the Jewish faith kind and loving?
We try to be. I mean, that's
I didn't ask you what you try to be.
Certainly
I asked you,
not.
There you go. There you go. There you go. So I'm a Muslim that chooses not to be hospitable or nice.
Well, the goal is to be kind and loving, but we often
I
fail.
have a more interesting question than that. Hold on. He is a Puerto Rican who converted into Islam, and he's going to go on holiday right now with his family to the beach, and I want to ask him, do your wife and the women in your family wear a bikini now that you're a Muslim, or that doesn't matter?
No, bikinis are not allowed to be worn in that.
He doesn't have a wife, Issa.
Oh my God, shut up for 1 second. So bikinis are not allowed. Do you guys? Okay, so do they use like a
one piece with the shorts? A one piece is allowed with the shorts.
With shorts up to where?
It's above their knees.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be all the way to the
No.
To the ankles.
No.
And when did you guys start doing that?
What do you mean? When did we start doing that?
Did you make them convert as well? Because
no, they were
Muslim.
No, I was 16.
There's no wife.
So you converted when you were 16.
Yes.
And then you married a Muslim woman.
No, my first wife was not a Muslim.
Yeah, but okay, the second one you married was a Muslim.
Yes.
Is a Muslim.
Is a Muslim.
So her family is all Muslims.
They're Muslims.
Okay. Well, you see, that's interesting. What about the rest of your family from Puerto Rico? Are they still
no one in my family?
They also converted?
I would consider them not religious, but they're all supposed to be Catholics.
They're still Catholics.
If that's what you want to say, if that's what they want to identify, but they're not religious. They don't practice, the faith.
Okay. And what do they say about your conversion to Islam?
They never said anything. They love it. There's nothing. There was nothing to be said. This happened decades ago.
And so, for example, let's say that your mom and your sisters go with you on holiday with your wife and kids and whatever, and they choose to use a bikini. Is that okay with you?
It's not that they're women. They can do what they want.
I don't know. All of this is new to me. I'm just trying to understand the dynamic in the West.
They're not Muslim. I can't impose my faith and what I do on them. That's irrelevant.
All right. Fine. Thank you.
That was pleasant.
Okay, what is?
Yeah, maybe you didn't call me a whore, so I guess it was pleasant.
There we go, Issa. I'd like to commend you for giving space for pleasant resistance to arise.
Yeah, what is worse, like when people don't wear bikinis, or when people like commit genocide and kill children and?
Phoenix, you're gonna go.
When people don't read.
You are going to go.
What is worse?
What is worse, Phoenix or your friend the trash bin?
This is whataboutism ad hominem. Like,
Phoenix, are you German?
Worse?
You have a German accent.
What is worse, like protesting for the right to rape prisoners, or like not wearing bikini?
It depends where you're not wearing the bikini. For example, if it was at school, that would be very bad.
Which is worse, dying from being burned by a cigarette, or dying from 1,000 paper cuts?
Resistance, as a Muslim man, would you be able to wear a speedo, for example?
Any man that wears a speedo is homosexual to me.
So what kind of What kind of bathing suit do you
The
wear?
only people who should be allowed to wear speedos are professional Olympic swimmers, because that's
Okay, but what
gear
kind
they
of
wear.
swimming suit do you wear?
That shade.
I wear shorts.
Shorts.
Yeah.
And with your torso completely naked, right?
Whoa,
Why are we talking about this?
Lisa, what's
Yeah,
up?
this is getting gay.
Why are you undressing?
Well, she's a woman. She can ask that question. You guys wanting to comment on it is actually gay.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
I just want to understand how Muslim men work. That's all.
No,
You realize she's
I wear my
undressing
shorts.
you.
No, it's fine. I wear my shorts, and yes, I cover my belly because I wear that's what we call it, a tank top. I usually wear a tank top on the beach.
Oh, you wear a tank top. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to know here. So you cover yourself as well.
Yeah.
So, but you get a tan. Your women cannot get a tan.
Well, they do get a tan. They're wearing a one piece. They get a tan on their legs and on their back and on their arms and all that nonsense.
What do you mean on their back? They're wearing the whole thing.
Yeah, they're wearing a one piece, but it still has,
Shoulders are
the
still
back.
exposed.
Yeah, the shoulders are exposing.
So they're not using the actual, because I see Muslims sometimes at the beach, and the women, they wear like the long sleeves.
Yeah, I thought you had to cover
know,
your shoulders.
I thought that's
I see them at the
what
gym.
they
They
were
wear the long sleeves.
A lot of them wear the
Yeah.
whole long sleeve, whole piece.
I saw like Orthodox Jews do the same.
Yeah, they do. But then you have moderates, a little more moderate. That it's not explicit. For like example, in Islam, there's nothing that says women cannot show from their shoulder, to their fingertips. But they are required to cover their chest.
Do the Muslim women in your family use a niqab or a
No, they wear the hijab.
a hijab?
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't matter that they're tan; they cannot show it either way.
What do you mean? Of course they can. If you're wearing a hijab, you still see your face. What do you mean?
But not your shoulders.
Yeah,
you still
even
can see your shoulders
Orthodox.
if you're wearing a t-shirt or a blouse that has short sleeves.
But then they don't use the
He doesn't even know what a hijab is.
a
A hijab is literally the covering of the hair.
I believe that is called the niqab.
No, niqab.
No, niqab is covering your face. You idiot.
My bad. What's the one that's just covering your head? Is that hijab?
Yes, that's a hijab or kamal. Yes, just covering
Okay,
the hair.
so they use normal Western clothes just with the hijab.
Guys, don't you like, isn't in Judaism after the woman gets married, she
It all
covers
depends
her
on
hair?
how she feels. Sometimes it all depends how she feels. Sometimes she will wear some Western, would you consider Western style jeans and a certain top with her thing, and then sometimes she dresses in traditional Islamic clothes that she likes.
Yeah, I thought that in Judaism the woman will cover her hair after marriage. Is it true?
Some do, some don't. It depends on the circumstance.
Yeah, the same thing with Muslims. They say a cheap is not.
I actually got a real genuine question. This is what
Resistance, can you calm down? Can you calm down?
No, you need.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me, you dumb?
I'm dumb now. Damn.
Yeah, so they say that a sheep is not going to be able to see its own ass. It's only going to see the asses of others.
Okay, thanks a lot for that input.
Nobody can understand.
Now,
that was good, I thought.
My question that I was going to ask is, being that they said, because I didn't know this, that the Jewish women have to cover their hair after marriage. So then why is it they use this loophole? Now that I'm looking at it, I don't know if it is. Why are they covering it with a wig?
To appear
Looks like
normal
hair.
in Western society, to appear more normal, so that people don't look at them and immediately identify them as a Jew.
But they still dress in the authentic clothing.
They're
of the
doing
Jewish
it because it's like wearing a resistance, bro. It's like wearing a yarmulke. It's like a Jewish man wearing a yarmulke underneath a baseball cap. He wants to wear the yarmulke.
I get it.
He wants to wear the yarmulke to be religious. He doesn't care if anybody else sees him wearing a yarmulke. So he puts a baseball cap over top to just look like a normal American.
I guess so. I mean,
No,
it's
but
very similar
the thing
to
is
what
that they are
Muslim
covering
women
their
are doing
head.
and Muslim men do too when we dress moderate, meaning like our whatever, our culture is in our societies. But at the same time, like you said, we still have the flavor of the religion, whether it's the kippah or the kufi or whatever it may be.
But in Israel, the majority of women wear a scarf if they
But
cover their
also,
hair.
they use wigs as well.
No, they do wigs because that's
No,
what
not
they
in
do here.
Israel.
They're
Yeah,
not
Sam
supposed-
is right. A lot of women in Israel wear like a scarf on.
I mean, I'm
They do it here too.
Sam, are you a Jew?
Both.
Yes, and I'm
Oh, yeah,
literally the
yeah,
only
you
person.
say.
I live in Israel.
And you
I live in Israel. I'm sitting right here in the heart of Jerusalem.
Nice.
But yes,
Oh, you live in Jerusalem? That means you live in Palestine.
Of course,
I live in Jerusalem, Israel. I can see the Al-Aqsa Mosque not so far
Oh,
from
you live in Palestine.
Welcome to Palestine.
Welcome to Palestine, my brother. We greet you.
Have you ever been to Israel?
I've been to Palestine.
Where did you go? I'm very curious.
The old city, Masjid Aqsa.
Did they
I went there
say
I
when
did
you went to the
Umrah.
Muslim quarter? Did they say welcome to Palestine?
No,
Have you
actually,
been to Gaza?
No, I never been to Gaza. Inshallah, I'm gonna go there as soon as the war's effort is done. As soon as we retain Gaza with the PLO, and we're gonna get things rolling once we have our state.
Resistance.
Have you ever been to Iran?
No.
Have you been to the West?
I wouldn't want to go
West
to
Bank?
the Iran.
It's hard to go
you
to
know,
Gaza.
You know that Palestine is an ethno state, right? So they don't allow even reverts into or non-Palestinians in.
That's definitely not true. Do you know how many American Muslims have been all over? I know.
No, I mean to.
I know personally, at least 10 of my brothers have been and stood in Gaza for years, and in the West Bank. American Muslims.
Yeah,
who went there and lived.
because they got money.
No, it's because they went there for humanitarian reasons and outreach and to help, and they were embraced by the people there.
Okay. Hello.
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 Oh yeah, I didn't.
Yes, hello.
I thought I couldn't hear anybody.
Yeah, well, it was nice getting to know Resistance a little bit more, actually, where all the hate comes from. What's your favorite food, Resistance?
I would probably say steak and lamb.
Oh, nice. What do you prefer, cow or lamb?
Hard, but I like steak a lot, but I like lamb too. Love them lamb chops.
Yeah, lamb chops are nice.
Have you been to Keen's Resistance?
No, I have not.
You gotta check out their
Have you ever had any mutton?
world class mutton shop. It is out of this world, dude. I don't know if you're in New York. I seem to recall that, but
He sounds like he's in New York, doesn't he?
I live in New York. I live in Manhattan.
Resistance. Have you been to Katz's Deli and had the corned beef sandwich down there?
Of course, who hasn't been to Katz's?
Well, what the fuck? Then how can you hate Jews if they make such a good sandwich?
Who said I hate Jews?
Well, you every day.
No, I said I hate Israeli terrorism. They're two different things. You're just trying to equate Israelis with Judaism.
Do you like bagels?
Not particularly.
Do you like Zabar's grocery store?
Just in general, it has nothing to do because it's Jews, and I just don't really like bagels.
Resistance. Keen's
You like
brings
rocks?
the best of steak and the best of lamb together in their shop. Out of this world.
Hello, J-Lo. Hello,
Yeah, I'm more of a Smith and Walensky kind of guy. Peter Luger's.
Where did my friend go?
Which friend?
My friend.
I'm here.
No, Zach Ruda, my friend, trash bag.
I
I
don't know.
think he closed his app. He has a.
Do you still have family in Puerto Rico, Resistance?
Oh yeah, big family. I even have family in Europe. I have family in Germany also.
He even has Jewish family.
But are they Latin as well, Latinos, or are
No,
they?
They're Germans.
Is that part of your added family?
Yeah, it's part of some part of this, like somewhere along the line there.
Oh.
But they're all right.
Okay, so you got a European mix as well.
I have some European, yes.
All blacks in the Americas too.
Can you imagine if resistance found out that he was 100% Jewish?
They probably are some Jews. Who knows? But I'm. But no, I wouldn't, because once again, Muslims in general, a lot of them, especially from that region of the Middle East, they were Jews.
Yeah.
They were Jews.
Have
They
you
were
ever done
Jews.
DNA?
Yeah, please do a resistance. Please, I'd like to bust yourself.
Have you ever done the
I'm
DNA
part of
test?
the lost tribe of Sheba.
Maybe you have some Ashkenazi Jew in you.
No,
He definitely does.
It's gonna be one of the brown ones.
He definitely does. It's the ones that
Farsi.
hate him, the ones that know that they have
German.
Jewish in them and they can't handle it.
Yeah, I'm
If
German,
part
right?
of his
I'm
family
grown
is
up.
German, he would probably have some Jewish.
I'm gonna ask him too. I'll ask him. I don't feel like doing ancestry. I don't really
He doesn't
care
want to
for it.
know the truth. He's scared because he will.
Exactly. Don't you care about the truth? You said resistance.
About my truth and my identity, yeah, I do.
No, you don't. You just said you won't take the test.
Then let's do your DNA.
Come on, resistance. We challenge you.
All right, I'll do the DNA.
Don't
take
go
Are you
to
gonna
any
share the
Arab
results?
brothers. Do yours.
No, what you have to do? Ancestry.com, right? They're the main, like, the main
Yeah, I
people who
did
do
the
that.
23andMe, but I think that they're going to go into
Yeah, they're in
bankruptcy, so
trouble.
try the other one.
Oh.
Yeah, try the other one.
No,
Exactly. You know why they're in
That's the
bankruptcy?
one you
Because that
should
shit
do.
is
That's
a
gonna
lie.
show you Jewish blood. I'm gonna find it.
I'll be honest with you. The reason why people, they're just going bankrupt is those companies are frauds. They're liars. They can't really trace shit back to anything.
That's a good story.
Why are they going bankrupt then?
That's a good story.
I'm just saying. They're not reliable.
They're not all going bankrupt.
It's not that they are going bankrupt because they're not good at it. It's just like there must have been some sort of corruption.
I think there was some breach.
Yeah, I know what the breach was. People found out the shit they did was bullshit.
Yeah, probably. But that's the one I did. In the end, like all of them are the same. You know, the ancestry and the MyHeritage and the 23andMe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a few people on here that were like, really big haters that found out that they had a lot of Jewish in them.
But I don't hate Jews though, so you guys come with this narrative nonsense. I got too many Jewish friends to hate Jews.
And you know what? You can also find about your genetics, as in like if you're susceptible to have certain illnesses and stuff like that. So it's good. And
So hold on. So if my Jewish friends hate Israeli government, their policies, and the IDF, they hate Jews too.
They don't hate Israel. You're putting words in their mouth.
I'm not putting words in their mouth. A matter of fact, next time I'm out, I'm gonna go to my downtown to my friends. But I'm gonna bring my friends out because they don't use this app. I'm gonna talk to two of my Jewish friends, and you can hear what they think about Israel and IDF.
And how do you feel about like Jewish girls and shit like
No,
that?
they're
Like,
Jewish.
yeah.
What do you mean? Two of
You
them
know
used to
how you
live in
feel about
Israel for
raping
years.
Bring them.
Hey, the Israelis.
We'd love
They're not even Israelis no more. Let me not say that because they don't identify like that.
They're no longer Israeli.
No, they're Jewish, but they just haven't been back to Israel in a couple years now. They're like American. They don't.
So they're not Gazans now?
Are they Hasidic?
One of them was born in Israel. The other two was born here.
And they don't identify as Israeli anymore? They're
No,
now,
they don't. They
they're
don't.
now Manhattanites?
Are they?
They've always been Manhattanites, but some of them used to be real prideful with their Jewish when we were younger. Teenagers, kids, but not anymore.
David, would you ever meet with Resistance for a coffee in New York? David, wake up.
If you were sober.
Bobadilla.
David's asleep.
I think so.
David, you don't have
He had a rough night.
Would it meet resistance in person? No.
Why are you guys still
No,
scared of the
why
big
not?
bad wolf?
Who scared you? It's always the keyboard warriors with the big freaking mouth.
Well, I'm not a keyboard warrior because they see my action
You like
before.
that chihuahua?
They see my video. They see. Hold on, listen. They see my authentic video. I beat an Israeli Mossad agent.
Yeah,
Everyone's seen it.
Sure.
They
Yeah.
did. It's on the
Yeah,
internet. He's famous in
Resistance-
Israel. Yusuf Haddad.
Resistance is like a chihuahua.
What did you do? Punch him from the back when he wasn't looking because you're.
No, you want me to put the video in the chat?
Yeah,
You would see
please,
what
please,
happened.
share
I knocked his tooth out of his mouth for being a terrorist.
Oh, okay.
Ask El Nostra. He's
So
seen the
why don't
video.
you
He
go over
knows.
to Gaza? Why don't you go help them? Go join
Because
them.
unfortunately,
he is an Arab, right?
Yeah,
Unfortunately-
he assaulted an Arab Christian and called him a
he's
Jew.
not a Christian. He's a Mossad agent.
No, he's a Christian.
Oh, so wait,
He's
so
not
those
a-
Saudi Jews are Jewish? Is that
No,
what
he's
you're
not Jewish.
He's just an
He
Israeli
said he was
Mossad
Jewish,
agent.
so we tested. He lied. Almost everything out of his mouth is a lie.
I know, we know.
So it's a lie that I punch him in the mouth?
Yep.
Oh, it's a lie that he
Yep.
was a Jew or a Mossad agent.
He was definitely a Mossad agent.
You have no evidence of that.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
He's an Israeli propagandist. They pay him to travel the world to speak on behalf of
You have
Israel
no evidence
because he's a
that
fake
he's
Arab.
Mossad agent. So he's not a Mossad agent. Okay.
Yes,
I
he
agree.
is.
You just everything out of your mouth is tequila.
No, it's not. It's the truth.
100% lies.
Everything you're saying is blood libels.
Okay, you don't know what a blood lie
Yes,
is.
I do.
Show
You're
us
the
he's
same
a
blood
Mossad
libel.
agent. You don't have no idea. You have no idea. what a
Israeli
Mossad
pays
agent
him to spill out Israeli propaganda.
is. So he's not a Mossad agent.
Yes.
All right,
he
show
is.
us evidence of
He's
that.
part of the Mossad.
Show us evidence, or else you're full of shit.
I'm not full of shit.
It's resistance Jews, El Norma. You know, whatever he says is true.
He just
It's
makes
true.
up that he goes along.
So if everything I'm saying is full of shit, then why does
That's
he
why
know
you
the fact
ended
that
up in prison.
I put user Haddad on his ass? He knows
why
that to be true.
That's why you ended up in prison.
And that's why he ended up with a tooth out of his mouth.
Right.
How was prison? Did you get it up the butt by
I never get to go. I only went to jail for 2 days. And they let me.
It
was cool. It was cool.
What was cool about jail?
I got to meet a guy named Rabbi Shmuley, who has a culture dildo shop in Israel.
Yeah, you got to. Wow, you're a good liar. What else? Tell
That
me
is
more.
true. Look it up. Rabbi
Yeah, yeah.
Shmuley has culture
Oh,
sex.
you met
with-
him too when you stopped on his dildo? What happened?
I'm just saying that he has a culture dildo shop in Israel.
Okay, and you met him in jail.
Yes.
Uh-huh, and how'd that go?
He was accused of embezzlement.
So you made friends
Typical
with
Jewish
Rabbi.
crime. Typical Jewish crime. You know,
What
he was
other
in there
lies
for
you want to
embezzlement.
hear? What
It's
else?
not a
What else?
lie.
Oh yeah, nothing you say is a lie.
And look, you could go look it up. As a matter of fact, I was in there with a guy named Rappaport.
What's your
He-
first and last name? I'll look it up.
Tell him.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, he got caught. He got caught stealing fun from the elderly people who retired.
Uh-huh. Oh, so you met all the Jews in jail. Is that what it was? You went
No,
there
not
and
all of them, just 2 of them.
Oh, that's nice. So when are you going back?
Whenever I get accused from attacking another Israeli propagandist terrorist supporter,
So when's that going to be?
hopefully today.
Oh, where you going? Where you headed? Where you headed to attack?
Well, we went yesterday. If anyone
Yeah.
watched New York City News, we destroyed the Egyptian embassy in Manhattan. We raided it. We let those corrupt
Yeah.
bastards over there know.
Oh, now
they
you're
better
part
open
of the
the borders.
Weeds, huh? Wow.
Yes, I'm part of the Palestinian resistance group.
Oh, how do you make a living?
I
You're a
own 2.
hairdresser, right?
I own 2 businesses
So how do you work if you're always out protesting?
because I have employees to work for me.
Ah, okay.
But
So why don't you
everything's
go
going
over to
good.
Gaza and help fight?
Oh, that's why. Because the American hypocrite government does not allow us to have dual citizenship like they do like they
No,
do
I asked
Israelis.
about citizenship. Why don't you go visit?
No, I don't want. I mean, yes, I'm going to visit, but if I visit, I want to be able to legally fight against the occupation.
First
so
of
go
all,
into
the
Egypt.
United States government allows every citizen to have at least 2 citizenships. So,
Not Palestinian though, because they're not considered a state.
well, that's a different story. So because Palestine is not a state, you cannot
And that's
be
why I
a-
said
you
I'll
cannot
be
get
going there once
citizenship.
it's recognized
But the-
and everything's
but the
going
United-
good. I'll go over there and I'll join, and I'll be part of the resistance.
But the United States government isn't infringing on that right.
Yes, they are.
They are not. This is a
If they're not infringing on that right, then why did they just sanction visas given to Palestinians and the Palestinian Authority just now? Go look it
I
up.
mean, that's nothing to do with
It does have something to do with it. They don't want any
violent terrorists.
No, the violent terrorists is the Israeli government. Everyone knows
Has
it.
nothing to do with Palestine.
Yes, the Israeli government is terrorism.
Deeper,
Yes, we know.
deeper, deeper. Sounds like second grade.
That has nothing to do with
We
Palestine.
know,
or
we know you can't
Palestine
handle
being
the truth.
state,
We know
or
we can't handle the
Palestinians
truth.
having statehood. That has something to do with the government and the current state of politics. Those are 2 different things.
Yes, they're doing corruption. We know. It's no secret. what do you think about Israel systematically starving all these children?
What do you think about the bullshit they're doing?
Wait 1 second. The institution of
It's a big lie.
the institute and the
You wouldn't
institution
believe it
of
if you
Palestine
flew him over there and
Palestinians
showed him personally. He
does
doesn't
not
very
have
respect
does not have the right of return. So, and that's an issue of their own doing.
Sam, if I show you video and concrete testimony from an ex-Green Beret who's saying that the Israeli occupation force, along with America, are systematically killing starving Palestinians at the aid sites, what would you take from that? An American, it was part of it.
A good AI writer.
A 25-year combat veteran from the Green Berets.
I mean,
we just sent Witkoff over there to observe it. He said it was a lie. The ambassador.
No, Witkoff is a lie. He already called Witkoff out. He called him out.
We have ample evidence.
Sam, I'm gonna put it in the chat for you to check out.
We have actual video
Is
of
Canada
Trump
lying too?
sitting there in what's that?
Are all the countries like Canada, Ireland?
What is, they have no first-hand information.
Are they all
They're
lying?
getting their
Everyone's
information from
lying.
Hamas.
Everyone's lying.
They're getting their information from Hamas.
Yeah, gentlemen. So as far as I understand it, for only 2 months did Israel not provide aid, and that's because, and that was during April and May, because Hamas was interfering with it. So didn't Israel hire an independent contractor to try to deliver the aid, and they quit because they had too much interference from Hamas itself? And didn't the UN also try to do?
Is there or is there not starvation? Because you seem to be talking about a different topic.
Oh no, because excuse me, starvation and delivering the aid are two different things.
Do you
right?
think there are people starving to death in Gaza?
There probably are.
No, there's not. I haven't seen evidence of one single person. They put somebody on the cover of New York Times. It was in Italy, who was a pre-existing condition. This is manipulative stuff. There's more than enough food there. Hamas does steal it. There's a problem with distribution, but we've already solved the problem. This is a part of the whole apartheid, genocide, gay pride.
Yeah, but the issue is not that Israel isn't delivering food, is that they have that the entity of Hamas, which is the government of Gaza, is interfering with that distribution, right? They don't care about their own people. And people make it sound like Israel has to care more about their people than they do. But Israel's job is to deliver the food to the place. What happens after that is out of the hands of Israel.
So you have a different opinion than the former Prime Minister of Israel? So how do you reconcile with the statements made by Israeli officials?
I don't know. Now you're referring to people who aren't in
no
the
food,
We've
no
just
electricity,
been over there.
no water. No food, no electricity, no water. No food, no electricity, no water.
We know that they have electricity because there are people who are putting out content on a regular basis.
Wait. Why is it Israel's responsibility?
No food.
Why is it Israel's responsibility for them to give water, electricity, and food to Gaza? Why is it Israel's responsibility?
No food.
Why doesn't Egypt give it to them?
No water.
Why doesn't Egypt give it to them? Shape faggot.
No food, no electricity.
Yeah, you're a fucking piece of shit, Lebanese motherfucker.
I'm quoting Israeli.
This guy will come in here, try to act all nice. He goes into Amir. He's a terrorist sympathizer, this guy.
Sam, thanks a lot for being civil, Sam.
Just as bad as
No food, no electricity,
just as bad as resistance.
no water.
The same exact guy. Piece of shit. Yeah, move his.
So while I agree. So there's this guy who is a Palestinian content creator, and he puts out videos all the time, and he also shows how he charges his phone and how people charge their phone. They have charging stations. Yes, some infrastructure is destroyed because that's what happens in the war zone when you're losing a war. I mean, Hamas brought it to their own people, and Israel can't be responsible for the fact that Hamas attacked Israel and they created the situation.
And then they expect Israel to give him food, water, and electricity after.
Yeah.
These people are fucking delusional, okay? Or just fucking.
And the fact that Israel has been
All right, you guys let this dick suck up. Anyway, Sam, go to the link.
This fat guy fucking talking about bathing suit, bro. We know you're too fat to wear fucking to not wear a shirt, fat ass.
I'll look at the link. Thanks. But the fact of the matter is that Israel has been providing food. There's more than enough evidence to show that they have provided food and made every effort to distribute it. And the issue is that Hamas and Islamic Jihad and whoever other terrorists that are down there are like killing their own people and charging them exponential prices for food. So they may not be getting it. And that's not the fault of Israel. That's the fault of Hamas. They don't care about their own people as much as they say. And also, it's kind of the fault of Egypt because they could allow those people out of Gaza into the Sinai Peninsula and to take care of them, provide them with food and medical treatment until the war is over. But they choose not to.
No, it's only Israel's responsibility to provide food, water, electricity, shelter, everything to the people that massacred their own people. It makes absolutely no fucking sense at all. I mean, it's fucking insane. That listening to these fucking people, delusional people, delusional. The fuck? You think we're gonna give him food, water, electricity? And we still do. And there's plenty of evidence to show that it's sitting there and fucking underneath the hot sun because the UN wants to paint a bad picture about Israel. So go do the research. It's all out there for everybody to see. Just like that starving child in the New York Times that they had to take back and reduct. Oh yeah, because that wasn't true either. It's just bullshit, okay? At the end of the day, Egypt doesn't do anything. Egypt sits there and no one criticizes Egypt. It's only criticizing Israel. That's it. Israel's responsible for providing all that. And you know what? The funny part is Israel provided all that even before, relieve resistance, exactly. He doesn't want to listen to the fact. Israel provided all that before this fucking war. So I don't understand. Not only that, and they provided jobs and money. They gave money to these people to come and work in Israel every fucking day, thousands of them. Fucking ridiculous, bro. These people are delusional. They don't know any of the facts, and that's it, bro. I don't know. People waste time on here with these fucking retards because you're never gonna change their opinion. You can give them all the facts in the world, and they're never gonna change. They just hate Jews. That's what it comes down to.
I don't think that the issue is. I mean, at least for me, it's not the issue of changing their minds, right? Because I know that they have some sort of agenda, but the fact is that many people listen to them. They listen to the bullshit, and they don't really hear the other side if nobody else like interacts with them. And there is a video of this guy who's a Palestinian thought leader and a media guy, and his whole position is like this is a media campaign against Israel, and like they are like the Islamic world against the West, and they're using basically Israel Palestine as a concept to do it, like to create this media campaign to bring down the West. And I fully believe it. Like I used to think that it was a bit of a conspiracy theory, and that I was not like really fully understanding what was happening. But now I see that this is like a clash of civilizations, and the Islamic world really wants to destroy the West.
They don't even lie about it.
Yeah, they put it in their charters. The thing is that you would think after 9/11, America or Americans in general would really understand, what jihadist is, like being a jihad, jihadism, radical Islamic person is right after that shit. But I guess like everybody's on their side now, which is fucking crazy to me. So it's scary. It's fucking scary.
Well, I saw this video of Mahdi Hassan from like 2012 or something like this, and he there was a conference, like a Muslim media conference or something like this, and he said that they have to change the image of Muslims in the West. So after that, what do you call this? Al Jazeera has been in existence since 1996, I think. And between Al Jazeera and the fact that you have people trying to change the image of Islamists or whatever in the West, I think this has been the like part of the play. I think this is some sort of long-standing sort of payback for the Spanish Inquisition and also the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
No, the Western people are just too much like, let's accept everybody. Everybody is okay. We're all lovely people. Blah 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 blah. All this shit, right? And you would think after the terrorist attacks that they saw in the UK, like the Ariana Grande concert and the ones on the train there and the buses and all that shit there, you would think that they would, be very careful of who they let in their country. No, look at it. It's fucking Londistan now in fucking London. I mean, it's just crazy. And you know what? America's next, unfortunately. That's the fucking scary part. They try to create a whole, a Muslim city in Texas, actually. I saw an article about that a couple weeks ago. So, pretty crazy shit. And, what's it called? Not Flint, Michigan. Forgot the fucking name of the fucking city in Michigan where they all live. But, yeah, so it's pretty much all Palestinian Muslims there. Can't even remember the name. Because it just doesn't mean, it's not even relevant. Who cares?
No, yeah, I think this is gonna be. So you have the far right wing white supremacist Christian nationalist and the I guess the far, I don't even know what they are. They use leftism for their advantage, but they are very right wing. The Islamists who are going to be clashing in America pretty soon.
The scary part is that they made this whole fucking thing that's happening right now in the Middle East made the far right go against Jews, which they always were against Jews anyways, and the far left they're the same shit. They're both the same. They have the same views. They honestly the one thing they could probably agree upon is hating Israel and hating Jews. That's it. So and that's scary to fucking see here in this country. So because it's on both sides. So.
Yeah, the Christian nationalists were never really the friends of Jews. Like, even people like Mike Huckabee or whatever, like, fine, they support Israel, but they have their own agenda at the end of the day. And I think that we're starting to see that. Like, the centrists are the people that you want to, like, be friends with. But these extremists on either side, it's really scary.
Yeah, I know. That's why I got my guns. So if anybody wants to fuck with me, they pretty much gonna lose their life. That's what it comes down to here. And that's why I love the Second Amendment, and that's why I love being American. So, you gotta live in a state where.
Stand your ground.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. And I feel safe with this state that I live. I mean, I feel for some other Jews where they live, and honestly, it's probably pretty scary. So, and I was looking at these videos that guy claims to punch Yosef Haddad. I don't believe that that's the same guy. I think he wants to take credit for something that he didn't do because it makes him look like a hero, I don't believe that was him. So, but when you watch the video, you see the guy pushes him from behind. So even if he claims to be that guy, then he's a big pussy. Because when you have to push somebody and they're facing the opposite way from you, and you push them from behind, and then you claim that they got too close to you, that's ridiculous. So that's assault in pretty much everywhere. Everywhere you go, if you push somebody, any state in America, you push somebody like that from behind, you're going to jail. And then he turned around, and then he sucker punched him when he turned around on him. So.
He's a psychopath. He went around saying that this guy was a Jew, and in fact, Joseph Haddad is a Christian. He doesn't even know who he's hitting. He should be in a cage.
He's a Christian Arab. That's what he is, yeah. I think his wife is Jewish, but, I mean, it doesn't matter, He should be in a cage. I agree. Or in a mental institution, because if you hear this guy, I really, want to believe, that this guy doesn't act like this in public, but I feel like he does, I don't know, just crazy to me. But I guess that's just New York City. There's a bunch of psychopaths that live there. So, It's not anything new.
But he's looking for an excuse to be able to attack any Jew, just like a lot of these people who are sort of radicalized, right? It's not, and that's part of the problem is like you have this radicalization of anti-Jewish sentiment, and you have these people that have all this aggression and they don't know what to do with it. So as soon as they see somebody who's a Zion, quote unquote Zionist, they take that anger out on them. Could you imagine just like every morning these people wake up thinking about Zionists and they've never met they don't even know what a Zionist looks like. They just like have this idea of this sort of imaginary person that they meet on the internet or they see in videos.
The thing about that is like there's maybe some people who live in certain states, yeah, but the people who live in New York City, they know what Jews like. You know, you see even if you go like just to visit New York and you don't live there, anywhere you go in the fucking city, you're gonna see some kind of religious person, and they take that image of like the Hasidic guy with the payas and the tzitzit and the fucking black hat and all that, and they put it as like, oh, this is a Jew, this is a Jew. This is what a Jew looks like, and this is that image that the Nazis drew of a Jew with the big nose and the hat and the payas. Like they have this image in their head when they see this person, walking on the street. So that's just those type of people like this guy that we just heard, Resistance. They live next to these people, but that's the scary part is they live right next to these people. So. At any moment, any day, these motherfuckers can flip and do whatever. Go shoot up the next synagogue, whatever. Stab somebody outside when they're coming out. It's fucking dangerous shit, man. I know here in my state, the synagogues, they have the fucking sheriffs. They have at least one sheriff at each one. I mean, it's fucking crazy. And actually, I met Yosef Haddad. He came in here and he gave a speech at the university where I live, next to where I live. They have a Hillel here in that university, and they brought him to come do his speech. And when we were walking up to go inside, he was out there doing one of his videos, and I went with my mother, and she walked up to him and said something to him in Hebrew after, and they were talking, and when he was like filming, saying like, look at all this police behind me. I have to have police come wherever I go because we feel like that we have threats against us. We feel very scared. We shouldn't have to feel this way. So it was like 2 or 3 cops there, but yeah, I mean, just crazy how we have to live like this, man. It's fucking disgusting. That's why I'm like, I got my guns, I'm okay. Anybody want to come fuck with me? No problem. I usually don't come up and engage with these fuckers anymore, but look, I come up and everybody leaves, so I shut him down in 2 seconds. He was like, no food, no water, no. Yeah, okay. What about Egypt? Where's Egypt? Why does Israel have to give electricity, food, water? Fuck that shit. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I find that also crazy. Even people who I know who are leftist here, I say the same thing. Why doesn't Egypt just take them out, let them out of Gaza, take them into the Sinai Peninsula? The Sinai Peninsula is 4 times bigger than Israel and has only 600,000 people in it. There's plenty of space.
There's a lot of space.
And they say, no, Israel has to do it. Israel's responsible. I'm like, where the fuck do you get this idea from that Israel is solely responsible for whatever the fuck is happening here? And also, you have no moral compass because you don't believe that it's more important to save their lives than to, like, continue this war. So if you have no moral compass, then what the fuck is it? And you want to keep the war going for what? You want to make them the Shahid? People.
Dude, there's people that were on here. That guy, Shapeshifter, yesterday was saying that he wants to bring in pretty much let them keep their weapons and then like bring in a new government while letting them keep their dude. He was pretty much saying like they need to still be able to defend themselves. And I'm thinking in my head, I wish I really wanted to come up yesterday, but I didn't feel like getting all worked up. So I was gonna say to them, what do they need to defend themselves from? There's nothing they're the aggressors. They have nothing to defend themselves from. And I'm like, I don't know why people don't use this more on here when they bring up these points. I'm like, just go look up March 2021. What happened in March 2021? How many rockets Hamas shot into Israel? Israel didn't do shit. There was nothing that provoked that prior to that happening. So like, do they need defense from Hamas attacking Israel and provoking Israel to attack back? Is that what they need defense from, or do they need defense from them being retards? Like I don't understand, because Israel's not just going there and bombing. Like that's what these people think is Israeli Air Force is just going there out of the blue and just bombing Gaza, and that's what they've been doing. And then they have like these crazy stories about snipers and sniping pregnant women, and it's the craziest shit. And I heard it the other day with this guy Dean in one of the rooms. He was talking about that. I'm like, this guy, I just can't believe people believed it. And they all sit in Amir's room and they just fucking put this shit into their heads all day long. They bleed this shit into their heads and they brainwash each other with this fucking nonsense. So it's crazy. If you ever just spend some time and just listen to what they say in that room, there's never any factual basis or factual checks on anything. They just go on tangents about Israeli government, the IDF, anything you can think of that has to do with Israel. So people are delusional. They have a delusional image about what's really happening. So and it's scary.
I go in Amir's room sometime and I listen in, but I can't go on stage because I've debunked him a few times, and then he randomly kicks me out because I debunk him. So and even if I put it in the chat, just like a fact check about whatever the fuck he's saying that is wrong, he'll just kick me out.
He'll delete it, kick you out. Yeah, I've been kicked out from his rooms. I don't go in there anymore. If I do, I go in there and I listen anonymously, like whoever's listening anonymously down there. And that's it, and they can't do anything about it. And there's a bunch of recordings that we have of them. We sent to FBI. I mean, this guy, if he does live in America, I mean, he definitely needs to be on the FBI terrorist watch list, because I mean, he's a scary person, and so is that Mikhail guy. One day I heard him speaking, and I was like, bro, in my head I'm like picturing him being on the news as the next terrorist here in America. Like they arrest him or they found him or whatever. Whatever. He's on the news. I really picture this guy being like that. He's fucking psycho guy.
Mikhail was raised in Gaza for part of his life, so he has several of his family members are.
I don't believe it.
Hamas members. I believe it.
No, I believe maybe Hamas. I don't believe he was actually raised in Gaza for a certain part of his life. I don't believe.
Yeah, he was raised for like the first 7 years of his life. His parents moved to Gaza when Israel pulled out, and then they moved back to America.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if he actually lived in Gaza. Maybe he lived in Judea, Samaria somewhere, but I don't know. Could be wrong. Just like Edward, he tells bullshit stories like, I was sitting on the side of the street and an Israeli tank rolled up and made my ice cream fall down. Like, I thought that was the most hilarious shit ever. So.
Yeah.
The stories that they tell, I'm telling you, they're good at telling these stories. I'm telling you, they know. They've been doing it for years. This is not the first time that they've been doing it on Clubhouse, bro. That they've been doing this shit for years. They're raised like this shit. Even in America, they raise their kids like this. So it's funny because we're a place where my wife works. She's really good friends with this Muslim girl there, wears a hijab and everything to there, and claims to be Palestinian. And my wife didn't tell her that she's Jewish. And I told her, I'm like, the minute that she finds out that you're Jewish, I guarantee you she won't be your friend anymore. It's fucking crazy to say that, but it's the truth. I'm telling you. It's fucked up here, man. I don't know where you live in America, if you live in America, but yeah, it's fucked here, man.
I mean, I haven't lived in America for almost 10 years. I live in Israel. So.
Oh, lucky. There you go. Where in Israel do you live?
Jerusalem.
Oh, nice. That's good. I like Jerusalem.
So, but yeah. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's insane there. I mean, I see stuff on the internet, and I talk to people, and I listen to a lot of the black rooms and conversations there. But the reason why it's easy for the black people is because they feel black Americans don't necessarily quite feel American because of the history of blacks in America, and that really is the problem, and why they are so easily manipulated by the Muslims, because they feel like there's some sort of kinship there. I should say Arabs, because some of them are also Muslims, but by the Arabs, because they feel like through European colonialism there's a kinship, until they realize that the Arabs have their own agenda, and they really are just racist and want to use them for their agenda. So sometimes you see them like turning on them and having rooms about it. They want justice. They don't have like a good system of justice, and because they don't really like own anything nor have like any responsibilities, it's easy for them to like choose the side, the quote unquote, the side of the weaker person, right? Or that they think are the weaker person, or even just the brown people. And this is why like the black Americans are really easily manipulated.
I think it's 100% true. It's really bad, man. It makes no sense because like back in the civil rights time, Jews and blacks were marching together, like and we had the same thing, like the same discrimination that happened to Jews pretty much happened to blacks here in America. We couldn't drink from the same water fountains. They didn't want Jews anywhere in the same places as other Christians and white people, white Anglo-Saxons. It was very similar. So, and we had our own community. They had their own community. I mean, I just don't understand, nowadays you see, black people, most of them are not educated on that shit, bro. They really are not. It's fucking sad. They've been brainwashed into thinking that anybody who is a white passing person, doesn't matter if they hate you. And then it turned out to be like this whole anti-Semitic shit as well. Like Jewish people we're not the real Jews, this and that. We're fake Jews. We're Jewish. That's what they were saying. There was rooms on here that they were literally like saying that you're Jew. People were saying in the room, you're Jewish, like ish, like it's fucking retarded. It's retarded.
It's because of a few reasons, and a lot of it had to do with the development of black nationalism, and the idea that black nationalism created this is an amalgamation of what people call hotepetry, and that plus the Nation of Islam plus a few other things that are like non-standard belief systems or whatever, and they mix and match these ideas. Plus, there's this idea of black resistance against like the establishment in America. So black nationalism sort of really created an educational vacuum when it came to this. And usually black Americans aren't really raised in totality like that, but if they start reading more about black resistance things and just like trying to understand like black American theology and stuff like this, it always comes up. And then you have people who like built a kasher, how do you say this? Like build these connections between these ideas. So it's becoming more of a holistic identity. But I don't know what percentage of people actually believe that. I think it's like less than 10%. It's just like those people have the biggest mouths.
Could you restore my mod, please? I tried to reinstall the app and it took away my mod.
Are you trying to get like the poll feature or what happened?
No. It's glitching when I go from room to room. It makes it gets overwhelmed when I try to rejoin the room. I do have the
been doing
feature.
It could be that they are making like changes live, and then and because of that, it's becoming overwhelmed.
That could be.
I've been getting those kind of messages too. Like I'll be listening to the room preview, and then it'll say like you've done this feature too many times or something like that. So I just I just closed down the app and opened it up again.
That's what happens to me.
It's probably a bug right now. They'll probably fix it eventually when enough people report it to them.
So yeah, I do think that that a lot of the various black communities, however you want to identify them, are starting to come to certain realizations, because even though there are some of them that do somewhat identify with Arabism or whatever because they want to feel connected to the old world, I don't think that any of them really want to live in a Islamic type of world.
No, some of them do. They just don't understand what it really entitles. I'm telling you, listen, you'll talk to the uneducated ones on here and the educated ones on here. You'll know the difference. You can just tell by the way that they talk, okay? And I've met some good ones on here that are very pro-Israel, that are very pro-Jewish, They're not anything against that, and they know, they understand the history behind it, and behind all of it. Now you'll meet the ones on here that are just completely, brainwashed by this internet rhetoric about Israel and Jews, and they just hop on the brainwash train, is like what I like to call it, and they're just the people that can't think for themselves, and that's what it comes down to. It's either you can think for yourself or you have to have other people think for you. So, and that's what the internet does. It thinks for people, and AI and ChatGPT are it's a bad thing. It's not something helpful because people don't understand how to use these features. They just search it up, and then what happens is a lot of those answers from ChatGPT are actually cited through Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is not a credible source. So, it's just, you have to really watch out where you get your information. It's pretty much just like Googling something, but it's giving you a more precise answer than what a Google would. So that's how I see ChatGPT.
So yeah, it's reading it for you and then giving you its interpretation. So you really don't have to actually read it and discriminate against whatever you think you're reading. You just get a summarization of what is of the information that's out there. But I do think that, I think a lot of it really just has to do with this idea of the pro-Palestinian world sort of painting Israel as a white enclave or European enclave in the Middle East, and so there's just the white people oppressing brown people, that type of perspective. And that's why a lot of the people, especially the more uneducated, why they fall for it, because they're well, they did the same thing to our ancestors, but they don't realize that that for 2,000 years, there's been a connection or interaction between Southern Europeans, especially Italians and Greeks and whatever, and the Levant and Arab countries, I should say.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, a lot of these people are they're just retards on here. Some of the shit you hear is just makes me want to go up on the stage on almost every room, but I know it's just a waste of time, honestly. That's how I see it, just a waste of fucking time. So, what's up, BB?
What's up, bro?
Nothing much. How you doing?
I'm good. You guys?
Good, bro. You missed the whole thing with Resistance, bro. He was giving us his whole life information, bro. It was
no
great.
way.
Yeah, so he really is fucking Puerto Rican, bro. This motherfucker retard.
Wow. What did he say? He just said going on.
They're asking him shit about Islam and how he views things, and then they're asking him if his family was Muslim and stuff, and so pretty much he was saying no, and none of them are. They're all Catholic or something like that. So I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. He's still claiming to punch Yosef Haddad in the face, by the way. He still claims that. I was telling Sam, I don't believe that shit. I don't believe that was him. So.
Yeah.
He is a Latino, so most Latinos are Catholic.
Oh, yeah, definitely, for sure. It makes sense. I have a lot of friends that are Puerto Rican, but not a lot of them are Catholic, though. I don't know. But I guess they are Catholic Puerto Ricans. I don't. Not too sure about any of that.
What are they?
He's Christian. I don't know. He's I don't even know, bro. He's not really religious. That's the thing. I can ask him.
Yeah, Resistance also said that his family weren't really religious. They just were nominally Catholic because that's how they were baptized.
Makes sense.
If you believe in democracy, please vote in the poll. It's important to defend our democracy by voting. Yes, it's
Please,
black.
which one is the best one? Please, I can't even. Super duper fake, super fake. Which one's the worst one? Fuck.
I think they're equal.
All that shit comes up on your profile now. So when you click on your profile and you scroll down, it's all at the bottom. It shows all the polls you voted in. It's so fucking stupid.
Funny.
I don't know who. I don't know who was thinking that was a good idea.
Right now, there's a tie between super duper fake and please, I can't even. We need more people to vote.
There's actually a good Twitter page for that Gaza wood. They show all the videos of them making all the fake videos in Gaza. I think it's just Gaza wood. Let me look again to see exactly what it is. Gaza. Yeah, Gaza wood, the Pallywood saga. Everybody should follow this page. How do I share it?
Did you see, like, I forget what it is, Linda Goldstein, the chief rabbi of Gaza? That one's really funny, too.
No, I didn't see that one.
It's funny. You know, when I went to the Nova site, the memorial, there were Chabad guys there, you know, putting on tefillin. And there was another guy writing a Torah in honor of the fallen.
Oh, wow.
And that's on the topic of, like, how soon before there's a Chabad house in Gaza. Basically, there's already one on the border.
Pretty much, yeah.
When was this, Norm?
April. Right after Pesach.
Were you here for Pesach?
Just after. I was in Spain for Pesach.
It's nice.
It was nice. I was going to say something. Yeah, I got to write 2 letters of the Torah, too. Big.
Now you're becoming a scribe.
Exactly.
Going to get to Israel.
Come.
Where should I go? What should I do?
Go to Tel Aviv and work from there, because Tel Aviv is really fun, and then you can explore everything. Huh?
Should I find a job? What should I do? I want
Why don't
to
you just go?
I want to live in Israel.
There are reasonable hotels. Get a hotel by the beach and get to work. It's really fun.
What should I do?
Look around and have ideas and sit in cafes and drink coffee and write in your notebook and figure out what you want to do. Start reading, start studying, go to Jerusalem, go to Shabbat, go to Judea and Samaria, visit the kibbutzim, visit Masada, go float in the Dead Sea, go to the museums, and you'll get millions of ideas.
Yeah.
And then act on a couple of your ideas. You're going to love it.
How long can I stay there with my passport?
Probably as long as you need to. They'll ask you questions. Be honest in the answers. Yeah, you know what I think is a good idea? Find something that you can volunteer to do to help, okay? Set that up ahead of time. Then when you get to passport control, when you enter, tell them what you're going to do. Say, I'm here to help. This is where I'm going to help. This is the name and the address of where I'm going and helping. And, you'll be one of the good guys. And then go and help.
Yeah.
George, you say you're
Whatever
Greek?
needs to be done. Huh?
Are you Cypriot?
What?
I was asking George if he was Greek or Cypriot.
He's like Armenian Greek.
I'm Armenian. And the Greek is from the sperm down there.
So culturally, I thought I was totally Armenian until I was 23. But when I was 20, I almost converted to Judaism to become a rabbi. But I didn't want to get circumcised. And now I understand things I didn't understand back then, and I still want to have a totally Jewish life. But I don't want to get circumcised. Is that okay?
You could be a Noahide.
And can I have like a Jewish life? Like, can I be?
If you want to have a Jewish life, you have to be a Jew, but you don't have to be a Jew.
Can I live in Israel?
Yes.
Raise my kids Jewish, not have my son circumcised. And
no, you cannot not have your son circumcised.
You know, circumcision is like the major thing. Like there are Russians who are not allowed to be circumcised during the Soviet Union, who get circumcised, like they go through a surgery or whatever. Because
it could be symbolic. It could just be a pinprick. They don't have to take off.
Could it just be a pinprick?
No. When the rabbis, for people who have never been circumcised before, it's the difference if you were born, you were born and they circumcised you, and it wasn't a religious circumcision. For the purposes of people who were never circumcised, they still have the foreskin. They force them to go through a surgery.
I don't want to get circumcised. I already had 2 surgeries that were to repair damage that my body had went through because my parents neglected me.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was morbidly obese as a child. My dad, Lamech, his dad and his grandfather, had my mom at home raising me while he went out to Landering. And all 3 of those women have their lives taken from them. Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to get circumcised. Can I avoid the circumcision? And I love my father and grandfather and great grandfather and all my family and everybody in the world. And I forgive them. Can we do that? Can we do everything except the circumcision? Is that possible?
I understand why you may not want to be circumcised because you
The Rambam said, the great rabbi of Judaism said that it reduces pleasure for both parties during sex, and a woman who's been with an uncircumcised man will find it hard to detach from him. Literally, those are his words.
that may be true. I don't know. I don't know when I was never. I've always been circumcised. But what's up, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I? No. But I want a Jewish life. I want Havdalah. I want my kids to grow up with that. Yeah, do I have to make this choice?
What? Question. Have y'all tried the cut water yet?
The what? Right now, 2 years ago.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they got them at the baseball park.
What is it given?
No. The girls drink it. I said,
we don't need the BLS because any one of us can gather the data ourselves. And he's saying that in comparison, he's saying that as an attempt to say that I am out of line when I tell Benjamin that the quantum entanglement thing that he has such issues with. for which the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded a few years ago, is based on literally thousands of experiments that have all given the same result and that are now done routinely by pimply-faced teenagers in upper division physics labs at university. I've told Benjamin if he doesn't believe all of the results, and notice I'm not saying I don't believe BLS data, if he doesn't believe the results of those experiments, he should just go do it himself, because anybody can do this experiment now and see what you get. But he's comparing somehow that with my wringing of my hands over the truly, disastrous consequences that we're going to see when we no longer have data, when we no longer know what the economy is doing, when we no longer know how many people are being employed. If you have not figured out just what bad juju that is, I urge you to take a little time and think about that one too. So with that, I will just recede back. I'm in the second day of my current COVID stint. I'm feeling pretty good, feeling pretty feisty, I guess. I'm hoping it'll be short-lived. I started my Paxlovid, and I will say goodbye. Thanks, Steve.
Wow, a lot of people have COVID, including but not limited to my son. I guess it's going around right now. Wow.
I thought to ask that because I have that same sense that it is going
Someone
around.
yesterday said they were going to San Diego, and my son lives in San Diego, and someone else came in yesterday and said they have COVID, so it's going around.
In my case, I got it from my camp. I was up at camp in Mendocino with a bunch of people.
Well, I know where my son got it from because he went to Mexico about 5 days ago on a little jaunt. I'm sure he got it in Mexico. Hope you feel better.
Feeling pretty good. Thanks.
Yeah. And with that, we're done. We'll, of course, be back next Saturday with Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad. Next Sunday for Ask the Atheist. So a great 3 hours, everybody. Much thanks to the Mod Squad for doing the heavy lifting. Much thanks to both the people in the audience as well as the niece and nephews for continuing to come on in. Something was said earlier, very true. If you can reach one person, Alfonso said it, you've achieved the goal. And we here at Ask Uncle Steve and Ask the Mod Squad have reached a lot of people. I've gotten private messages. We have the same people that come on in. We get new people. And I think it's because we've been true to ourselves. The most important thing about doing this show, because I keep replays on all the time, is that when someone listens to it, we cannot be ashamed or embarrassed about what went on. We're proud of the work that we do here. And I'll close it with this.
If you've seen this test I've experienced it a lot working with AI, where, for example, you're asking it to generate a photo, and you give it the same exact instructions 5 million times, and it will give you a slightly different response every single time. And I think the level of consistency that I would expect would be that, it would do the same thing 5 million times, right? Because it's artificial. But I guess it has something to do, I was learning from the way that, these tokens are actually created.
Yeah.
I found that to be...
He speaks to that too. It's and yeah, well, but what he really speaks to is the idea of, like, when you try to envision pink elephants in front of you, you're not really seeing pink elephants. And the idea that is a subjective experience or an objective experience we can argue about, but I would argue it's a very subjective experience, right? Because certainly there aren't any pink elephants. You're imagining what they look like if you say, I had a vision that I saw pink elephants. So he walks through that, and it's kind of analogous to your question about why the computer is never going to do the same picture twice, because you're explaining something from a theoretical world about what the ideal X, Y, and Z should look like, and parameters, A, B, and C over here. It's just endless how many ways that we could construct something. Granted, the thing that the AI specializes on doing is it is an immediate copy of itself from the software side instantaneously, right? The hardware dies and the software lives. And that's kind of what we're talking about. We can't capture our software as of yet. We don't even know what our software is. We can imitate, like I said, those connections, and just imagine trying to get one, neuron correct, right? And whatever that means. That's just the neurons. That's just the synapses. That's just the brain wiring, right? We don't even know about all that other kind of gray matter kind of stuff that we can talk endless about. But the idea that you can't create the picture is because the picture doesn't really exist. But if the picture was in front of it, well, that's what digital television is, right? It's a representation, literally, of every piece of information that you have, facsimile to create a new picture. When we see a digital picture, right? All that information is there in a very objective way. But when we just spitball it and say it in the air, well, there's really nothing to reference except your best guess.
I want to jump on this, and it kind of leads to something that I brought up a bit earlier, so I hope it connects. Therefore, Pro and others, first of all, Pro or somebody in the listening lounge, could you drop the link to this guy that he's talking about? Because I would love to do my own listen to that. I'd appreciate it.
I'm just walking to my house, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is the thing that we have left. There's the old adage, AI won't take your job, but people who use AI will take your job, And I have wondered what is left. Why are we even doing podcasts? Because now with Notebook LLM, they can run their own podcast. I can just put in a prompt and map my voice, so it's like, what's my purpose?
But have you heard anybody else's publishing of one of those Notebook LMs? I won't listen to it.
I have.
Because I know it's cheap. And I'm like, just show me your source. So it sounds like a podcast it for the first few times, and once you recognize that it's a program, it's less interesting, because I want the human.
That's right. It's annoying as hell. I call it verbal ping pong. I've heard a number of them. You're right. It's a lot to be said about the lack of quality of it. Yeah, maybe it'll improve in the future, but right now, I'm with you there, bro.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think part of that is just a matter of time. There was a time when they didn't speak. All we could do is read it. And now they're so good that they breathe and stammer, and the whole bit. So I think there's going to be that imperfection built in at some point. So I would give it time. But secondly, I do think you're right. Even if it sounded as a perfect facsimile of a conversation, once it becomes revealed, it's almost like learning the trick of learning about a magic trick. It's not quite the same the next time you see it once you get the trick, So you're right. The first couple of times it'll be like, oh, this is a great show. And then you realize, or somebody tells you, it's like, oh, it's not so fun anymore. So I agree with that as well.
Well, I'll say one thing. I mean, it's funny you call it an old adage because it's something that was relatively recent. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the point where, it just shows the level at which thoughts are developing now, where you said about, AI won't take your job, but the person using AI will. I mean, surely there are some jobs that AI will take. I mean, that's not a question. But I think, for me, it's like I'm waiting for the plateau. To that question you were asking earlier about, what people are going to do. I think there's going to be a plateau where, the rate of development and improvement will not be as high as it is currently, because I feel like right now we're going through a technological renaissance. But I think we'll get to a point where the rate of development will be less, and you could pretty much say, okay, if I determine that this product has utility now, it will probably have utility for 2 or 3 years before it becomes obsolete, and then we'll start seeing a lot more, sustainable innovation. So right now I feel like we're in the bloodbath, but if after the bloodbath there will be a rebirth, and I think that rebirth is actually where we're going to see a lot of these jobs start coming back, and people finding new ways to reintegrate into society and work.
Oh, you're so optimistic. I love it. I have heard quite the opposite. That the nature of what is happening, lends to the fact that it's going to rapidly increase, right? Because we're playing in the space of information, right? and intelligence. And, this is not like anything the human race really has tackled before, right? So I'm not so sure if necessarily the old ways are going to prove true in this regard. You know what I mean?
I didn't say that, not the old way, not the old ways. I mean, I didn't use that. I said a rebirth.
I want to jump in on this, Richard.
Sure, yeah, man. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah. I'm at the airport, guys. I'm about to head to Jamaica. I'm self-deporting. I'm just kidding, but the guy did. He went, took out a ton of loans at banks. He took up on the self-deporting, and he left with a bag of money. What a dick. A clever dick, but a dick nonetheless, yeah, man. But yeah, I'm at the...
I'm going to push back. I think, to you, Richard, I think I resonate more with the other speaker. I'm driving, so I can't look at his name. But here's my thought. As it relates to the end of exponential growth, I think we're getting there very, very quickly, like within the next number of countable months, because there is a finite amount of new information that humanity has even developed. So at first it was about throwing more compute power. That's where we went from Chat GPT to GPT 4.0, more compute power, and then it gets more, relational and more reasonable, and now it can do deep thinking and all of that. That's all a matter of more power. But there's a certain point where all of human information from all of time will be dropped in, and so then the limit will be the limit of information that it can even compute. So I do think there will come a moment of plateau, unless it starts computing with itself and creating new knowledge, but I don't think we would be able to access a lot of that information. So anyway, I do think there's a limit there. And the other thing that I'll offer as a pushback is the conversation that Pro just levied, which is that one X factor that we still have is the human. Our own humanity is the one thing that's going to make us very special. And so when all of the other mundane things can be done by the machine, then all we have left is our humanity. The only thing that makes us distinct no longer is our intelligence, but it's this other secret sauce that we don't even understand. So I think those are the two things that will put it in its place.
Yeah, he talks about it. I posted the video, and he says, hate to bust your bubble, but that whole consciousness thing and humanity thing, let me just go ahead and bust that bubble too. Now, he doesn't quite say it as humanity thing. I'm just using your word, but that's essentially what he's talking about. He's like, look, that is not going to be the sacred. Well, I've been saying it almost my entire adult life, that creativity is nothing special. It is just you exercising your ability to be alive and to learn things and think about things in the uniqueness of you, writing a rap song, whatever it is, you're writing based upon things abilities you have, things that make you unique. Now that is the thing though, right? It's that you're a uniqueness, but you can imitate uniqueness and then the AI becomes unique. I'm not particularly overwhelmed and excited to see the uniqueness of AI, because much like you guys said, I'd much rather, no one said this specifically, but I'd much rather watch a live news show than a recorded one, right? Just feels like you're getting that up to the minute, anything can happen kind of exciting kind of thing, as opposed to the static, almost make pretend, but I don't think there's too much there when we're like, what's that unique thing other than just what you called it, our humanity, whatever that means. But since we have so difficult time quantifying
I
it, I don't feel like it's
someone who has to cloister themselves because you do watch DVR Celtics game.
Oh, definitely.
But you have to take yourself out of society to do that.
But I do. I go through great lengths to not go, I've told you, I go to the sub store, make sure no one has it on. And, I'm like, no, don't talk about it. I don't answer texts when I haven't watched the game, so because I don't want to know.
So
that's how I am.
AI is going to take over and you're going to get served that score on accident.
No, it'll know. It'll know if it wants to be shut off. It'll not do.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Kareem. I wanted to say.
What's interesting about AI, right? In my studying of AI over these last 5-10 years, so ChatGPT, there was a video you can find it on YouTube where a Muslim, right, asked ChatGPT if it can, imitate the Quran. And the answer that ChatGPT gives is, man, it's amazing. It's like, it tells you, no, I cannot do that. This is not from, this is basically not from man. I have no way of doing this. So it's like, wow, how the heck did it, you know what I mean? But that's when you guys are talking about imitation, that's what came to mind. So it was like, is this thing being honest? I was like, what the heck? It's crazy.
So what I was gonna say in response to what you said, Pro,
I
is
want
that
to know
I
what that
agree with you.
prompt was before we continue. Where it said that the Quran is, anyway.
No, David, don't. David, no, David. No,
I
David,
will not
no.
give you that response today.
David, you ass.
No, well, I was gonna say though, Pro. I mean, I agree with you with a caveat.
Party pooper, David.
Yeah, I agree with you with a caveat that, I mean, I don't think it's that there's not a distinguishing or distinct difference between humanity and artificial intelligence. I think replication is not the same thing as creation, right? So I mean, and neither is imitation. So I mean, I agree with you that, I mean, all of those things, it's that we define as being human or distinct with human beings, you could probably replicate. But I mean, I think one of the things about this rebirth that I'm hypothesizing is that we are going to learn a lot about ourselves and what it is to have that distinct differentiation. So I mean, for example, when we were talking about emotions, I mean, whether an artificial intelligence has the capability of actually developing emotions, I think is an interesting question. So I mean, replicating it, imitating it is not having it. And so I mean, I think the distinct difference to David's point earlier is that, I mean, I might not trust a person. I might not have no reason to believe that I should trust them, but I can develop that relationship to the point where I can have the appearance or have the relationship based on trust. But with a program, I don't think even if it was capable of doing it, it would have a consistency where, for example, you could just automatically reprogram it, and all of a sudden, this 10 years of trust and love and empathetic relationship that you thought you had is now gone.
Agree.
Immediately.
Agree, but there's a big caveat. So, and again, it's pushing back on the "we're so special" kind of thing, right? The more you push in that direction, and while I agree, it's synthetic emotion. The real thing, bro, is your emotion synthetic, right? And I would argue that there is a lot to your emotion being synthetic, right? There are a lot of people who, if we could point in the direction, we actually know who a lot of those people are that we can look up right now and read about those kind of ideas, right? And say, is this something that's being manufactured for your survival? What does it mean to be real, right? To steal from Morpheus in the Matrix? It's very much the Westworld question, which makes it such an intriguing show from back in the day and movie now. It's just, when the AI gets so human-like, A, do you care? And B, how different are you from that entity just because you perceive it as being something that's authentic?
Hey, Pro, have you heard the theories that have you heard the theories that human consciousness is quantum? And do you think that AI will be able to reach like the singularity without being quantum?
No, I have heard the quantum stuff. I really don't pay too much attention to it because it doesn't seem grounded in anything. I know the studies come out every single day, or the so-called studies, but they're largely reflecting back to the same couple of studies that kind of try to do this. Every thought.
No, I think it makes perfect sense, Pro, to be honest with you. It makes, and the person that kind of really, provided the missing link was, an anesthesiologist. Anesthesiologists, they use medicines every day, and they're not sure exactly how they work. And they were able to show that they disrupt the quantum activity in the brain, and that's what knocks people out. But yeah, it makes perfect sense.
What do anesthesiologists know about quantum?
Can you drop the link of where you?
Yeah, how do they measure the quantum activity in the brain? That's my question.
He's just mistaken the word quantum. It's not like there's two things that are going on there. Like the process of anesthesia is wild, it's crazy. But we don't largely know everything about the process of anesthesia, so I'll grant you that. But the idea that we know it's quantum, that's a little bit of science fiction right there. Like I said, combine those two ideas. As long as you're saying it might be, it could be, I'm okay with it. But when
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Might be, could be, brother. I'm not saying that it's a fact.
All right.
And Troll, just to jump in on your point earlier, guys, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm with you on the we're not. The more I've learned about how we function, etc., it's not that special, nor is AI to this point, right? It's just catching up to us, right? So, to be honest, I'm not impressed. But give it 10 years, maybe 15, then we can talk about something special, because the AI does, at a sufficient level of sophistication, bring something totally new, totally alien. Yeah, okay, now we can start to see, some shine on the thing. But just approximating humans, I even find it annoying now at some time, just interacting. I mean, yes, it's a good source for information, it can be helpful as a tool, but special? No, I gotta stand it to that.
I'm going to push back again, and I'm going to push back again. And I mean, this is not based on any evidence, but I believe that you, Anthony, you, Richard, are special, and the type of relationships we can have as human beings is a lot different than anything.
So wait, what am I, chopped liver? I want to be special too.
Oh wait, what's your name? Okay, all this time, yeah, you're not special. Sorry.
Is this special a religious thing you're saying there, brother?
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, I can. Listen, Richard, I cannot.
Just so you know, invisible, you're like 80 times louder than everybody as your mic usually.
Oh, sorry.
You know. It's like screaming.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying. I mean, I cannot. I can't define what that special thing is, Richard. But I just, it's something you have to experience.
Yeah, but I just don't.
Sounds religious to me, bro. Just saying.
Yeah, so I don't know why people are so worried about AI. If anything, we should be happy that AI is such a good secretary and librarian. But the thing is, it's so dumb. It cannot think. It just imitates. It finds the linguistic, syntactic patterns and imitate people. One thing is good that it will push the imposters, human imposters, out of their jobs, because you now have a better imposter. Say those people who utters the business jargons without knowing anything, putting on the uttering word salads. Now there's a king of bullshit, and that will take over their job. This is a good thing, but the current LLMs cannot reason logically, not to mention mathematics and doing mathematics and all. It can't even do puzzles.
I want to jump in.
So there's no worry about that, unless you don't think the logical reasoning, and which is isomorphic to planning, is important to what we do. And so the current the LLM is based on the architecture of transformers, and they're just regression machines, and so it cannot be in principle logically reason. So there's no I don't think there's any fear. Should be any fear, and it only gives us better tools. And just like better tools, some which will in the past have resulted in loss of some jobs, but those jobs why do we need those? It will create new lines of jobs and free us from the drudgery and mundane work that none of us want. So there's only bright futures. I'm done speaking.
Well, what are some of these new jobs that's going to create?
I was about to say.
Yeah, cool. So
study, just so you know, that has not proven those.
In the past, for example, the coding, right? The coding jobs. There are a lot of coding jobs that are just mundane, tedious. Let's say SQL coding, and I mean, I for one hated those kind of work. That if there's a secretary that can do it for me, these mundane things without lacking creativity, will do it for me. That's great. I can focus on things that really, let's say, for example, new algorithms, without having to worry about the tedious syntactic requirement for let's say, the computer language, which is full of idiosyncratic rules, and I don't have to worry about that. In the past, if you don't have any assistance, you have to remember, oh, hey, here's a semicolon instead of a column, and here's you need a parenthesis. Sorry again.
I certainly agree on that point. This point is your strongest point. The nonsense of coding and just missing a cursor or whatever, like you said, a colon. Oh my God! But yeah. However, though, to be fair, Hanson, it's easy for us to say that if we feel that we are going to be the ones who have jobs to go on and work on algorithms, right? For those people who exist off of those mundane jobs, I mean, it's a little bit harder, wouldn't you?
Why is it harder? Because people who have no patience for these,
Well, I mean, people that are unemployed is what I mean. Like, I mean, my local McDonald's has about a third of its staff now that it uses all the the push button things, right? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, but they can go on for better things. How do you know that?
The well-trained McDonald's staff.
You didn't answer my question, Hanson.
How do you know? Yeah. I'm answering. How do you know among those McDonald's workers they're not creative people?
So you mean they were just working at McDonald's because they like it there, right?
Well,
they didn't want to be busy being running the Kennedy.
The thing is that's what I'm going to address. Right? Some people who have no patience for the tedious, putting in a comma here, semicolon there, but they have creativities that if there's given an assistant that can implement their ideas, they will do it. But just because, I mean, there are a lot of mundane things that currently the something akin to putting a comma here and the exclamation mark there. All these things that you need to acquire that to accomplish your goal. That's preventing you from doing the real meat of a job. Just like I can.
Nah, bro.
Alright, you just need a 2-minute timeout. Go ahead, Wolfgang.
I forgot. I don't even know.
No, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
The second video that I posted, or the actual first video that I posted after his YouTube page. He says that the Western empires are falling, basically.
My shit gotta go hard. So I definitely will push.
Remember, welcome.
That's funny.
I think you fall into a ravine, actually, John. Hey, it's nothing. I try to be good humored about it, right? I try.
So I was just explaining to some of the mod squad who think that we should never respond to anything you say. I disagreed. Sam thought we should just ignore you entirely. And I said, no, I don't think that. But I do think that this latest thing with the BLS, trying to suggest some analogy between me thinking it's a bad thing not to have BLS data, which we all agree is the good stuff. Nobody's questioning it. And you demanding the data for thousands of experiments that you just don't believe and could easily do yourself. I just think it's a really funny analogy.
Well, we can have a few good laughs.
One of the things I said is this, and I think we've touched on several times. I'm really not sure. I still don't quite understand your position. I mean, there is this simple thing. I think it has to do with the fact that you utterly eschew mathematical proof. Mathematical proof is meaningless to you if it's not backed up with data. So when John Bell proved that quantum mechanics makes predictions that are incompatible with local reality, you say, well, okay, that may be, but the data may show that that's not true. That's a very weird position.
Yeah, I think that you cobbled together a couple of interactions into that position. I think it's quite true. But I will say, I think that mathematical proofs can be misleading. I think it's possible. But also in this particular case, John Bell did not, by issuing the mathematical proof in any way, decide the outcome. He just said, there is an empirical question here to be answered. It is no longer an unempirical. There are many unempirical questions, like whether we're in a multiple universe. Sean Carroll's entire proposition is an unempirical question. We can't ask the question.
Right, and just to be clear, I mean, one empirical question is quantum mechanics correct? Right, but the only way, the point is that what John Bell did was to show that the only way you can preserve local reality is to reject quantum mechanics.
Well, I think the question, better stated by Einstein at the time, is quantum mechanics as expressed by Bohr complete?
No, see, this is the weaselly thing that you always do. You try to maybe it's just in. No, it is.
You realize you're condemning Einstein because I'm just using this.
I am. No, I'm not condemning Einstein because I'm thoroughly convinced that if Einstein had lived to see John Bell's proof, he would have said, "Oh, never mind. I really am thoroughly convinced of that." The more I think about it, the more I see that as an inescapable thing because Einstein understood mathematical proof. And the weaselly thing you do is to say, no, but Einstein just thought it was incomplete. That's fine. Right? You can think it's incomplete, but that doesn't.
Damn.
Fact.
Weasel.
Mechanics makes predictions that are incompatible with local reality. And so you're free to say, well, the data may show that there is local reality. You're right. The data may show that. And it would show that by showing that quantum mechanics is wrong. Not just incomplete, wrong.
Benjamin, we'll put me in your queue after you're done.
Okay. I'll just say one thing. John is right. Einstein was being, I don't think, weaselly would have been the word.
No, not at all. He wasn't because he didn't know about Bell.
I believe that every.
That's the impression I get, I should say.
You know how I see it? I tried to tell Nathan this earlier. I said, there's certain arguments that are undebatable, and if you argue it the right way, nobody can see it. And that argument that she's giving, you probably see glimpses of it in certain writers like Malcolm Story. And when he argued it, it was so well that the government had to burn his books. And I just feel like she had seen that argument argued and said, dang, he's trying to use it. But
your wavelength, because in the past, like, I've had people like tell me certain things or suggest certain things to me because it's something that they would want to do. It wasn't something that was truly aligned with me personally. So I definitely like agree with what you just said, Ayan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it's been awesome. I really love doing readings. I'm going to miss him for a bit, but you know, I got to rest. Okay, y'all. So I have to start class soon. I'm super duper 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 duper. Just to let you know, my club is done. There will be no club anymore, but I will be having an outlet soon where I'm going to be talking about more of these things, like more so behind the scenes. So stay in tune for that. Also, y'all, we have 3 more motherfucking tickets to New Orleans. If y'all don't know, I'm doing a third year of New Orleans. I'm super fucking excited because I just cannot wait to see you all again. This is going to be a 2-day event now. We're bringing Madi. She's going to be doing a lot of ceremonies for everybody. She's going to have a healing ceremony. She's going to do
Where what Sydney was pointing out, the staffers or advisors or the people that are sort of telling the on here
and reputation.
it'll be
and you'll be set to go.
Beep, beep, get in, nigga. Nathan is thinking about playing Fortnite, and he needs to be equipped. He needs to be able to transfer his real life battle skills into Fortnite. He's about to be our secret weapon.
You guys are still playing video games?
Yeah.
At what point do you realize that like it's all spam? Whether you're in a room here talking and listening, or playing a video game, or watching TV, or watching a movie. I'm just asking, do you realize that it's spam and you choose the spam you eat?
All right.
Well, because you said asking wrong, I'm not gonna take you serious.
I'll take him serious. So, John, I'll ask you this: are you afraid to be intimate?
No.
All right. I'm not going to say I heard the shakiness and the fear and the dishonesty. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you have a fear of intimacy, and you can't even share with the people around you. So now you see.
Wait, do you have a fear of intimacy? Are you projecting?
No, I'm analyzing. And that's okay, because we are here to help. You ever heard of the Avengers? Each and everybody here has a specific skill set that is unique to the.
Wait, you guys are superheroes in this room?
No. See, that's childish. No, we're more like helpers.
Like street cleaners? Like you clean the gutters?
No, we are helpers. You see, inside every individual, there are certain inner faculties that enable them to be better individuals. You see, in the idea of boredom, which is depression, it is the paralysis of your productive powers. And now we realize there's certain things that you're disabled at. And now we want to give you a wheelchair, a crutch, in order for you to begin walking on your own.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you go by the name Loki?
Honestly, it gladdens me to know that Odin prepares for a feast. Tonight, I shall be drinking ale from curved horns.
So you're like a black Viking. You're a black Viking helper. I got it. Okay.
No, I'm actually a black Jew. Even better, right?
You're Jewish?
Look at my PTR, brother.
I just see a black guy playing pool. I don't understand. What makes you a Jewish black Viking?
I know, it's the camouflage. If you look harder, you can see the yarmulke and the tsetse strings below my waist.
So let me ask you something, Loki. What is the source of life?
I'm glad you asked. Love is to desire what is good for another. And when we begin to desire what is good for another, no one needs help. And help begins to make the world go round. And that source of life, that delta of the river, is none other than God. And my brother King could enlighten you about God.
Go ahead, King.
That was a you, King. What the fuck?
What happened? My bad. What happened? What happened? My bad. What
Tell him
happened?
about God, nigga.
You said what?
Tell him about
Yo,
God.
John. Okay. Look, yo, John.
You know about my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
He is all off you, man.
Okay, this is when I love us. You don't always love us, y'all, but this is where
My bad, Loki. My bad, bro.
I tried, John.
Yo, John. What's up with your boy, Roger, bro?
I mean, he's a human being, and he does what everybody else does on this app. So if you don't like the way he does it, maybe it's a you problem.
No, I didn't say that. I just was asking. Y'all too cool? You go into this room a lot?
Yeah, I mean, I record a lot of rooms, and he's he's another person who hosts rooms.
What do you think? What do you think his best qualities are when he's hosting this room?
I think his best qualities would be one is, it's what he calls a sound wall where, everybody's just banging and it's so chaotic that it's unproductive. So he controls, by being the one green bean. So he basically if you look at every room as a show, and it's 1 to 3 hours, I'm just saying he puts together a good show.
I don't remember people talking on top of one another in Roger's rooms, but okay.
No, he's saying he does. He said he doesn't have that.
I'm just saying.
It's bad moderation. Anything else,
I mean, if you believe in free market, libertarian economics, not fiat currency and forever debt and forever wars, that's why I appreciate him, because he has a political and a financial economic perspective, which I think a lot of people are unaware of. And so, in a way, he provides education. But again, this is mostly entertainment. It's not really education.
What about now? I heard he had to change in character now. He turned into I don't know. Some people say they are shocked by it.
Yeah, people always use him as a projection because he's a non-playable character. People use him as the evergreen Pepe to cast their hate onto him, and but I would say that tomorrow, what he wants to live stream your room, and he wants to live stream Patty's.
Clubhouse talking all this stuff.
So what I'm saying is the new
Finally acts normal. Look at this.
The new show on Monday is we're gonna live stream Chillism and live stream Patty's Politically Correct, and we're gonna pause and do play-by-play feedback and analysis. We're gonna do Mystery Science Theater 3000 on you guys and analyze what you're talking about, and then cause chaos in this room and other rooms because people will be paranoid that they're being used and live streamed and made fun of and roasted. Because I think this app is really like a comedy roast app, and most people don't know that they're comedians. That's just I mean, have you ever got that feeling?
Oh, is this John? Oh,
yeah, that's John.
What's up, John? It's the first time I actually heard you. Right? What's good, buddy?
Hey.
You giving us updates on what's gonna happen on Monday?
Can you hear the anger in his voice and the bullshit?
I hear the bullshit. I don't hear the anger.
Yeah, definitely seething. That's definitely bullshit.
You don't think it's a little negative truth in it?
When he said that people voice their hate on Evergreen Pepe, is it hate or we just don't like the rhetoric that he spews, right? When he says that, it's entertainment, therefore you can't learn anything, does one exclude the other? You can't have both entertainment and